Well, good morning and welcome to the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast. A historic day at South Stradbroke Island here for event number 2 on the Australian Grand Slam of Surfing. And I'm joined here this morning on the panel by Kate Wilcombs, Mark Okalupa. Welcome, guys.
Good morning.
Fantastic to be here.
Well, it's going to be an awesome day of surfing. We're looking at about 4 to 6 foot of surf. And the girls are coming up first. We've got Tyler Wright, the 2-time world champion, coming up, and we'll have a look at the Jeep leaderboard in a minute to see how the girls are situated. But what an exciting day, Kate.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. It's just fantastic to have pro surfing like back where we can just be watching everyone compete. You know, the Tweed Coast Pro was great to see everyone, and now we've got the next event. So I can't wait to see what today brings.
Well, the Jeep leaderboard, we've got Tyler Wright, obviously the winner down at Tweed recently, sitting on top. Stephanie Gilmore, they had that great final, sitting in second. Nikki Van Dyke in third and Macy Callahan in fourth. They're in this event. Some of the other girls are missing from this event, but those top 4 girls there are really going to be shaking it up, and we'll be seeing them this morning.
We will.
Yeah, we definitely will.
And how good is this, Rab? I mean, Kate, first time ever an event being on at South Stradbroke Island, which is the other end of the coast of Snapper, about a 40-minute drive up the coast. This beach break is world-class, Rab. Kate, you know, it's not at its best today. We've got a short period, kind of 4 to 5 foot northeast swell. It likes the south swell, but there's some nuggets out there. There are some barrels. There's probably going to be some huge air sections too, hopefully, if the guys and girls are up for it. It's going to be an exciting day. I'm just got to reiterate that it's the first time ever we're having an event here at South Stradbroke, and I think it's great. For hopefully the first of many. It'd be a great backup venue for Snapper Rocks when it comes around next year. But I'm just stoked to have live surfing again, especially here at South Stradbroke.
You can see the girls getting ready there.
Yeah, the girls getting ready. Tyler's getting ready, and Sophie and Macy. I mean, they're getting a bit of jet ski help out there. It's really solid. I mean, this break is, as Oki said, world class, and it really breaks top to bottom, especially on these east swells, and it's heaving and thumping out there.
So that's our first heat. We have Tyler, Macy and Sophie. In the second heat, we'll be having Stephanie Gilmore joining. She's come off a second from the Tweed Coast Pro, so I think she's going to be wanting a win at this one. So are all the girls, no doubt. But India Robinson will be in that second heat with her, and Sakaya Maramutsu, who is joining us from the North End Board Riders as a wild card. In Heat 3, Nikki Van Dyke, Zali Kelly and Piper Harrison. I know Piper's and Zali have both been spending a bit of time out here at Straddy, so that'll be great to see their inclusion in this event. In Heat 4, Isabel Nichols, Keely Andrew and Dimity Stoyle. So yeah, all those girls are just going to be enjoying these conditions. They're a bit of a challenge. I can see here Macy's looks like she might have lost a leg rope, or something's happened. Maybe the rail saber's gone through the back of a board, boys. Yeah,
there'll be some carnage today for sure. There'll be broken boards, broken leashes, hopefully no broken bones, but
Okay, well, we might throw straight down to Stacey Galbraith. What's happening down there, mate?
Hey, Bugs. I'm down here doing the Boost Mobile Wave Report, but I've ended up with a special guest talking about carnage. Macy Callahan, talk us through it. What happened?
I bailed. Shouldn't have bailed. My plug came out.
And you've got a pretty good caddy.
Yeah. Caddy came down to check out what was going on, but no board.
He knows this place pretty well, though, your caddy. Has he given you any good tips?
No. Yeah, secret. But he's been surfing the whole time.
Oh, well, you're going to be on your own in your heat. What's your strategy going into it? Are you looking to ride a lot of waves, or are you going to sit and wait for the right one?
Oh, I'll try to get a couple. Yeah, there's waves to ride, so yeah, see how I go.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Mace.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thanks, Stace. And, there's a bit of drama to start the day. I mean, Macy actually is in this first heat. Now, we saw the other girls heading out there, so I think she's looking for a caddy, actually.
She's lost a caddy. She needs a backup board. She can't surf that one. Yeah, this will be interesting, Rab. It really will. It's this short period swell. It's quite solid. Really, waves are really close together. It's punchy. Like I say, I'm no South Stradbroke expert, and you can, for me, being on the coast, Rab, and living here obviously for longer than 30 years, I've had stints where I've come up here a bit, but it kind of gets, you get that feel, and you're like, I love it because it gets so good, this wave. But I haven't spent a lot of time up here lately. Have you spent? I've come up with with you over the years, but you know, it's a different kind of beach break, and what do you think?
Yeah, like definitely, as you're saying, from the southern, we tend to come up here in stints. You know, you come up here for little patches, and it's always, you know, as soon as you get up here, you go, oh my gosh, why don't I come every day?
Exactly.
It's so amazing. I mean, you know, it really is an incredible winter break. That's for sure. You know, because you get those westerly winds, southwesters. It loves a little bit of west in the wind. It looks like. Is that Sheldon?
That is Sheldon. So yeah, that'd be that's Macy's boyfriend, and obviously probably Caddy too. Just doubling up there for Macy. She's actually trying to maybe get that leash, you know, on a different board. Hopefully it's not the same board because it's completely ripped out there. What happens is when you get a big wave, that the rail saver and the string will rip straight through to your plug where the plug goes in, and the waves are powerful out there today, Rab.
It's always that's
Always powerful.
One of the hallmarks of South Stradbroke. Super mega powerful wave, really chunky, and on these swells, I think the girls will be looking to backdoor the section. It's going to be looping in front of them. It's not going to have that down the line southerly sort of swing to it. It's going to be these like loopy little horseshoe barrels.
Yeah, they're kind of shorter peaks on an east swell. Hey, like we've been saying, me and you probably aren't South Stradbroke experts, but you know, it's not too dissimilar than our local at home.
Well, this is quite a dramatic start because the heat has begun. Thank goodness for the jet ski assist.
Well, let's see how this jet ski navigates getting her out there, because the heat has started. She's not out there yet. Tyler, Sophie are. We'll spot them soon, but it's a big area. These girls probably won't sit on top of each other. They'll probably spread themselves out. There's just random peaks up and down the beach. Let's see how good the ski driver is, and getting Macy back to the lineup.
Yeah, you do need to manoeuvre your way out here on a jet ski because, as you said, the random peaks, they don't hit the same break, the same part of the break all the time. He's found a nice little gap here, though, and Macy will, well, you know, she's only lost less than a minute. She's just about in the lineup, and she's spotted the girls that 1 minute. It can mean a lot in a heat. You know, you've been in many heats where in those first 30 seconds you've got the bomb, and
it's crucial. Hey, like so many times you just, you know, if you're a little late for your heat and you start getting nervous and you just start, you know, I really like to make sure that I'm out there a good 2 minutes before, because if you're out there a minute late or anything and your opponent gets a good one, and it just puts you behind. And for me, you know, I always like to get there. I mean, not unlike Kelly Slater, who always turns up about 5 minutes usually after the heat. That's his strategy. But you know, she's out there. No one's caught a ride. How exciting, Rab! You know, we're bringing live surfing to everyone around the world. It's South Stradbroke. We had our first event at Cabarita, and the waves were nowhere near as powerful as this. Ethan Ewing won. It'll be testing for everyone. This, you know, we've got this swell that's going to run right through today and tomorrow. We will be finishing tomorrow. The swell's not going anywhere. It's chunky, it's raw, but it's going to make for exciting conditions. Rab, not too dissimilar to a French beach break either.
very similar to our European beach breaks, both France and Portugal, but particularly France. And you notice one thing is that one of the features of South Stradbroke is that you've really got to stay on the bank, and you'll see the girls often paddling back onto the bank because, you know, you've got that undertow and it just sort of takes you out behind, and it's quite deep water behind them.
Absolutely, yeah. It's the rips that you kind of have to avoid. It's good to sit either side of them, but if you're in the middle, it'll take you off the bank. There are some wash-throughs today. The tide is coming in, so that won't happen as much over the next couple of hours, but all morning we've been watching waves wash through just outside. Sometimes you can get a little chip shot. If you're out a bit too far and one of those sets break out, you can get the whitewash or hit your back. You get a nice easy entry into these waves because the takeoff at Stradbroke is, is very steep. You have to paddle hard, get under the wave. It's usually just a barrel. It's mainly a barrel, maybe a big turn after the barrel, or hopefully an air if these guys or girls are up for it. But it's a punchy wave. You know, there's going to be some big scores, hopefully, and a lot of small scores. But we're going to take you through this all day, and it's just so good to bring you live surfing, Rab. I'm a diehard. I watch every single event, even a QS. My my girl watches, might get up at about midnight, and I might be watching a 1-star in Japan, in Japanese, and she'll be like, "You really do like your surfing, don't you?" And I do. How about yourself, Rab?
Yeah, well, I haven't got up lately to watch the 1-star in Japan. However, I've been a lover of the sport for over 50 years, and it's awesome to see it back on again. I mean, we've all been thirsting for it. We all know it's been a strange year for sure, worldwide, and it's just great to see the WSL back in action. The world's best surfers, kind of compartmentalised in their regions around the world. But here we got the top Aussie girls competing, and another feature I notice about South Stradbroke is that you've really got to paddle onto a wave with intent. You've got to take that extra stroke or two down the face.
For sure.
As you said, you can be in line for the chip shot, but most of the time, you've really got to paddle onto these things.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you get lucky with those chip shots. They're not going to happen all the time. That's a lucky shot, but you do. It's like pipeline, or chopo. It's got that big draw off the bottom, and you've got to really paddle hard. We saw Stephanie Gilmore getting ready for her heat. We can see a wash through there. It's not small out there. That set's probably 6 feet solid. We're stoked. We've had such good swell. Rabbits. What is it? It's September, and it's usually our month to have those howling northerlies, and we haven't had. Over 2 days of northerly winds. We can get northerlies, can't we, for a week straight, 2 weeks straight, and this is our month to get them. But we've been blessed with a really good season, and now it's not our season, but it's still pretty good.
Look, I am wondering, they called it a mild La Nina. It might be strengthening in the South Pacific and Indian Oceans there, but this can often happen in a La Nina year. We get the lighter winds, maybe a slower start to the northerly season, and people don't realise the northerly season for us up here is actually a trade wind. You get that high pressure system sitting out there straight off us in the Tasman Sea, and it just directs a northerly airflow onto us, which is onshore. And usually, we just had the September, October school holidays, and usually those school holidays is good for fishing. But this year it's been wonderful, and we've had light, mild conditions after a fantastic winter.
Fantastic season right through. I mean, from when we usually have at the first event, it's been pumping since then right through. I mean, those northerlies. A good friend of ours, Bruce Lee, calls it a black northerly, and you've heard him say that. And I mean, the water does literally kind of turn black. It blows northerly for that long, and it's onshore. We can't surf, and the ocean goes dark, and we haven't had that. We've been really lucky, and hasn't it been an amazing season, Rab?
Well, it's been Queensland's just been blessed with great waves this year, and it's.
I mean, I think I counted like 10 swells we had like back to back.
Yeah, back to back. So
back to back.
Sort of no complaints. I mean, a lot of people have been out of work or have been locked down, but it hasn't really happened up in Queensland. We've been kind of very lucky to be able to live a somewhat normal life and be able to go about our business, and lots of people have been going surfing, that's for sure. And I know that the surf shops and basically elements of the surf industry have actually been doing pretty good.
Yeah, we have been lucky here for sure, and it's been crazy times. No waves ridden yet, Rab, and here we go. Sophie up on the first wave of the event. Nice turn. Yeah, not a bad turn at all. Tries to get a second one in, and she does. So first wave, Rab. No barrel, but turns.
Well, now we'll get to see what the scale is. I mean, I always think that first wave of any heat is so important to get the scale right in the judging, and this will be a tricky one for them because, as you said, there was no barrel, but that nice deep drop there, and as she comes off bottom, she snaps it, negotiating a little bit of chunk in the wave. So
she had the right idea, Rab. Like she faded there, so if she actually stuck her hand in, she might have got the barrel, but you said earlier they've got to be backdooring these peaks, and she did that. She had the right intent. She backdoored it, faded it a little bit. So she got in the, and here we go. We got Tyler right. Yeah,
Tyler, she's going to revel in the power here. So Tyler should be looking for a finish, and it doesn't happen. So certainly probably the first encounter there, Sophie getting the best of that.
Yeah, for sure she would have. Tyler's wave was a bit brown, bit of sand colour through it. Chunky, she throws a board there.
Yeah, well, see, that just goes to show. I mean, from here, it kind of looked like about a 3 or 4 foot wave. When you're out there, that thing was thumping. And she
didn't want that one on the head.
And I think that's what happened with Macy earlier on. She said she just bailed out, got caught inside and bailed out. So this wave will break boards.
This wave will, and you don't want to be under that. That's why they're bailing. It's just it can, you know, give you a nice appointment at the chiropractor if it hits you in the wrong way. You want to get away from your board and throw it. The lips are thick out here. It's a little overcast, but it's predicted to for the cloud to go away. Here we go with someone looking.
Well,
beautiful weather up here on the Gold Coast lately, haven't we, Rab?
Yeah, we've just had a great run, but with the weather comes the surf, and we've got a chunky swell kind of mixed up. But look, South Stradbroke is well renowned for its peaky, you know, like a series of A-frame peaks up and down the beach. And on a day like this, it's going to be even more random.
It is. It's more random because it's just a closer period swell than what you'd usually surf up here. Like I say, the south, nice clean south swell. It's nice A-frame peaks up and down the beach today. We've got an east nor'east swell. Here we go, Tyler Wright, having a look. Nice rail grab, cut back there into a nice snap and nosedives and goes over.
Yeah. Well, you know, Taylor, she's trying to obviously get busy. I think she's sort of realising that it's going to be all about manoeuvres over wave quality. If you can, you know, get some big slick moves in, and you know, obviously Tyler's one of the most powerful surfers in the world. Macy's stinging out there. I'm just wondering if she was just a little unsettled after that incident earlier in the morning.
Yeah, she could be. I love Tyler's. She's got that rail grab cutback, which I love so much, and goes over the handlebars. But really, I guess you really do got to keep busy, Rab. I mean, that odd gem barrel is out there, but you're probably gonna. It'd be like winning the lotto, getting 2 of them, wouldn't it?
Well, it really would be, and I think the other thing too, there's a lot of spontaneity. It's very hard to actually plan your wave out. You know, you've really got to surf what's in front of you.
Here we go, Macy's found one.
Yeah, nice drop. So Macy, that'll just be a 1 manoeuvre wave. I like the drop. I was very, very confident, and we'll see a lot of air drops here today. With this incoming tide, the wave will really rise up on the bank, and they'll be late takeoffs.
They will be, and it's just happened so quick. I mean, with that first wave of Sophie, like your main chance of getting the barrel is on that takeoff, you know, like, and just getting that hand in there. And if it's a backside, you know, just getting that rail in there. If you're on your backhand or going left on your forehand, it's all going to happen right on takeoff. You know, we're probably rarely going to see an airdrop to check stall the barrel, which is, you know, something you would do out here usually and in most beach breaks, but it's just so short today that you really want to get that hand in there and try and get stuff behind the barrel if you're going to get it. But other than that, it's going to be those big carves and maybe airs. Maybe some air sections out there, Rab.
Yeah, I think there'll be some odd air sections, some nice chips, probably at the end of the wave, looking for that extra point. But we're also going to see a bit of kind of wash through periods where it's going to be not smooth sailing all the way through these heats. So I think there'll be some periods there where there's quite a lot of chop in the zone, wash through periods, and this is tricky stuff. This is really the girls haven't been competing much. Nobody has been.
Well, no one's been competing at all, and in waves like this, it is like a wild French beach break or a Le Gravier or Super Tubes, like you said. I mean, you're going to have to bear with us. You know, the tide. The one thing we've got on our side, Rab, is the tide at midday, which is going to help this beach break a little bit. One thing we haven't got on our side is we'll have a little east nor'east wind pick up. Not strong today, light and variable, but a beach break like this doesn't like it. You know, the only thing that helps it is offshore, and a strong offshore would help it.
It would.
If we had some big fans, we could use them.
Well, let's hear from our man on the beach, Stacey Galbraith with the Boost Mobile Wave Report.
Thanks, Bugs. Yeah, over here with the Boost Mobile wave report, and it is well and truly heaving. It's solid 6 foot with the odd 8 foot wash through. As that tide's coming in though, I think we're going to see it's maybe cool down a little bit and really start to narrow in on that inside bank, and should get really, really good. I think we're going to see some pretty fantastic tube rides.
Yeah, we're looking forward to the barrels, mate. Some big kegs later on as that high tide hits the mark. Thanks, Stace. Well, mate, that's the call. I mean, you know, and the thing is, it is interesting because I think from that beach perspective, it's going to look a little different. I mean, they're looking at it head on. They're seeing that whole stretch. You know, it's kind of a bit like Super Tubos in Portugal, where you look along and you're seeing different parts of the break from the beach. And when you're looking sort of, you know, from the air or from the camera angle, you might only see one part of the break, but it's quite stretched out here.
It is a big area, and when you're on the beach, just like always, you always see waves going off here, there and everywhere. When you're out there, you're like, wow, where is it?
Yeah.
You know, it can avoid you. You can be in rhythm or you mightn't be, but it's a typical kind of beach break. But we, you know, like, Rab, you know, this would be a perfect backup spot for, say, the Snapper Rocks contest. You know, obviously we have our local over the other side, Durambar, but I mean, I hate to say, you know, I love my local, but this beach break is probably better, and like it likes the southwest wind, which Snapper doesn't. I mean, what do you think? For this to be the backup venue, if it was, we had westerly winds and swell, this would be ideal to have that, and the WSL should really think about that. What do you think, Rab?
Oh, look, that's a great call, mate. And first of all, we'll see. Looks like Macy here in the backhand. We haven't seen her left yet. So you can get some nice little wedges on the left. So Macy getting 2 manoeuvres in there, and she might be looking for the little pathway out, looking for that northwest passage. But
she's looking for a ski wrap.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
think
she's
so. But I'll tell you what, this is the world-class backup, and it's in Queensland, which is so good for the, you know, the Corona Pro, and you know, just you think about it, backup spots. You've got Snapper Rocks, you've got Kira, you've got Burley Heads, and you've got South Straddy.
Oh, you know, it's absolutely A-grade world-class event when you've got that, and if we do use this, I mean, this is the first time we've been here. Great move by the WSL. I'm sure this is what they're thinking about, as having this as a backup event for actually, which is the Billabong Corona Pro next year. You know, my own sponsor is taking that up, which is awesome. Really exciting.
Yeah.
It won't be the first event of the year because I believe Pipe will be, and I believe they're going to Portugal next. We're changing up the tour next year, which is exciting in its own right.
Yeah, well, we'll get it. We'll really get stuck into that later, because that's a very, very dynamic, exciting move by the World Surf League.
Sure is. We've got Macy back out there. She's jumped off the ski. You can see from the drone, it's crazy how even when it is a little onshore and bumpy, the drone angle always makes it look glassy. It's just that flat on from straight up and down. It is classy out there, but there's a lot of water moving. There's rips and stuff and wash-throughs. It's testing conditions.
It sure is, mate. Well, look, at the halfway mark or thereabouts in the heat, we might cut over to a bonsai brew break.
Let's do it.
Well, here we are back again, Heat 1 of the Boost Mobile Pro, the women's division. Not much has changed. Macy Callahan with that second wave, that little left, she's snuck into the lead. I think Sophie McCulloch is only sitting on that one wave though, Well.
It's true, yeah. She's got the high score, 4.33, which today is a pretty good score in these conditions. We're going to see the odd, hopefully, nice barrel, high score, but you know that 4.33 is a score that you're going to need in your score line, and if you do get it, you're going to be looking pretty comfortable at this stage of the heat.
We sure are. Now, one critical thing in this heat is that third place is eliminated, and if you look at the Jeep leaderboard, 2 of the top 4 are actually in this heat. Tyler Wright actually leads the Jeep leaderboard. Macy Callahan sitting in 4th. So right now Tyler is sitting in 3rd place in here. There's only 10.5 minutes to go, so getting down to a bit of a critical time here. This is, you know, in the last event, there was the losers round, the second round losers round. Not so much now. This is cut and dried. There is elimination right here in round 1. Third's gone.
Good spotting, Rab. This is crucial. It really is. I mean, for the first heat of the day, Tyler's sitting in a precarious position because she could be out and Stephanie Gilmore would be licking her lips. Saw Stephanie on the news last night, Channel 9, Gold Coast News. She was saying didn't feel good getting second in that first event down there at Cabarita, so she'd be intently looking. Obviously, she's coming up in the next heat, getting ready for her own heat, probably not concentrating as much as she would be if she wasn't. But, I mean, can Tyler, here she goes. She needs a score, Rab.
Yep. 2-time world champion Tyler Wright. Gets a little bit of air there, but
she
didn't like the look of it. I thought she might go for that second finishing move.
Should have went for that second move because the wave splits. You know, we're going to see a lot of that today. The swells are crossing over. It's split on her, and she did get that one turn in. And let's have a look. She could have got a nice floater on the end here. Nice takeoff. Crouches down low, gets the turn. The wave splits, and right there, she could have got on the lip and floated that. Just hung on the lip for a while, extended it, come down, got the score. Would have got the score. What's she going to get for that? Not too sure. But, yeah, opportunity missed.
Yeah, no, obviously, the other, Sophie McCulloch sitting out there with priority. She's got that 4.33, so she's actually in the box seat, I would think. She doesn't need much now to go into first place.
No, she doesn't. So, and that's going to make it even harder for Tyler if she does get that. And here goes someone into it. Looks like a closeout. Yes, it is. Sophie straightens out, avoids the lip. But yeah, I wonder if Tyler was really thinking, you know, like, wow, I'm in 3rd here. I need the score just to be safe and get out of that 3rd position, because you're out if you stay in that position. And like I say, that lip was waiting for her to be floated, and she didn't want it. She's probably thinking she's going to get a better wave, but on a day like today, who knows what you're going to get.
Well, that's so true, because originally this was slated for 25-minute heats because, you know, generally South Stradbroke, it's a pumping location. There's plenty of quality waves. Today, not so much, as we see a replay there of Sophie. I think she was looking to backdoor that wave, and then she said, no, that one got away. She just caught the nose, but look at
it chandelier, didn't it?
It flopped over, and the flop over here is pretty powerful.
Yeah, yeah, you could see there was a lot of grunt in that wave, and she kind of smartly avoided that. It did chandelier. She probably wouldn't have. She would have copped that on the head.
Well, you don't get any points for a straighten out, but it was a nice straighten out.
No points there.
I mean, the wave exploded all over, and she hung in there. I mean, I liked it. I mean, I'd give her some points, but that's why I'm not a judge.
Yeah, well, we got to concentrate on what Tyler's doing out here. You know, I mean, she didn't want that opportunity. She's sitting there. She only needs a 2.81 today. That's a score, Rab. I mean, a 2.81 today is a score. Like, in our last event at Cabarita, you could have got that on pretty much any wave, because it was a point break. You know, there was lots of opportunity today. It's short, it's punchy. 2.81. It's not a small score. Here she is. She's caught in the rep. It's 6 minutes today. It'll fly along. You know, like it's like it's like 3 minutes on a regular on a regular wave where you've got plenty of opportunity. There's lots of waves today, don't get me wrong, but to get in position and for the wave to open up for you, it's slim pickings.
Well, look at that. Sophie McCulloch on that straighten off. Oh, look at oh, that's a nice takeoff here. Oh, she didn't like look at that one either. She's out of there. Sophie McCulloch, a straighten off, a 1.27, put her into first place.
Wow.
Now, that'd be an interesting interview, wouldn't it? I can't even, how'd you go? Well, it was that 1.27 straighten off that got me through.
It was just a nice angle that you straightened down on too. No, we can't take the mickey out of it. But, I mean, a score's a score.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like she's actually winning the heat because no one's got the backup score.
No
and
one.
Tyler's just been going along. She hasn't broken past a 2.3, so this is very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, she's getting fidgety now, I reckon. I reckon she's thinking about that opportunity she passed up. It's coming down to 5 minutes. She took that wave. She didn't go over the ledge. She kind of looked at it. She's staying busy, but I reckon she's getting a little bit like she wants it to happen now because she could be in first place right now.
She could be. Well, it's been slim pickings, so let's go through it, Mark, on the
Yeah. Harvey Norman recap. The best wave of the heat, 2 turns by Sophie McCulloch. Not a lot happened after that. Tyler got the nice rail grab cut back, but she'd done the second turn and went over the handlebars. And then not a lot happened. This is a wave where she lost the opportunity. The wave split. She gets one kind of nice turn and then should have got that lip line floater. Would have got a 4 or a 5 for that, I'm guessing, and been in the lead with the high score of a 2.3, but she decided against it. So it's all, she is up against it now after doing that because she's in third spot, needing a score. Not a big one, but today, it's a score.
Well, she's in third spot. She's also in third priority, so she's playing a smart game as far as staying away from the other girls. The other girls don't seem to be trying to do any blocking campaigns, but Macy sitting out there with priority at this stage. She's sitting in second place. Now, Tyler only needs a 2.81 to actually knock Macy out.
Yeah.
So this is coming down to it here. You wouldn't think you'd only need basically a 3-point ride. And we see both girls taking off here. So we see Tyler right. Now,
wow.
she got one manoeuvre in, but it was and she's hanging with this one. She's milking that one all the way, and
she milked it. She wanted that score, and that's why she proceeded to bunny hop and to that small little left. And I mean, was that worthy of even getting any extra points? Because that wave was barely inches.
Here's Macy on the now. They split the peak here, Mark.
They did. Oh, that's a nice
Macy.
turn.
Yeah, nice turn. So look, I thought Tyler's first turn was pretty nice. This first snap by Tyler here.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, so you know what? If I'm trying to compare, straight off the top of my head, those 2 turns were pretty even match because Macy's was a nice backhand snap and Tyler got that last turn. I don't know if they're going to give her too many points for that, but will the situation change? They were similar scores, I'm thinking. The judges want to get these in pretty quick to let the girls know how the situation is right at the end of this heat. Well,
I mean, does this put Sophie in the danger spot?
Maybe.
Both Macy and Tyler, one very strong manoeuvre each on their waves. Sophie had that high point, that 4.33, the highest score of the heat so far. She's only got that 1.27 backup.
No backup, so maybe, yeah. So there we go, Rab. Macy gets that 3.83, goes to the lead. Tyler right on a beautiful looking wave. It spits. With that wave barreled, she wasn't in it though.
How quickly was that turnaround?
Yeah, last we were looking at her and she wasn't even on the ski yet.
No.
And then I turned back around and she was on a wave. Did she get? She might have got whipped into that wave or a step off or something. I'm not too sure what the...
Well, I got a feeling Sophie's in trouble right now.
Yeah.
I think she's going to go from first to second and second to third, but that's only an unofficial call. But
Ooh,
look at this wave, a
Beautiful
good-looking wave by Tyler Wright. Airdrops, comes down and just snaps.
She caught a bit of a rail there, Rab, didn't she? But that wave could have been ridden differently, you know, in hindsight. If she got in a little earlier, she could have stuck her hand in, which I keep on talking about, and got a barrel there. But she done the airdrop. You know, these takeoffs aren't easy. I mean, it's easy from the couch to say that, but she got a half snap in. It might go into a top 2, but you're right. She still is in 3rd place on screen, Tyler Wright. But with the score coming her way, needing a 2.61, Rab.
That's right. Yeah, you would think that she's going to get that score, but that's very unofficial. Sophie, she's going to carry that tiny little backup score, so 35 seconds remaining. Where is Sophie McCulloch?
She must be way down there in the distance. There we go. Yep, Tyler has gone to 2nd, so she's out of trouble.
Oh, she only just got to 2nd.
Just got it with 20 seconds left, Rab.
Oh, wow. Can Sophie get away? Look at this. Who's this?
Well,
Oh,
that was Sophie.
and she pulls into the barrel, but that won't get her the score, so it looks like it's done deal.
Done deal.
Macy Callahan, Tyler Wright looking to get through. We're going to have a score waiting, but we both know that you've got to exit the barrel to get any points.
You sure do. Yep. The 2 seeded girls, the 2 WCT girls, getting through that heat. Nice warm up. It's a workout out there for them, I'm sure. But they'll get a rest. First heat of the women done and dusted, Rab.
Yep, it was a different kind of heat. Sophie McCulloch was sitting there. She had one of the highest scores of the whole heat, and she carried it right through, but she just could not get that backup score. Okay, so quick bonsai break, and we'll be back for heat 2.
Yeah, fair enough.
Unless there's something we missed. Okay, well, heat number 2, and well, that last score coming in for Sophie McCulloch.
Wow.
A 1.73, Ockie.
Wow.
She actually got the score.
Well,
and,
it was Rabbit.
yeah.
Oh no, the champ's out. There was a closeout barrel, but they gave it. I mean, you know, they gave her a score for straightening out. They gave her a little bit bigger score for pulling into the closeout barrel. It's taken Tyler Wright out. I mean, it's only 1.73, but the heat was such a low-scoring heat that this is the way it happens. It's taking the champ out.
Yeah, that was
the Jeep leader.
That was a dramatic finish there, and there it is. Here's Sophie. Here she's at 1.73. She got the late takeoff. She pulled in.
A little bit of travel time, I guess. I mean, That's all you got to do.
Well, I guess they're saying the barrel's where it's at out here for the extra points, but 1.73 is not extra points. It's a small score, but that just goes to show when she's only carrying a 1.27, just an incremental anything was going to make a difference, and it did.
Yeah, well, Tyler did leave herself very vulnerable. Remember, she made that mistake where she had that kind of wave that split in two, done the nice turn and could have done a nice lip glide and got a 4 or so, and then she wouldn't have been vulnerable, would she? So that's, if I was the coach, that's what I would take down with her. Just you had to finish that ride off, and we're on a day where opportunities are limited.
Yeah, really, it's going to be a tricky day. I mean, as you said earlier, they're going to be short rides. You're either going to be short, snappy rides or the barrel. And I'll tell you what, you pull into a barrel, you come out of one today, you're going to get an excellent score.
You sure will. I can't wait for that to happen. You know, we've got 3 more heats of women's, and we're going to cross into men. The wave should be getting better. Well, the wind is going to come up a little bit, which will hinder the barrel. But let's see what Stephanie does. You know, like Tyler's out, a sparring partner's out. This Jeep lead, you know, in this countdown series, the Australian Grand Slam is up for grabs right now with Stephanie Gilmore, you know, in second spot and the leader out.
Well, it also goes to show the fickle nature of this break, that anything can happen out here. Now, Stephanie's up against India Robinson, who is a very accomplished surfer, and Sayaka Muramatsu is the local wildcard from the North End Board Riders Club. This is their local. This is where they have their club comps. And I've seen Sayaka surfing. I saw her over at the Spit surfing, and she's an accomplished surfer too. So this is a tricky heat.
You know, it's a tricky heat no matter what. I mean, in conditions like this, you know, you're probably not looking at your opponents as much as usual. You're looking at the waves going, how do I figure this out? How do I get lucky? Just trying to rub on something just to get some juju going, because, you know, you can get totally denied on a day like today. You can be in rhythm and get that all-time backdoor barrel spat out. But on a day like today, it's like winning the lotto, because, you know, you could free surf for 2 hours today and not get it. But you're looking for it in a heat, in a 30-minute heat.
This also reminds me of kind of like the old days too, Mark, where like, well, the real old days when I was on the tour, but even when you were on the tour,
yeah,
top seeds, first round, elimination.
The ocean has no respect for who you are at all. It doesn't know you. It doesn't know you. It will deny you.
I remember back in the day, in the 70s, you'd go to, you know, around the world on the world tour, and the #1 seed would be in the first heat of the day, 7 a.m. start against the local hero. And if there was ever going to be an upset,
it was there.
It could happen. Like 7 o'clock in the morning, day 1 of the event, #1 seed gone.
Yeah, and you didn't know, and everyone's still asleep. You wake up going, what happened? Yep, the world is out.
I mean, it actually never happened to me, but I used to think that I used to get ready for that like a final, like going, hey,
yeah,
there's an upset brewing, anything can happen.
Yeah.
And it could.
And it happened this morning.
Wow.
And it did happen this morning early, for sure. You know, there's some people that might have missed it and woke up and will be surprised of what happened, but it's just typical of conditions, you know, like we're talking about. The ocean, it will, you know, it doesn't care. It will deny you if it wants to, you know. But, you know, how do you avoid that, Rab? I mean, you know, you got to get busy. You know, do you sit there? Do you move around? Everyone's got a different tactic.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Tyler was just looking for something a bit special.
She was staying busy though.
Oh, she was. I mean, you can't like knock her approach out there. It just didn't happen for her. But it was very, very close. I mean, you'd have to say she was a bit unlucky as well. You know.
Yeah, I mean, she was unlucky, but she did have an opportunity which she passed up, which obviously should be thinking about now. It's saying I should have floated that section. We'll move on from there and concentrate on Steph. I'm sure Steph is looking for one of those beautiful barrels that we all know all too well that she can do. Look, there's nearly one there kind of trying to spit out. We can see that onshore drift coming this morning. It won't get too strong, but it will make that barrel kind of pinch and chandelier.
Like here's a stat. Like when I spoke before about how in the old days it used to be the number 1 seed was in the first heat of the day of the tournament.
Yeah.
The number 2 seed was in the 16th heat.
Yeah, right.
Right. So one of the reasons why they put the 2 seeds in the middle, now the seeds are right in the middle of the draw, right?
Yep.
For the most part,
Yep.
right? They're in heat 8 and 9 or heat 6 and 7. Is because there was occasions where the number 1 seed had been eliminated at 7:30 a.m. in the morning, and all the news comes down to check out what's the number 1 seed doing. Well, he's gone to the airport. He's on his way home.
I know. I remember when I was first on tour, that was the case, and they changed it pretty quick. But
yeah.
I mean, you know, like you got to, you know, for us, like for me, Tom Curran, you know, like you don't want to see him surfing or people miss him at 7 in the morning. You want to see him like in the middle of the day or a Kelly Slater, and it's the draw card, the crowd comes. It makes sense, doesn't it, to have them in the middle of the day?
It sure does. But look, I think we've got Stacey Galbraith with Tyler now. Let's. Stacey is with Macy, so Macy advanced through that heat.
I'm down here with the winner of Heat 1, Macy Callahan. Mace, walk us through the preparation for that first heat of the event.
Gosh, there's a lot of prep going into this one. Yeah, I wasn't going to surf before, but I ended up going out 10 minutes before my heat, and then I bailed on a set, the plug came out, caddy wasn't down there. It was all happening, but nah, it's all good. Just the first heat of the day, it always happens.
Yeah, that's the way. And when the conditions are like this, would you want to be first heat of the day and set the benchmark?
Oh God, no.
You like to let a couple come through?
When I got the text last night saying the girls are on, I was, who made that call? Because we are not happy. But it's always nice to get to get the heat out of the way early in the day.
Yeah, I think you're being modest there. I've seen you spend a bit of time over here lately. You've been doing really well in these kind of challenging conditions. Do you think all that practice has paid off?
Yeah, it's been nice. We've had some really fun days over here. So I've gotten to surf a little more around this area because I haven't been up here that much. So yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Stace, and congratulations. Well done, Macy. I don't know, I mean, the call was made. Oki, obviously, I don't think you'll get the blame for that one.
No, it's not me. And there we go, Sayaka up on a little floater there. Was a hard wave to ride, very whitewashy, but she pulled it off. She made the turn. 10 minutes gone. She's the one that strikes first. The other 2 girls have not found a wave yet.
Yeah, well, are they going to give her that score? Was the dismount a little early, or you reckon she hit it, made the flats?
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, we'll see the replay because you've got to be careful there. She wanted to jump off early enough where she could have paddled back out, which it didn't matter actually because now she's going for the ski. So, I mean, for all the competitors, you do got to ride a bit longer just to make sure you've made that wave. Let's see. She takes off. The wave's got a lot of whitewash on it. She finds the lip. It's a half floater. No, she probably did not ride out of that wrap. Good spotting.
She just looked like she was falling backwards a little bit.
Yep.
And, you know, it's that really critical, you know, you've seen it at the very top level of surfing where the competitor actually goes, well, I think I've made it, I'm bailing because the wave's going to, you know, snap behind them. And the judges go, well, you didn't quite land it flush.
No. You know what? At Cabarita, there was a crucial one. It was Jack Robinson in a quarter final. I think it might have even been the semi or the quarter, but he'd done a nice air reverse, landed in the gutter. The wave actually didn't carry. The wave faded out. He made the air, but the whitewash just didn't let him ride out of it, and they claimed it as not made. And Jack wasn't happy about it because it was a good air reverse. It would have been the score, but they said he didn't ride out, and it was the wave that there wasn't enough whitewash. It went into the deep gutter so quick he couldn't. I don't know if you remember that, but yeah. So it's crucial that you've got to ride out of these. The judges want to see you ride for at least a second or 2.
And that's a really rare occurrence where you actually ride out of it, but the wave actually goes the other way.
Yeah. The wave just the wave disappeared.
Yeah.
And they didn't give it to him. It was Jack was he was frustrated with that. And we're going to see him today, and he'll like these conditions, right?
Well, look at this one. There's a lot of stuff happening on this wave.
Nice turn.
Yeah, nice turn.
By India, so she's found the score. Sayaka got a 1.27. Wow, I'm saying they she probably made that. Maybe they gave her a half made, half not, but it was a 1.27. Usually we'd say that's not going to be a keeper, but today it could be.
Well, it nearly was in the last heat.
Yeah.
Now this way, look at this way. Look at all the looks
Yeah.
looks like a cappuccino done wrong.
I'm still waiting for my cappuccino. I ordered it. Yeah, it was a good turn for a wave like that. Like now I can see my cappuccino. It's actually coming my way. Thank you, Rabbit. You're almost trying to steal it from me. Yeah, well, that was a good turn for a wave with that much foam and stuff on it. So it will be the high score. We see Steph. Actually, look at this now. We've got a little window here where it looks like it's actually getting a little cleaner. The tide's coming in, so hang on. We might see that rare barrel, and we could see the queen of surfing, Stephanie Gilmore, in it. That's what I want to see, Rab.
Yeah, well, we've got the high tide. I think it's about 11:30, so it's good to have it in the middle of the day. Incoming tide. This place does love it. Incoming tide from probably about that halfway mark through to the high tide. That's when you'll really see the waves hitting the bank properly.
Yep, yeah, it'll cut down these rips that are coming out too. When the tide goes out, we get more of these eddies that are coming out the rip, which brings the choppy water and the brown water out. You want to avoid that part with the tide coming in. Less of that, Rab.
Well, that's right, mate. And I think we've got Cooper Chapman. He's got having a bit of a chat with Tyler Wright.
Hi guys, we're down here with Tyler Wright. First heat of the day, tricky conditions and winner of the last event, but eliminated in the first heat of the day at the event up here at Stradbroke. How was it out there? Not easy.
Yeah, not easy, but look, it's challenging and that's what we're here for. It's probably, a little French break cross Portugal-esque kind of vibe out there. So yeah, it's going to be shifty.
22 minutes remaining. 22
I feel like
minutes. 22.
it was always going to be, it was kind of one of those ones where you could get an 8 like that, or you could get an absolute 2, which I did a few times. So yeah, look, it's happy to be here. It's, it's a good prep for the upcoming year we're about to get started. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the waves definitely aren't easy out there, but I'm sure you'll be ready for Margaret's, and then hopefully we get some waves next year for the 2021 tour.
Yeah, I think before then, there's a lot of prep that goes into 2021 tour. So this is part of that, and it's good to get out there. But yeah, definitely for me, this time's been a great opportunity to kind of, reset and probably recover a lot more from the last few years and prep for the years coming, I guess. So that's been really good, and yeah, I hope everyone's been making the most of this time and also educating themselves on their prejudice and bias and looking at what connects us all as human beings. So I hope everyone has been taking the time to do that, and I appreciate everyone for the support with the Black Lives Matter protest at the last event, and also to encourage everyone to keep learning and educating themselves. And yeah,
It's awesome to have people like you standing up for amazing matters like that in a world that's changing so much right now. So yeah, thanks Tyler Wright. Awesome to have you over here.
Yeah, no worries, appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thanks, Cooper. Thanks, Tyler. And we'll see you in Margaret River for sure. What a great champion, two-time world champion, Tyler Wright. A great advocate. And, Tyler, she's also got that one eye on the countdown mark, the countdown to 2021.
I liked it. I really liked that interview. She was really positive. We can't forget that Tyler's had a big break. She came back for the last event last year at Honolulu and surfed fantastic. But we should not forget that she's had a huge break. A lot's happened with Tyler. And with that interview, it just showed a lot of confidence. She wasn't dejected. She got knocked out early, but she said it was good for her, because the conditions got the better of it. She acknowledged that. But, and just taking a loss and thinking that's a learning curve for her. And she stated that she's got some good big years coming, on the CT tour, which I like, and I really did like that interview.
Yeah, we're loving the fact that Tyler Wright is back and, so positive and looking forward to the future and really committed to 2021 and the following years. Such a perennial contender for the world title when she's on song, and great for the World Surf League and the World Tour that Tyler Wright is looking to challenge once again.
Yeah, she's back. She's only going to make that title race so much more exciting. I think she's gotten powerfuler during, you know, her break. I love the lay down carve. She's got the lay back snap, the rail grab, cut back, the slice and dice that she does. She's going to make it great. I mean, Rab, the women's have just come so far. You know, like, you know, remember back in the day in the 80s, 90s, you know, there wasn't as many women on tour, and they, you know, weren't, you know, they weren't as looking much like the men. Now they are. You know, the standards risen so high. I mean, I've always loved watching women surfing, but now, you know, it's just everyone loves it, and it's just so exciting, and it's so good to see.
Well, you know, there's so many contenders, and there's such great rivalries, and the excellence is right there across the board with the depth. And but right now, we're going to go to a bonsai brew break.
All the boys were surfing around Main Beach and Southport Surf Club, and they all just gravitated and formed a club, but pretty much based around the talent that is Joe Engel. Dave Rastovich obviously grew up in Southport Surf Club as well. Munga Barry was in North End for many years. Chris Ibis Bennett's icon of the Northern Gold Coast. Coming up to 50 years now as a club, that's a real achievement. People should be really proud of that, and hopefully, you know, 50 years from now, they're looking back at this event as a big part of our history as well, because it's exciting times. Here's to North End.
Well, we just heard from a long-time North End stalwart, Damon Healy, and how's it, the images, the North End board riders, look at the local break they got it for their club rounds, and we're going to see the Ibis a bit later, and obviously Sayaka out here right now in heat number 2 of the girls, so this is exciting times for the club.
Yeah, pretty lucky board riders, aren't they, when they have conditions and a beach break like this to call their local and have their board rider events over here. I mean, you know, Munga Barry, we know him so well, you know, and you know, it's the North End. It's from tip to tip. We come from the other end, and we're up on their end now, and this beach break is world class. There's no doubt about it, and yeah, North End board riders. So who else was in North End board riders, Rab?
Guy Ormerod.
Yes. Okay.
You know, he was, you know, we used to come up against him in the coaching. He was awesome, and he was very good at keeping the boys home on a Friday night before the club comp. Sure. Dominic Whitebrow. Yeah. Joe Engel. Classic.
Like, I mean, Joe Engel used to surf a billabong back in the day when, you know, I'd done some trips with Joe, and geez, he was an unbelievable surfer. Sunset Beach, my goodness, Joe Engel. Smoking Joe, they called him.
Yeah, he was amazing. 2 in a row, Joe. And
yeah, he won Bells Beach, didn't he?
Sayaka
gets a turn in. Stephanie Gilmore with a 0.6 and a 0.43. So the top-seeded girls are having trouble this morning. This is... You've got to work for it, Rab. You've got to try and find it. You know, you just can't wait for that perfect wave today, because it's so rare. I mean, you know, we watched this morning. I think I saw Marlon Harrison get a gem. You know, he got a big barrel, hands behind his back. But just about the only one I've seen this morning. So those red gems are not, you know, they're not out there. They are, but I mean, they're not everywhere. and that turn is pretty nice.
It's a nice turn.
You got Rab. You just got to kind of come down and bring yourself back to that. Might be what gets you through heats here this morning.
I think it's going to be one big slick move per wave. If you get that one slick move, and everything else is going to be a bonus.
Yeah, you mean like a second turn's a bonus?
Oh, totally.
A barrel
Yeah.
is a big bonus.
Yeah, I think so right now.
Okay, let's have a look. It looked like Stephanie Gilmore might have had a look at that left, and the right coming the other way was better. It's just confusing out there, Rab. I mean, I'd like to say I'd like to be out there. I mean, I am really looking forward to a heritage heat that will be coming up later in this event, but this morning it's tricky. The wind, it looks like it's gone southwest a little bit this morning, which is only going to help. Looked like it was trying to go onshore there for a little bit, so it will later. But at the moment we got...
There's Steph.
Oh, Steph, there she goes.
Yeah, Steph down the beach.
Nice turn.
Nice turn by 7-time world champion.
Seven times, Rab, 7 times. One more, and she's going to eclipse Lane Beachley. And who, you know, I mean, in surfing, 7 world titles is a lot. I mean, obviously, we've got that freak of nature called Kelly Slater that's at 11, but,
yeah.
I mean, 7 is just unbelievable, and I can't believe 2 girls have eclipsed that. Do you think this girl right here, Stephanie Gilmore, can get an 8th world title and pass Lane Beachley? Do you think it's possible?
Well, you know, Steph's still really at the top of the game. Where, you know, we see her surfing all the time, and she's just in such great form. The thing about what's awesome about the women's tour is that you know, nobody completely dominates it anymore. I mean, we saw Tyler Wright. I mean, she's back. She won that last event at Honolulu Bay last year. Carissa Moore, you know, just got a 4th world title.
Yep.
And, you know, Carissa was having a break. I mean, I'm not sure what her plans are next year, but she's, you know, if this was her break, then she'll be back. And, of course, Steph, still hungry for that 8th title. But, you know, there's so many other girls as well that are right there nipping at their heels.
You'd have to say, I mean, no, taking nothing away from Lane, but they're harder to get now. I mean, you know, back in Lane's day, there wasn't as many, you know, good surfers. You know, there was definitely a few. But Lane was kind of, you know, in a bit of a separate league. But now, a lot harder. You know, there's about 4 or 5, I can count, maybe even 6 girls that can take each other down, you know, at any time. So, you know, it's exciting. I think Steph can do it. It won't be easy. It won't be easy at all. I think it'll be her hardest feat yet. It'll be her hardest world title yet to get. But I'm backing her. I'd love to see her do it.
I think it's going to be a super exciting year for the women. You know, 2021, the world titles with the new format, with the new championship showdown. I think we're going to see the big 4, the big 5 just really stand out, and then it's going to come down to that world title surge at the end. Now, Steph Gilmore, she got a 4.23, so that's the high mark of this heat for that one slick turn. Still looking to get rid of that 0.60. She's not in safe waters yet, Mark.
No, she's not. It was a nice turn, nice score. I thought it would be around that mark. You know, I mean, for today, probably could have even gone a little higher, but we can just see that the tide's coming in a little bit more organised. It'll get than what we had this morning, but yeah, it's just so great to have some live surfing. We can see some jet ski wake in this wave, but it is peaking up here. Is any girl having a look at it? Here we go.
Well,
ooh, no.
I mean, I guess the feature of this heat has been that each India, Steph and Sayaka have all done one really slick turn on their waves.
They have.
They haven't been able to get that second turn in. So that's the critical point. It's going to be the class of that one turn.
I would, yeah. I mean, the one good turn, and if you get that section, I reckon just, you know, accentuate it. Just, you know, like lay it in harder than you normally would, because it's the, you know, that's all it's presenting at the moment. And if there is a second turn, I'd fight for it, like Tyler did in the first heat. I'd fight for that second turn. Don't even think about not getting out the back, because you've got the jet ski there to take you back out. So if there's a second section there, you've got to absolutely go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see a ride here first by, it looks like India. So this is a smaller wave. She should be hoping to get a second turn. Doesn't quite work out. But the other thing now, I think if I was coaching today, I would really be looking at, like, on those really thick waves, I'd be looking for that snap under the lip and the layback. I think that'll, you know, someone like a Wade Carmichael, I think, would be looking for something like that today. A bit later on, we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I surfed yesterday, not out here, but at Duranbar in the middle of the day, and this kind of short period swell, that's what you kind of want to do. You want to get up really quick and just gain all that speed, because you're often going to have a closeout section coming your way, or a left or right coming at you. You want to get up quick and do that snap before the lip comes down. Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the Harvey Norman heat recap, Mark.
Yep. And this is the best turn of the heat right here. Stephanie extending right there with a nice spray coming out and gets that 4.83 wrap.
And this is that last wave of India. She got that one turn.
That's a nice turn too.
Yeah, and she's just looking for a little finish here and separation from the board.
That's going to make it hard for Sayaka now, because India, that'll be a score too. And Sayaka only needs a 1.67 at the moment. That score will increase after that.
Well, but actually she needs a 1.67 to overcome Steph Gilmore.
Oh, it's true, yeah, and it was India that got that last wave. So, yeah, so that score probably won't change, will it? It's tight. This
is so similar to the last heat. Remember, Sophie McCulloch in that last heat was sitting in third place with about a minute to go, pulled into that barrel, got the 1.87, knocked out the two-time world champion. Now, Sayaka, the local North End board rider wild card, with a minute to go, she sits with second priority, Steph Gilmore with priority. Is that a critical factor?
Wow. And all she needs to do is pull into a closeout barrel. No, I'm only joking, but I mean, but in hindsight, that's kind of all she does need. I mean, one turn, one closeout barrel, it's not a big score wrap. That's what I'm trying to say. And you can see Stephanie kind of sitting next to her. She's not that far away, so she's in a blocking position right now with priority. She's not paddling next to her, but it doesn't seem like she cares a whole lot. But in the back of her mind, and you know, and how smart Stephanie is, she's probably acting like she's not sitting on her, but she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, as we know, these random peaks, if you're on the spot, you could be like seriously 1 metre away, and you get
can't
it.
block.
And she didn't
Nearly
go that
there.
way.
There was a left right there for Sayaka. She did not go that, but you're so right. You can almost be shoulder to shoulder with priority and not be able to block. That's how intense and short these peaks are. But Rab, heat's done and dusted.
Well, this time we know that there was no late heroics no score waiting. Steph Gilmore is through. India Robinson, a good win there. A good solid heat win by India. And, well, that's a wrap for Heat 2. We'll have the Harvey Norman break now and bring in the new panel.
There we go.
Well, welcome to the Gold Coast Boost Mobile Pro here at Stradbroke Island, live for the very first time. What a fantastic event so far. Big thanks to Rabs and Occy for holding the fort and giving us the insight into the first two heats, which saw Tyler Wright, the current Jeep leaderboard champion and two-time world champion, eliminated. Kate, bit of a shock.
It definitely was. Bit of an upset for the morning and a bit of a surprise. We're joined here with Ellie Brooks. Thank you for joining us in the Harvey Norman Lounge, Ellie. It's great to have you on board.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you.
What did you see in that last heat that, it was definitely a close one for Steph too? Two top seeds finding it a little hard out there.
Yeah, I think the waves look pretty tricky, and I guess you could get like a really good one, or you could just get a closeout or nothing. But I mean, I thought she might have tried to get the 1 point that she needed just to like get into the lead, but I guess both girls go through anyway, so that's good.
Yeah, look, tricky conditions out here today, and we've seen that with the girls, and as Rabs and Occy pointed out so rightly, one big turn is probably what the order of the day is so far. We're just watching live vision now.
Zali Kelly on a quick one to start the heat,
which is pretty good because most of the girls have taken a few minutes to get sorted, but Zali off on an early one. In this heat, we've got Kate, we've got Nikki Van Dyke, Zali Kelly and Piper Harrison.
Looks like Nikki's had a wave early in the heat. I'm sure we'll get to see that one coming up soon. Great matchup for these girls. I think, it's an exciting one for Zali, no doubt, to be part of this CT experience. She only missed qualifying by one spot last year, so very exciting. I know Piper Harrison would be enjoying the moment as well. She's had a few free serves. She gets to come and surf up here a little bit, being from the Gold Coast. I know Nikki definitely has had some time up here as well. You would have been seeing her surf around Snapper the last few months, Ellie?
Yeah, she's been ripping. I've seen her out D-Bar and Snapper like every day, so that's cool. That wave looked pretty good too.
Yeah, not a bad turn, that one, and obviously the girls going head-to-head, and as we mentioned, really tricky conditions, shifting peaks right along, tide starting to roll in, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for the girls, but it's going to be, picking those little gems and really getting that first turn, which is really going to give them that score that they basically need. We saw the girls early in the last two heats struggle a little bit with that, but as the heat wore on, they got into a little bit of a rhythm and started to find their pace, as did Steph in the last heat. What do you think the girls need to do, Kate, in this one? Like, what's your strategy?
I think, Nikki's just shown some really, all her experience in the fact she could find a little runner there that allowed two turns. Unfortunately, she did fall on that second one, but, the first turn allowed her to still get the 4.4. So it just goes to show that probably we would have gone up into a, quite a close to an excellent score if she was able to get that second turn in. I think, there's a lot to be said about looking for those little runners on the inside here at Straddy today. It's definitely is tricky, but yeah, as the tide does change, it'll be interesting to see what that does to the lineup. Ellie, have you surfed it in conditions like this very often?
I've surfed it a couple of times, but not as tricky as this looks. I mean, Straddy on a good day can be hard, so this will be interesting just to see how the girls go, but I know Piper's surfed out here like a whole bunch of times and she charges pretty big waves, so hopefully she gets an opportunity.
Now, Ellie, you were on standby for this event, weren't you? And unfortunately, you suffered an injury. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I was surfing an event up the coast and I just went to do an end turn and heard a big pop, and turns out that I fully ruptured my ACL. So, and as I found out the result, Will actually called me and I was like, oh, it's the worst news, worst timing, but I get to still be involved in the event here, so that's cool.
So looking at it in hindsight, I mean, you can watch the girls now. We've got Piper up. Yeah. Kind of did a nice little turn there, but kind of got knocked off by that white water on the inside there, Kate.
Yeah, I think, Piper's strategy, it seems that she obviously wanted to get one quick one on the board. From the other heats, you could tell that was an advantage. Zali's looking for her second ride here. Nice little carve, and then just hits that inside section that definitely is a dredgy one, and possibly where Macy may have pulled that plug out of her board earlier, right before her heat, which was a bit of drama to start the day. She did well to come back with a win in that one. reset herself.
Yeah, just in case you're wondering, we opened the show and Macy had a big fin chop in the back of her board. She's running along the beach. The heat had started and she had a little bit of a late start, but she got out there and did it.
You can see the mix-up swell there. Sorry, Reg. Definitely interesting perspective there, just how difficult that is. You've got a little bit of a mixed-up east swell with a little bit of north, so there's Piper's replay as well. Just, quick one on the board. We saw that some one-point rides do get you through the heat, so probably a smart one just to get a quick one under the belt to start with.
Absolutely, and pulling into the barrel, as Ockie and Rabs pointed out in that first heat with Tyler, I mean, she was kind of looking to get through, and then that little closeout barrel at the end kind of saw her get pipped at the last minute. So I think the girls are really going to have to pick the eyes out of what they've got, go for that big turn, and if they can get a little cover up or pull in, that's going to give them the points, hopefully, to get through, because as we've seen so far, not a high-scoring event so far, but in typical conditions, the girls are doing what they can.
Did you just, we're seeing here with Nikki Van Dijk just taking off on a pretty steep little takeoff. She's making the most of this one, as we see Piper having a little bit of trouble getting out on the ski there. Obviously with that amount of push in the waves, it's put them close to the shore and made it a little bit tricky for the drivers today. They're doing a great job.
Absolutely, and a lot more surfing action happening in this heat as we've seen in the last two. I mean, it was a little bit slow kicking off at the beginning in the first two heats, but these girls are starting to get a little bit of a rhythm and a little bit more flow, and are certainly starting to pick the eyes out of what's available.
Looks like Nikki's trying to find a ski to get back out there.
And Ellie, do you find it's a bit of an advantage starting off the comp in that heat 3 or 4, so you get a chance to watch the first couple of heats of the day?
Yeah, I think the first heat's always like a test run, and then the second 2 heats it kind of, I don't know, you feel a bit more relaxed, but yeah, the first heat's always a bit tricky because you don't know where to sit, whereas like second and third you can watch the girls and get a better idea.
Quite solid conditions out there today, as we've mentioned earlier, 5-6 feet and very punchy, as the guys mentioned earlier. When you surf South Straddy, you're going to get flogged.
Here's Nikki's replay just here, little corner, probably thinking of that strategy of just getting a second wave under her belt, wanting to make sure she finishes it off, which she does. Quite tricky through that little bit of a bumpy, foamy section. And
that's just pushed Nikki up into first place with this at the moment. So that's given her the score that she needs. She's on a 7.37, is that it, at the moment? So looking good with her 2 waves at the moment. Piper Harrison still looking for a decent score. No doubt there's still 20 minutes left, so a fair bit of time to pick that up.
Oh, how's that thing? That's
right
a board breaker, yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone is too ashamed to bail at South Straddy when you get caught inside.
She
you cop one on the head. Oh, it's a snap board.
Oh,
no.
Oh, dear. Well, this will be some great experience for Piper to reset. She's still got 20 minutes on the clock, so, I think in a QS heat, that's a whole heat. So she's got a little bit of time just to do a bit of deep breathing, reset, and get back out there. So hopefully she's got one of the Harrison family members there on the beach. I'm sure Marlon's probably running down with the board right now.
For sure.
What a lot of excitement in this heat. This has definitely started off. I think, Zali's done a great job as well of getting 2 scores quickly on the board. I think Stace Galbraith's coaching her down there as well as commentating. He's doing a great job at double roll today.
There we see her brother Marlon, who got probably a standout wave before the actual comp started this morning, waiting with her backup board.
I've been had the pleasure of working with Marlon. He's one of the Talent ID surfers we've had down at Casuarina the last few days.
We're just watching that bail from Piper there, which snapped her board. Unfortunately for her, she's got a little bit of a trip into the beach, and her brother, as you've been training down at the Australian Surfing...
at Surfing Australia's High Performance Program. Yeah, it's been a fantastic week. Marlon's been a great performer in the last few days. He wanted to come and watch his sister, which is fantastic, and you can just see now it's paying off that he was there.
For sure. I think they support each other so well. Like, every competition I see, they're both down there helping each other, which is cool.
Well, you see it with the Wright family too. I mean, we've seen that for a fair few years. Owen, Mikey and Tyler all supporting each other. And through those difficult times that Owen had and through Tyler's difficult times, they've all been there in support of those guys. So, you know, a little bit of sibling love is always a good thing.
I wonder if she's on a little bit of a bigger board now, if she was on a step up and now she's gone to a short board, or if it's the other way around.
All right, we're just going to cross down to one of Narrabeen's finest, who's living up here on the coast, Cooper Chapman. Cooper, what's happening?
Yeah, g'day guys. I'm down here on the beach with Marlon Harrison. His sister just snapped a board. What sort of advice were you giving her out there on a little run around with a new board?
Well, just breathe through it. Just kind of it's not the end of the world. Just kind of just go out there and just send it again. It's pretty pumping out there right now. So hopefully Papa gets a couple. Yeah,
well, I definitely saw you stand in a couple big caverns this morning. So hopefully your sister can finish the heat with a few of them. And I don't think it's going to be the first snap board we're going to see today out there.
Yeah.
Plenty of swell, so yeah. Good luck to Piper at the end of it, eh?
Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Cooper, how is it down on the beach there, mate?
Yeah, there's plenty of swell out there. The tide's getting a little bit higher. I think we're going to see a few more broken boards. Hopefully that wind stays good and the guys can find a few of the tubes. The girls are finding it pretty tricky, I think, right now with the moving water, but yeah, conditions are beautiful.
A lot of water moving around that we're seeing. Are they finding it a little bit difficult to kind of pick the spot to sit? Are they getting pushed out of position?
Yeah, like everyone who's surfed Stradbroke before knows, those ribs just pop up here and there. It's really similar to the beach breaks in France and Portugal. And I was just speaking to Steph before, and she said she was just teabagging out there trying to find the right spot. But yeah, hopefully as the ribs settle themselves down, we'll see some really good waves.
Good stuff, mate. Thank you.
So easy, guys.
So, Kate, what's Piper's strategy now? I mean, she's broken a board. She's had a little bit of a swim in. She's had probably, a little bit rattled, and now she's back out there again. What has she got to do?
I can see that she's got priority, so I think that'll definitely give her a little bit of belief that she's going to be on that next good one that comes through. I think though it is an advantage, and Noki mentioned it earlier, is to keep an eye on coming in a little bit with the amount of water that is moving. It could move you off the bank quite easily. You saw Nikki then just coming on the inside trying to get one, and it looks like Piper's going to go for this one now. She's missed it, so it looks like she'll actually lose priority. And it'll go over to Nikki Van Dyke. So a bit of an unfortunate one for Piper, but she might be able to snag a little one on the inside here.
All right, we see Piper there on just a little one, just jumped up and pulled off, decided not to continue with that one. I suppose that's just a little bit of a nerve settler.
Yeah, it could be. And, Piper's no newbie to some solid waves. I know that the last few swells she's been up at Straddy and up the coast a bit further, getting some really solid waves. She loves it. She loves surfing Hawaii, and G-Land, all sorts of different challenging waves. So I'd say her strategy is just to try and snag a couple of little inside ones where she can at least get one turn in, and then perhaps she'll wait for a bigger one.
Well, we've reached the halfway point in this heat, which is heat number 3 of the women's round. We'll be following the first round of the girls with the men's, and that'll be coming up very shortly. And no doubt we'll see some fantastic surfing there. The lineup of men's surfers is awesome, and it'll be great to see Owen and Mikey and the likes of such out there doing what Wade Carmichael and as Oki and Rab said, no doubt we'll be seeing maybe some airs and a few things like that. But at the moment, the girls are doing battle. We've got Nikki Van Dyke out in front with a 2-wave score, which is keeping her in first place. And of course, Zali Kelly not close behind Piper Harrison. Well, she's got her work cut out for her girls.
Yes, she definitely does. Ellie, do you think that this, opportunity for the girls to be able back in the water, putting the rashies on, bit of an advantage to get to practice calming those nerves, settling it down a little bit and focusing on sort of what that job is at hand? Do you think this is a great opportunity for them to be practicing that before the QS starts next year?
Yeah, definitely. I think any event, is so important, and it's cool that WSL have put these on so that the girls can practice and just get back into the rhythm of things. I guess it's always going to be a little bit nerve-wracking at the start, but I don't know, I think they enjoy it so much anyway.
Well, I mean, look, they're elite competitors,
Yeah.
and they love to compete. The more you compete, the more it hones your skill in what you actually do. These girls got a big year ahead of them next year, and it's great to have these specialty events. I think the WSL has done a great job in having the Australian Grand Slam of Surfing, 3 really good specialty events, and I'm loving the 2-day format. I think they're calling it a strike mission, and that's exactly what it is. I think, in and out in 2 days is fantastic. No second chances, elimination off the top, and it certainly puts the pressure on, and you really know that you're in a competitive space, and I think that really sets you up for what's ahead and what the girls are going to be facing next year.
Definitely a great opportunity to get ready for 2021. I think, great to see the CT girls and the high QS rated girls being able to match it together in a CT event. It is very well done to WSL, putting on a challenging event at a new location, not been done before. I think just even the logistics of getting across the Spitz are a bit of a tricky one. I'd be thinking, how as a competitor would I be having my wet bag on my back as I get off the ski? We've just got another paddle here from Nikki, just trying to lay a little bit more rail into that one. Definitely tricky with a bit of foam.
Quite a nice top turn on that one as well. As we said, it's that one turn that is really going to get some big points from the girls.
So, Ellie, what would you be doing in Zali's position? I guess she's just got a wave then. She needs a 4.57. Would it change your tactics at this point with 12 minutes to go?
I mean, she looked like she had a pretty good dig then on that one. It looked like it almost was going to barrel, but I mean, it's so tricky because you can easily lose priority out there when you paddle and not get one. But Nikki seems...
Just watching the replay here.
Oh, Piper.
Yeah, all 3 girls got a wave on that last little exchange. We're looking at Nikki's wave now.
Yeah,
and a nice little top turn there.
It's going to be interesting how the judges are separating this. A late takeoff by Zali. She,
so close.
Almost tucked under the lip of that one.
Yeah, it was almost, if she's just a little bit, as Ockie and Rabs were mentioning earlier, backdooring those little sections, and just probably a little bit of a missed opportunity there. We might throw to a bonsai brew break and then come back.
The Australian Grand Slam of Surfing introduces the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, presented by Boost Mobile, the official telecommunications partner of the World Surf League Australia. Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. Tourism and Events Queensland and the City of Gold Coast, the official strategic partners of the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast. Bonsai, the official soy milk of the World Surf League Australia. Harvey Norman, the official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia.
And we're back live from South Stradbroke Island, where we just see a massive wipeout here with Piper Harrison just going down the gurnals. And, look, it's unfortunate for her because she probably needed that wave and stay on her feet. But, they kind of just bottom out those waves, and a bit of an airdrop caught a rail.
She snapped another board.
Oh, my goodness. She had the right idea on that one as well. It was, she just tried to knife into it. And, I think for Piper, that you know, she'd probably do that with her eyes closed generally. So
Yeah.
I think it's, it'd be interesting to talk to her afterwards around how she felt resetting as that wave was approaching her. But now that she's broken another board, she might need to borrow Marlins. I don't know if she's
Yeah.
going to have more than two boards at the beach. So bit of excitement here at Stradbroke.
Poor kid should be sitting out there thinking, "Oh my God, what do I have to do? What do I can't get a win a
catch
trick
a
at the moment?"
break,
No,
yeah.
absolutely. But look, you know. These girls are all elite athletes, and they managed to get that mindset back in, you know, back in focus and get back out there and do what they have to do. But it'll be interesting to see if we can get Cooper down there to have a chat to Marlon again on how many boards she's got left and what's she going to do.
She's on Marlon's board now.
There
so
you go.
Yeah, it's great that they've got a couple of options down there for her. But you're exactly, you know, you're very right there, Reg. They're experienced surfers. Piper's had, you know, definitely a lot of experience in some challenging waves and challenging heats. So I'm sure she'd be able to have the ability to turn it around.
Okay, we're crossing now to Cooper down on the beach. Cooper, a second board snap by Piper, and of course Marlon's standing on the beach with you. He won't want the third board snap, that's for sure, because it's his.
Yeah, mate, I'm down here with Marlon again. It seems like this happened all too often for old Piper, but yeah, what's going to happen in the end of heat for her? She's on your board now, yeah?
Yeah, it's a couple extra inches bigger, so see how we go. I think she'll go good. But yeah, I feel like that last one was just too good to be true. It was the biggest little double up and she had to go. So she packed it. I'm proud of her.
Yeah, good on her. You got to have a go. So hopefully she can come in with the big barrel on your board.
Come on, let's go. Bring
Good
it
on
home. Woo!
Good on you, Cooper. We just saw Nikki Van Dyke just get a really, really nice wave. 2 nice turns, girls.
Impressive. That's got to be the best score of the day so far, I'd say.
Absolutely. That wave kind of just did it for her, and it kind of held up, and she had a nice clean face there. We've got Zali Stegel, just did a nice little turn there, working her way through the white water here. Sorry, Zali Kelly. But yeah, finishing that wave. But that wave of Nikki Van Dyke was fantastic, girls.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that, you know, she's read the section really well. Rabbit did say that earlier. You know, you got to surf it turn by turn at this place, and it is cleaning up a little bit more. So it'll be great to see this replay of Nikki's. She's positioned herself really well. Just a bit tricky there as it started to flatten out, but she just read it really, really well, coming back to the pocket and then finishing it with that turn. And then Zali's taking off in a similar place, it looks like, and she's just seen that section coming at her, and she's read it great. She's, yeah, been able to change of direction, which the judges are going to like. You know, they're going to be looking for on rail, bit of spray. Yeah, just those critical sections that are popping up, making the most of those.
And conditions look like they've cleaned up a fair bit. As that tide's pushed in, you know, there's a little bit more wall to work off, and the wind seems to have just dropped that little bit, and it can make a big difference here at Stradbroke Island. You know, with a beach break setup, you know, you get a little bit too much wind or a little bit of a wobbly swell, and can make the difference between actually, you know, finishing wave cleanly or actually, you know, not being able to do that. And we just saw that last wave from Nikki Van Dyke, and that was fantastic. She should drop a couple of good score for that one.
It looks like she may have got a 517 for that wave. So she's counting a 517 and a 4. So 2 great scores. So she received a 5 from 2 judges and a 5.5. Definitely going to have an impact on her scores. There's 5 minutes remaining, and I can imagine that Piper's really hungry for one of those waves as well. She's got a great carve on her. You know, what Zali did was quite smart. You probably don't want to be hitting those closeout sections when you don't have a solid score under your belt. So she's done a little wrap underneath the lip, and
there's Piper now.
She doesn't need too big of a score. She only needs a 2.5.
Well, I mean, we can't. You know, she certainly had a run of bad luck over this kind of thing. So she's doing quite well. And as you mentioned so rightly, Ellie, that she doesn't need a huge score at the moment. We might go and have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap at this stage. As we watch the girls out there.
Got Nikki up on that first wave of the heat. Just, yeah, found really, really good to be able to find that little inside one, but then just unfortunately caught a rail. I think the girls had the strategy to start off quickly in the heat and make sure they got a couple under their belt. They'd watched the girls in the first 2 heats sit around and wait, and then we had the drama of Piper breaking her first board. and Marlon there for her, and then this one where she just,
that was solid.
That was
Just
solid.
caught that edge there.
It actually looked like it was going to close out. It would have been a tricky one to pull into, breaking 2 boards in the heat.
It's amazing how, you know, look, it just, if she would have just landed that, you know, she could have been right up there with Nikki Van Dijk with a big score, and certainly shaking up this heat. With just 3.5 minutes remaining, Piper Harrison off that last wave has moved into second place.
I wonder, Zali looked like she just got a pretty good one then too.
So we'll be waiting for scores to drop at the moment. If you've just joined us, we are live from Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, and some drama already, girls. In the first couple of heats, we saw Tyler Wright, Jeep leaderboard champion, eliminated in the first round. Steph Gilmore leaving it to the very end in her heat to get through, and Piper Harrison breaking 2 boards.
And we just saw Zali Kelly in that replay. She navigated that bumpy section really well, and it's, you know, going to be really important for the girls to finish off that last section. And I'd really love to see, you know, those open faces, some really committed turns. I think as the girls now, as they get a few scores under their belt, I know they've got the ability to lay a little bit more on rails. So looking forward to seeing that.
Definitely.
Well, about 2.5 minutes remaining. As we mentioned, Piper Harrison has moved into second place. She does have priority at the moment. No, she's dropped back down after those scores have dropped from Zali.
Yes, it looks like Zali's got a score about a 4.5, I think it might be. We'll just wait for those scores to come through. Well played. She's, great strategist in a heat, Zali. I think she, has played this quite well. Very smart. Watching how Nikki's got a couple of those runners. And here we've got a little paddle on the inside where Nikki's had a look.
Yeah, decided to not go that one. It's
Piper.
It's Piper again.
She had the arm in the face then to slow down, and the right idea, but just nothing on the face, didn't run off. And this swell direction does happen a bit at Straddy, so it will be tricky to find some big open barrels. I think Marlon was quite lucky early this morning and managed to snavel a couple.
And no doubt that it's solid out there, as we've seen. There's a couple of broken boards, and the girls struggling in a lot of ways to pick off the gems and to find a good turn and a good open face to do something. But they're all professionals, and they're all going about what they have to do. And of course, you surf to the conditions. Is that right, Ellie? I mean,
yes.
When you're out there, you've just got to surf to the conditions.
Yes, and it looks like the conditions have changed in this heat. So I guess we've seen Nikki and Zali adapt very well. And I know Piper's had 2 broken boards, so it's a worst case scenario. But I think she still has, maybe an opportunity if a one just wedges up for her. But
well, the clock's really counting down now with just under 40 seconds remaining. But, you've got to give it to Piper. I mean, what a heat she's had for a young girl. She's held her composure. She's got out there and got a couple more waves. Here we see
Nikki's on another one.
Another
just
little wave.
Didn't allow her. I would have really loved even just that one turn.
Yeah.
I think having it in your mind just to make that one turn, really
Big
that
one
moment
turn.
count.
Yeah.
And if you get a second opportunity, then
bonus.
that's a definite bonus. And we've got Piper. She's not giving up. That's showing that determination in her. That's for sure. And she's hit another bumpy section.
A lot of waves being ridden in this heat, which is great to see. It does look like at this stage, with that heat just wrapping up, that Nikki Van Dijk and Zali Kelly will progress through to the quarterfinals. Girls,
what an exciting heat. I'm on the edge of my chair watching it. I think it's just fantastic to see the jerseys back on and these high calibre of surfers just up against each other. But congratulations to Piper for managing some really tricky obstacles that came her way.
She had a good dig.
And I'm sure Marlon's really stoked that she's actually got his board back on the beach in one piece.
And we've got the next heat out in the water now with Isabel Nichols in red, Keely Andrews in black, and Dimity Stalls in white.
All right, we'll be back shortly here live with the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast from South Stradbroke Island. An historic event. Stoked to be a part of it. Well, we're back live here at South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro. It is part of the Australian Grand Slam of Surfing, the second event that we're having after the Tweed Pro, which was won and run just recently in pretty good waves. Nice conditions out here this morning. The girls are here. Heat number 4, where we'll see Isabella Nichols, Keely Andrew and Dimity Stolly out there and doing battle in challenging conditions, to say.
Yes, I think it does look like it has cleaned up a little bit from the earlier heats this morning, and they've had the opportunity to watch the other girls and perhaps some of the challenges that they've had in the earlier heats. So I no doubt they're learning from that. Looks like Keely's coming in, whether she's just had a wave or she's looking for the ski. Here he is. So here's the replay. She's trying to get a little bit of speed on that dead section, but makes the most of that. I love that snap that she does.
As we mentioned earlier, it's that one big turn that's certainly getting the scores. That wasn't a bad turn for her opening wave, and no doubt she'll be using that as her benchmark as she moves through this heat. Nice to get one under the belt straight off the bat as well. Yeah,
it looked like she had a bit of trouble trying to keep that speed through that bit of a warble, so be interesting to hear what she is riding. And obviously just came in to get the ski back out there a little bit easier than trying to punch through those heavy sections, Ellie.
I don't think she'd want to do a Piper, snap another board or snap 2 boards in 30 minutes. So she's probably just playing it safe by not, having to bail or, break her equipment.
And great to have Tourism Events Queensland on board, promoting the Gold Coast to the world. It's wonderful to have their support for events like this, and of course showcasing this wonderful place where we live. And tourism is our lifeblood. And as we watch, well, that was just an unfortunate little take off her. But
she's surfing so well. That was so stylish, the way that she just adjusted herself then to make sure she's still got a little cover up.
Yeah, I saw on the highlight reel that she got some pretty good barrels the other day, so it was nice to see, one of the girls at least try and then get a little chew.
Well, that's the first real kind of little cover-up that we've seen throughout the event, and I thought she might have just at the beginning, I thought she just did that little speed check and might have just missed it, but obviously she saw what we didn't, and that thing just opened up towards the end, and she'll probably get a good score for this.
Yeah, she slowed herself down here. She saw that section obviously coming and realised that it was going to be a little bit quick at the end, so well navigated.
Sick, the way you see her feet move, like on her board. It's just like sometimes we don't get to see that, but you can see how she kind of like shuffled forward and then shuffled back.
Well, it's a very tricky wave. I mean, you can't just sit in the one spot, can you? I mean, you can lose that speed and lose that energy, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, quick up, and off you go. So all over it on that wave, and no doubt she'll pull a good score for that one.
And I know Bella's just recently got her ski licence, and she's bought a ski, so she's had a little bit more opportunity to come over to study, and so I think that's paying off. A bit more time in some punchy waves. And we're very lucky on the coast that we've got such a variety of different waves, and the footage that was shown before, I think it just highlights how magic this area is. You've got incredible wave options, but you've also got the hinterland that's incredible with the waterfalls and just, magic place to live.
You can understand why everyone wants to move to Queensland. I spoke to Cooper Chapman in the car park yesterday, and he's moved to the northern New South Wales, and I said to him, you're going to spend a bit of time up here? He said, I won't be going home. He said, why would you want to go home? And I think that's the sentiment with everyone that lives up in this part of the world. It is actually fantastic, and we're encouraging tourism. Tourism is the lifeblood of this area, and we really need tourists, and once the borders are open and people can travel, they'll come and see this wonderful spectacle.
And Reg,
that we
you
have.
can just see here that commitment from Isabella's paid off. She's got a 7.5 from the judges, so great to see that high score coming through, because it's definitely tricky to navigate this swell at the moment with the little lumps and bumps.
Certainly one of the strongest waves we've seen throughout the event so far. And as we mentioned, probably the only barrel, and hopefully we'll see a few more as this tide kind of sort of rolls in.
Perhaps we've just had a bit of morning sickness. It could be really starting to turn on, and a little bit of north on it. hopefully it won't mess it up too much. Yeah, but that was exciting to see, and I know that Keely and Dimmitt would be thinking out there, oh my gosh, what did she do to get a 7?
Yeah, you can definitely tell that, you know, the judges want to see barrels too, like.
Absolutely, and they're going to get rewarded for it.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, big top turns and a big first turn, finishing your wave nicely, even in the tricky conditions with all that white water moving around. And of course, barrels are going to get the points for these girls. And as we can see, a 7 points.
7.5. Yeah, great score.
A good score.
So Dimitti's got priority. She's a accomplished surfer, Dimity. You've had a couple of heats on the QS with her, Ellie?
Yeah, I've had a couple with Dim, Belle and Keely, so that's cool. This is a good heat, I reckon.
Yeah, the Gold Coast crew and Sunshine Coast. We've got the, it's great opportunity for these girls. They would have had a few heats together, and you must be feeling a little bit disappointed that you're not out there with them.
Yeah, I definitely have a little bit of, you know.
How's the water moving around in here in this inside
crazy
section here? This big sandy eddy that's just pushing the girls around. Obviously, it's going to push them out of position, and you know, it's always a challenge to kind of find that position after you get caught in one of those, and you've got to reset, got to look onto the beach and find out where you're going to sit, where you're going to be, and hopefully you're in the right spot for when the next one comes through.
It's definitely a great point, Reg. I think that, you know, having a bit of ocean awareness while you're out there and you're in the moment, you're wanting to, you know, be focusing on your heat and just staying aware of the conditions, because if you just sat on the edge of that rip, is it going to, you know, create a little bowled up section? And because they're moving all the time, you've really got to stay aware.
We've got Cooper Chapman who caught up with Nikki Van Dyke, so we'll have a chat to Cooper.
Right, hey guys, we're down here with Nikki Van Dyke, winner of heat number 3. 5.17, 4 points. You've got to be happy with that start to your campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. It was victory at sea out there. Piper snapped 2 boards. It was all happening. So yeah, pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, how tricky is it? I know you love getting tubed, as we all do as surfers. How hard is it to pull back and try and get some turns in to make the heat?
Yeah, I know. I think when we rocked up this morning, it was quite messy. So I kind of knew weren't going to be many options for barrels, but this beach is so incredible. I think we're so lucky to be surfing here, and yeah, hopefully the rest of the day pulls through.
Yeah, fingers crossed, wave's going to be good, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thanks. See ya.
Yeah, good stuff, Coop. Thank you. We're back live at South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro. We saw Isabella Nichols just get a really, really lovely wave, and Keely Andrew on another one just after that. Still waiting for Dim to open up her real scoring chance at the moment. She's sitting on a 1 at the moment, but no doubt, there's still plenty of time left in this heat.
Yeah, it's you know, your strategy, it's a bit tricky when you think, you know, if I take off a little deep, I might snag a barrel on one. But I think finding those corners is a bit of a key for the first couple of scores that you want to get on the board. You just saw Keely getting a bit deep on that section. Oh. There aren't many barrels, as we know, out there, but Bella did snag a 7.5 on that fantastic one earlier in the heat.
So the skis have got their work cut out for them as well. As we watch the boys try to negotiate to get out the back and get these girls back into position. A big playing field, girls, for the for this event. A lot of shifting peaks and just getting the girls back into the lineup.
Great to have the skis. WSL have done a fantastic job at making sure that the girls and the guys that are surfing in the heats are well supported. I think the effort that it takes to get back out and be in the lineup, you know, we can see more performance happening with the skis. So,
well, the Red Bull Water Patrol guys, they are the best at what they do, and if you ever want anyone to get you into the right spot, they're the guys to do it.
You can see those, Oki was talking earlier about a few chip-ins. This set might provide that opportunity for a couple of the girls. We know Isabel's got priority at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see what she does with that. She's just over a little wide on that section. Gee, that is heaving on the inside, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now they're going to get caught under this next one.
That's a pretty solid set that's just rolled through. Probably one of the bigger ones we've seen this morning. Unfortunately, no one kind of did a little chip off the top of that one and rolled into it. But
yeah, that wide shot really does give you perspective, doesn't it? There is that dominant bank that it looks like, sort of right out where they're sitting now. But if those bigger sets come through and you're able to snag one of those, I think it gives you that opportunity for either a nice setup carve and then into a big inside section. I'd be hoping for one of those, but if you're waiting out there too long, you might end up missing part of the heat. Maybe that's what's happened to Dim. She's maybe come in a little bit further now.
Do you think what's going through her mindset at the moment? 17 minutes to go. She's sitting on a low-scoring wave. She's certainly got her work cut out for her. Ladies, what do you think?
Well, we saw Tyler in the first heat get 2 waves within like 5 minutes. So I feel like, there's 17 minutes is still a long time out there.
And Dimity's a seasoned, professional. She knows that what kind of wave she's looking for. She's not going to go something that's just probably going to give her a 1. I think she knows this wave quite well, and she'd be pretty clear with what her plan is, I'd say. She's got the potential to get a really high score with just doing a couple of turns if there isn't an opportunity to get a barrel. So, all these girls do.
Well, we do know there's gems out there, as we saw with Isabella's first wave and that little barrel that she got. And here she is again. Another nice little turn. She works her way down the line. A couple of turns on this one, which was something that we haven't seen a lot of. It's usually just been the one big turn, but she's managed to put 3 into that, which will be another high-scoring wave for her, no doubt.
Yeah, looking for that little inside one, which, it's not a bad option, really, when she's got a 7.5. She just needs a backup score. Now she can maybe wait for another better quality wave that probably allows a little bit more of scoring opportunity.
Yeah. And you ladies know better than anyone that, when you get out there and you nail that big score right off the top, it certainly puts your nerves at ease. It gets you into the right place, the right headspace, so you can then consolidate on what you need to do, as opposed to having 15 minutes to go like Dimity has, and you've got the pressure all on you.
Yeah, and I think this is an interesting point because they're at an event where there's no crowds. It does feel a lot different, I'm sure, for them. As we just see here, Keely Andrews, she paddled onto that one and it ran away from her, unfortunately. That would have been a bit disappointing for Keely. But not having any crowds down there, there's a lot of a different, it's a smaller contest side. It's definitely a different environment, and I wonder how that's affecting some of their preparation coming into this heat.
Just a little bit of a replay of Isabella's last wave.
Yeah, it's not a bad backup.
No. A couple of nice turns, yeah.
She got a 3.93 for that one. So, it's definitely putting her in a comfortable first place position. Keely needs an 8.1.
Just consolidating her standing at the moment in this heat.
But Dimity's not far off Keely. So that's going to be a good battle for these next 14 minutes. And interesting to see what tactic that they'll both take. Will they go for a little inside one just to chip off a score, or will they wait for a set? I know Dimity likes to often wait and get a big score under her belt, but it'll be great to just see what she decides to do.
And as you mentioned earlier, Kate, no spectators on this event because of COVID. It's a broadcast only, and you can watch it online on wsl.com.au or on Fox. But certainly a little bit of a different atmosphere down on the beach for the competitors, not having anyone kind of cheering and watching on. These girls are probably enjoying just having the tranquility out there.
I think we're about to go to a bonsai brew break.
All right, the bonsai brew break will be back shortly after a look at what bonsai have to dish up. We're back live at South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro. Kate and Ellie Brooks sitting in the Harvey Norman Lounge. Interesting heat so far, girls.
Definitely, and Bella has just got another wave under her belt, and it's going to be putting a bit of pressure on the girls. It looks like perhaps that they've got a little bit out of position, Ellie.
Yeah, I think so. I think Bella just got another one though, but maybe she was a little wider down the beach. I'm not too sure.
Well, we've just seen Dimity just jump up into second place. Obviously, quite happy with her last score. And Isabel is still holding that solid position out in front. Now the work's all cut out for Keely.
Oh, and Keely looks like she just got another wave as well. We're going to get a little bit of a look at it here. An interesting scenario.
Yeah.
So Bella must have had priority.
Oh, so that was the wave she got. Oh no, that was another wave. Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, she took advantage of having that priority, which was a smart one. You can see that the girls are taking this very seriously, like points are on the line. And so that's wonderful to see. I know they're all strong competitors. They love it. They thrive off it. So they'd be excited to be back in the jersey, and they're not going to let anyone take any inch off them.
I was chatting to Bella after the Tweed Coast Pro, and she just seemed so hungry for this event. Like, she just really wanted to have a good go.
That was a nice wave for Dim. Just had the ability just to get one turn in there. And this is the one where we can see Dim's realised that she couldn't continue on that wave because Bella had priority.
That would have been a good wave too.
Absolutely, she's
that
probably
was the score.
And this is the 483 from Zali Kelly. Oh, sorry, wrong heat. We got Keely Andrew. Sorry, Keely.
But Dim would have been just kind of pretty bummed about that, because that was a really nice looking wave, and I think it would have been a high scoring wave for her, which is exactly what she needs to get back into this heat with just on 10 minutes remaining. But hey, that's how it is, priority.
Well, and Keely's taken advantage of that. She managed to get that score, and I think, she's a CT surfer. She's got so much experience. She'd be thinking of every opportunity she can and taking advantage of it. It was great to see that she had a little bit more open face to work with on that one.
And in these challenging conditions where you really got to pick the eyes out of the gems and really try to find something that you can actually, try to get some high-scoring points from, you're not going to sit back and not use your priority. You're not going to take advantage of whatever advantages you've got to make you progress, get those high scores that you need.
Yeah, I don't think that, if Bella didn't go, I feel like she would have been potentially kicking herself, why didn't I do that? But strategic, it was cool to see the girls do that.
Well, we are in heat 4 of the round 1 of the girls, of the ladies, I should say. And of course, we've got the boys coming up, or the men's coming up very shortly. In the first heat, we've got Matthew McGilvray, Jack Robinson, and Liam O'Brien. So that's going to be
an exciting heat. And Matthew's performance at the Tweed Coast Pro was outstanding. He took down a few big names.
Yeah. And managed to get a second, which was fantastic. But if you have a look at all of the heats, the 4 heats, they're just jam-packed. I mean, we're going to see some sensational surfing from the men coming up very shortly in around just under 8 minutes. But at the moment, Isabella Nichols holding a comfortable lead, ladies.
She is. And like Ellie said earlier, I think that strategically, that was important for her to use her priority. It'll be great to see. So Dimity's gone down the beach a little bit. I think that the water moving makes it a little tricky to stay in position. Be great to see from a beach view how how wide that spread is between the takeoff zone. We've got Owen getting ready.
At some stage, we might be able to have a chat to Cooper or Stacey, who's down on the beach, and just see how it is down there for them. I mean, we're getting a certain type of view from here, but it's a whole different feel down on the sand when you're actually looking at those waves on ground level.
Definitely. And Owen's getting ready for Heat 2. He'll be up against Duke Kennedy and Chris Bennett's who is the wild card for the North End Board Riders. That'll be a great matchup.
And great that the couple of wildcards have got a chance to surf in this event. You know, it'd be great to see more of that, because there's so many local shredders in local board riders clubs dotted all along the coast, and you know, not a lot of them get to showcase their talent. So it's wonderful when they get the opportunity to have a wild card, to get out there and mix it up with the guys on the CT and the QS, and really show that, you know, you don't necessarily have to be on the CT or the QS to rip. There's so many local shredders that absolutely carve it up, and it's great to see them. So a wonderful initiative to have wildcards like these guys, to have that opportunity to come out and especially surf their home break.
Oh, and we've got such a great program with Board Riders Battles. Such a depth of great talent throughout Australia in our Board Riders Club. It really is a backbone of our surfing within Australia. So
isn't that a great shot? I mean, you don't often see that shot from the back view of South Stradbroke, looking back over the Broadwater to the hinterland and over Southport in the background there, and you'll see that big sand dune there. And talking about you know, challenges, the guys that set this event up, I mean, we sit back and we look at it and we walk into you know, a nice lounge like we're sitting, the Harvey Norman Lounge, and it's all comfortable. These guys have had to, you know, lug stuff 10 minutes over a sand dune and set it all up and get it all happening. So we have the ability to be able to sit here and bring these wonderful pictures and surfing to you.
it's the true spirit of a strike mission, which as surfers we all love, and you know, want to be able to see just, you know, the best talent in Australia perform in some great waves. So well done for setting that up. I know there would be some logistic nightmares, I'm sure. And up riding here we have Keely. She's found a little one, but is it going to improve her score?
And just out the back, just Isabella just dropping down the face of one and then deciding not to continue pulling off. So we'll no doubt have a couple of scores dropping for that.
So Keely's wanting to improve on a 3.3. I suppose, you know, Ellie, would you be taking off on a wave? How are you going to judge what wave quality you're going to take off? I suppose any opportunity that comes to you, you've got to grab it today, don't you?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way, but I can tell I feel like Dimity's just going to sit out there and wait for another wave that she had earlier, but I don't know how often those come through. But I mean, if she gets one, looks like she might. Oh no. If she gets one, I mean, it'll definitely be worth it.
Well, she doesn't need a huge score to advance into second place, and you know, just over 5 minutes remaining, you know, one of those little gems could just pop up where she is, and you know, we saw it happen with Steph towards the end there, and even Tyler in her first heat, she got you know, she got a couple of waves right at the death there, and unfortunately didn't manage to get the score, but still they came through. So still a little bit of time left. We might. We just might see, yeah, we might.
It's only 4 minutes 45 remaining, and I think that's such a interesting perspective to take, you know, being clear on what kind of waves you're wanting to take off on before you go out. And I think you've got to have a little wall that's going to allow some opportunity, but at the same time you don't want it to be too chunky and closing out. So it is having a bit of wave knowledge out here is going to be an advantage, spending a little bit of time, which I know all these three girls have. Here we go. So Keely's staying busy.
Yeah, that was a nice turn.
Just come straight off the ski into this one. Looking to improve a 3.3.
Well, this is a good wave.
Oh,
it's a great wave.
I feel like that's such a strength of Keely's too, that big closeout turn. That's such a shame. It must have felt like she just got her fins released a little bit too much and got a little bit of warble to be able to complete that one, Reg.
A shame that she didn't complete that one, because that would have been a high-scoring wave. I mean, she is, you know, solid in her second position at the moment, but yeah, it would have gone a long way to maybe giving Isabella a bit of a nudge up there on the at the top, but still, you know, like, yeah, wow.
Yeah, that was a shame, and I think, you know, I love watching Keely's style. Like, she's got so much energy and emphasis even in those first couple of turns. I think that would have been such a big score that would have, you know, been a solid second position, if not taken her up. So
There's a lot of water moving around there. I mean, the girls are going for the turns and they're doing their best, but you know, you've got a lot of push down the line there, and you're trying to complete that turn, whack those fins out, and all of a sudden a little bit of side chop comes through, and you're gone.
It looks easy from the booth, let's say that. It's definitely not, and we can see Bella here just lining up for this pit that gave her a 7.5.
As we watch the Harvey Norman heat recap.
That style.
Yeah, Bella's actually had like a fair few waves considering all the other heats. Like, she got a nice backup here, like pretty early on. So I think she'd be just kind of cruising out there now, trying to get another barrel.
And Keely's taken this one, and yeah, she had the right idea, trying to get to the lip and have a bit of variety. You know, she's done a snap into a carve, which has given her a good score on the board.
Oh, this wave.
This was a little bit of drama.
Crazy, yeah. Every heat has had something.
Yeah. Absolutely, and of course time running out for Dimity at the moment. We're just on 2 minutes remaining. She's certainly got her work cut out for her if she's to advance through this heat.
Not an easy feat to get the score that she needs.
Be so much like adrenaline running through them, I think. Like, that's probably the biggest thing.
I got adrenaline running through me.
Same.
It's so exciting to see events back on and watching these girls with the rashies on.
Yeah.
That wind's dropped right off. It's almost gone buttery glassy out there at the moment and on the top of the tide.
Sometimes that can be tricky too, like when it goes from being messy to super clean. You're like, oh, there's going to be better waves come through, and you kind of get more selective, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got the men coming up very shortly in around about a minute and a half, and we'll be joined by Oki and Rabs back in the Harvey Norman Lounge to call the first two heats of the men's. But some fantastic surfing so far, and of course that little barrel by Isabella, obviously the standout of this heat.
That was wonderful to watch, and like we've said, I think we're going to see a little bit more of that as the tide fills in, and some opportunities like looking at that one.
That one was crazy.
That little spit that in that wave. That was, yeah, I know that Oki'd be excited in his heritage coming up later at the event. I think
he wouldn't have let that one go. That's for sure. He would have been all over that.
You know, that's definitely tribute to this place. It's tricky. The girls have drifted out a little bit further and aren't staying on the bank for that one, but I know, you know, Dimity needs a decent score, so she's going to be looking for
is this her?
A bigger wave.
And here she is. This is her chance. Nice turn off the top there. She just milks away down.
Oh, that was pretty sick.
Oh my goodness! Is she going to ride out?
Oh,
how the judge is going to see that one? That's yeah, tricky, and it's just caught up with her, didn't it? Like, she looked like she'd completely finished that turn off, and look at the smile on her face.
That first turn was like the biggest, you know, turn in a section that I've seen, though, I feel.
Yeah.
Well, she's chasing a 4.84. I don't know whether the judges will give her that or not. I mean, I think if she rode out of that at the end, she would have definitely got that, but we'll wait and see how those scores fall. But at the moment, we've got Isabella Nichols and, yep, just waiting for scores at the moment.
What a great show. Look at Dimity. She's feeling the bump. Oh, here we go. We've got the replay of this one, and Dimity's just reading this section so well. She knows she needed to throw a bit of spray and be tight in that pocket, and she's just read that well, and that section's come at her.
Yeah, those sections come pretty hard at you too at Stratty, like just take you out.
It'll be good from this angle actually to see that.
That was a sick first turn.
She always looks like she comes in with so much speed, and if she just maybe brought that tail around a little bit more, facing it back around to the beach, she may have come out of it. But don't blame her with that amount of water coming at her. She
well, Ellie, you called it. You said that she'd wait till the dying minutes of the heat to pull something out, and she did. Unfortunately, she didn't ride out of that one cleanly, but we'll wait for those scores to drop and see how that affects the final results.
I almost feel like it might go, but I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's a tricky one being a judge, and easier for us in the booth to have the perspective, but the technology that's there, and for the replays, it allows a lot of opportunity for the judges to relook at that. And this is Keely's wave that she got after Dimity. That might make a difference. Let's have a look. Little cutty.
Looks a bit smaller than Dim's too.
Foamy section. It's not really got that flash to it that probably she was hoping for, and she needed to better a 4.17. So we'll see where the judges land with that one.
Just waiting for scores to drop. Men are in next. That'll be the first heat of the men's round, where we see Matthew McGilvray, Jack Robinson, Liam O'Brien go head-to-head. That'll be a fantastic heat. And these conditions are certainly cleaned up, so...
She did it.
She did it.
Oh, there you go. Wow. So the scores are coming through, and what a great result for Dimity. Yeah, look at the smile and the passion. Keely will be disappointed, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely a great heat. Yeah, very entertaining, very exciting.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Keely. Then she served well throughout that heat, but Dim, you know, managing to just pull something out at the last minute, and
so close.
Happy days.
So close.
4.17.
So we're going to be joined in the commentators, Oki and Rabbit, are going to take over for these next couple of heats. I'm excited to listen to their commentary. Always got some good stories.
Well, we're live here at Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro. We'll be joined by Rabs and Oki very shortly for the men's Heat 1, which will be absolutely sensational. Can't wait. And over to you, boys.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro here at Stradbroke Island for the history-making day. Marco Galupo joining us, and we're in for a great round of men's action.
History-making, all right, Rab. It's the first time ever that we're having an event at South Stradbroke Island, the north end of the coast, about 40-minute drive from Snapper. What I'm thinking, Rab, is if this is an experiment from the WSL to have this as a backup spot for Snapper Rocks, I think they're on a winner. What about you?
Oh, most definitely. Well, you said that earlier on that, you know, it's going to be the Billabong Corona Pro, and
yes,
of course there was a big history with Billabong at Kira,
yes,
and Burleigh.
Yes.
And what a, you know, you got Snapper, Kira, Burleigh, South Straddy. Yep, that's they're the gems of the Gold Coast.
Yeah, what an event, hey? I mean, those days where the swell's kind of south, the wind's a bit west, it's not that good at Snapper. It's pumping here, right?
Oh, totally.
World-class beach break. Today's not like that. Today is pretty good down there, if you want to know, like not so much Snapper, but in front of my house at Rainbow Bay is good today. This swell is east. I'm not a South Straddy expert by any means, but it rather is a nice clean south swell than a kind of broken up east short period swell, which we have today.
Well, we're seeing the conditions improving as this tide comes in. It does, on these sort of days, it's going to love the high tide. We've got a high tide around about the middle of the day, so the tides are favourable.
Tides are favourable. Jack Robinson's already dropped in a 7.17. What have we got here? Oh, my goodness. It is white. Liam O'Brien in a throaty barrel there. Rab, the men are out there, and they've already made it look pretty good.
Yeah, well, this first heat, it's a cracker. Jack Robinson, the 7.17. Matthew McGilvray has been in Australia for a while. Look at this wave here, Jack.
Yeah, nice fade into that. Oh, it just looks something like off the wall or a French beach break at South Straddy.
And here's Jack. So Liam on that first wave. Jack pulling in nicely there. So we can expect... he got that second move in, so...
I was thinking, because I didn't see the wave and the barrel, I'm thinking, wow, 7.17 for that. It's got to be something more. Thinking he was going to go to the air, but it was a nice floater. And that would have, added a couple points to that ride, because the barrel wasn't super thick, super deep. Liam's was. So let's see Liam O'Brien getting the score. It's an 8.67 for that wave. Best wave of the day so far, Rab, and here comes a big wedge onto someone who duck dives it. Look at that wave for a huge snap under the barrel. You can mind surf all you like today, because the beach break, South Stradbroke is pumping. Probably not its premium. We need a local to rate it, but I'd probably say a 5 or a 6 out of 10 today for South Stradbroke.
Yeah, well, look, it's going to get better. It turns on for a couple of hours. It's going to be magic on high tide, and look what's happening in this heat. And guess what? We have got a really special guest now. We'd like to welcome the 2019 Men's World Champion, the great Italo Ferreira from Brazil.
You're kidding me?
Italo, welcome, mate. There he is, the champion.
The champ.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah, Italo. How are you, mate?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
Where are you, mate?
Where are you?
I'm good. I'm in Brazil right now.
Oh, so you've caught the flight back from Europe. We watched you over there in the 2 events there, ripping on your blackboard. I saw your very first heat in Unglet on a little whiteboard. You switched real quick to your blackboard, and that board looked amazing. You won that event. You got second to Frederico in Ericera, and now you're back in Brazil. You move around. You move around quick.
That was a crazy week for me. And I was in Brazil, Maldives, Brazil, France, Portugal. So, but was special. So happy to be back with the jersey and compete again with the guys and win again. It's been fun. The blackboard is a special board for me.
Well, Italo, you would absolutely love these waves here on South Stradbroke Island. They are so made for you, champ. Wish you were here, mate.
Are you looking? Are you jealous?
Yeah, I would love
you like
to compete with these guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
I saw the Liam's wave was amazing.
I'm sure you would love to be out there. Are you psyching up? You getting ready? Are you preparing for Hawaii? If Pipe's going to be on, are you going to go early like you usually do? What's your plan, Italo?
Yeah, I'm home right now training at the gym and get ready to pipe. I think the plan is come early and test the boards and get ready, and see the friends from Hawaii, James, Shane, John Boy Gomes, all the boys there, and I'm so stoked to be on, and I hope we can run this contest at Pipe.
Well, we'd like to welcome all our viewers from Hawaii. We just got a message in from Johnny Boy Gomes. He's watching the telecast, and he said to say aloha, can't wait to see you.
Yeah, Johnny is a special guy. Yeah, he's amazing.
P.S. Do something, right? Italo, I guess your plans you would be preparing to leave in Hawaii in a couple of weeks, maybe a few weeks' time. You'll be going Hawaii.
Yeah, I think so. I'll be at home for like a couple weeks, and then I will train a little bit more and get ready, because pipe sometimes it's hard to surf on a contest. So I'm gonna go early and try to surf and prepare for the event.
Well, in 2021 they've got a whole new format for the World Tour, for the World Championship, and it's really influenced by you and Gabby last year, that pipeline final where it came down to number 1 and 2 in the world, fighting for the world title, the most exciting heat, perhaps ever in the history of pro surfing. What are you thinking about the new format?
I think it's gonna be fun. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be hard for the surfer because sometimes you can win like 3 events and you almost done of the you can get the title, but now I think it's gonna be like more difficult a little bit. I think the other guys have more chance to win the world title, so Yeah, but I'm ready for anything, so that's what I'm thinking.
Well, you know what? You sure are ready for anything. And how's it been in Brazil to be, when you came home as world champion, how was it? How was your reception in Brazil?
Wow, was like one of the craziest things I ever seen. I was on the street and I look back and I saw like a lot of cars behind me. That was one of the great memory of that day. And I landed in the airport, and then I get backpacks and surfboard, and then go to the car, and then I saw like a lot of friends at the back with the cars and screaming, and with like a lot of energy. It's a special day for me.
Well, and you know, you're watching the event now. The men have just started. We just saw some Liam O'Brien get an insane barrel. Jack Robinson. Who are you thinking? What are you thinking for this event? Who do you think could take it out?
Ooh, that was a good one. I think Julian, Owen, and Jack, especially Leo too. He's good on those waves, and I think those boys gonna be ripping.
Yeah, well, actually, Julian isn't in the event, but Ethan Ewing is he won the Tweed Coast Pro.
Ethan win last event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the favorite guys on this event, I think, too.
Well, you know, you'll be looking forward to, you know, obviously with Jack and Ethan and a couple of the guys.
Julian was in.
Well, we've got a situation here where, you know, the borders are still, you know, it's difficult to move around as it is around the rest of the world. But that doesn't seem to be worrying you. You seem to be able to get everywhere you want to go. That's so cool.
yeah. I have the best support.
You do. And Italo, thank you for joining us. One more question just from me. What do you think of South Stradbroke as a backup site for Snapper? Are you into it?
Yeah, for sure. It's a good idea. I saw a lot of waves from Joe I think 2 years ago, maybe. Not only like Joe, Mick, and I saw the boys surf this waves. I think it's one of the good waves from Australia. And yeah, I love Diba too, but this wave, it's more like powerful, I think.
Yeah, it's better. And have you surfed here much, South Straddy? Any time? Have you ever surfed here before?
I surfed one time.
Okay.
And it was pumping.
Yep.
And this wave is sick too.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Well, Italo, it's been an honour and an absolute privilege to have the reigning men's world champion join us here at the Boost Mobile Pro here at South Straddy. Thanks for your time, and all the best for your preparations and your title defence.
Yeah.
Yeah, Italo, thank you.
Guys. Yeah, enjoy the contest. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Oh, how good was that, Rab? That was a surprise. I had no idea.
That was such a treat. I mean, Italo is just, you know, is such a people's champion. And, you know, I really, you know, anticipated when he got back to Brazil. I mean, Brazilians love their champions. You know, they love this sport. And obviously, Adriano de Souza laid down, and then along came Gabriel Medina, and now Italo Ferreira. You know, the Brazilian storm is at its peak.
Are you kidding me? I mean, we forgot Filippo Toledo. Like, I mean, you know, Italo was a late kind of bloomer, but I just could not believe when he came to his full strength. I'm like, they've got another one. I mean, that's as good as the last one, maybe better. Like Brazil. Are you kidding me? I mean...
It's a production line of champions. Well, we got some good action happening out here, and with that tide coming in, big scores. How's that score for Liam O'Brien? Oh.
It's a big one, and that was just due to the thickness and the criticalness of that wave. I mean, it was wide open. You know, he faded off takeoff. He knows this wave really well, Rab. He's closer to it than us. He's a burly board rider. Not as far for him. I'm sure he comes up here a lot. Look at him. He just knows it so well. He knows exactly what's going to happen. Just, you know, he doesn't try and project any speed out of this. That's why he put himself in the perfect spot. Didn't even have to pump. Faded off the bottom. Perfect positioning. 8.67.
8.67. And here was the Jack Robbo one we saw earlier on. And he got the nice float into. We haven't seen many second manoeuvres. That netted him a 7.17.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I really think he was going for the air there. But he just couldn't get it because his board was tracking a little bit. He had that much speed out of the barrel. You see, he put two hands in there just thinking, I just want to get some projection off the lip. He couldn't get it, hence the floater. Good score, though. He doesn't need much. Liam has not had a backup, so the only one that's kind of not in the heat yet is the South African, Matthew McGillivray. But, you know, like, I was thinking at the start of this heat, I'm like, who better for the men's first heat to put a guinea pig out there, as in Jack Robinson? Who have we got here? Whoa, we got Liam. Nice little check. Oh, beautiful turn off the lip. Here's his backup, Rab.
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty decent backup. But he'll get something else in here too, Mark. He's going to look for a big manoeuvre here to finish it off. There's that layback snap, and, well, didn't quite surf out of that. He did, you know, that first manoeuvre will get him a good backup score, but I'll tell you what, this is the next big thing out of the Gold Coast. This kid here, Liam O'Brien from Burleigh, he's the next big thing to happen out of this place.
Yeah, he's the next one on our production line for sure. Liam, he was a late bloomer. You know, he's come good lately. Look at that kind of double stage bottom turn, snap out of the lip, and then he'll just jump over this part and pretty much onto a new wave right here as the wave splits in two. Loses speed, so that's the one thing he doesn't have for that layback snap.
Yeah.
Which made him not make it. You know, not a lot of speed laying fully back on the water right there is difficult with no speed, but I like the first turn. He's got to gather a 4 or, you know, maybe a 5 out of it, just for that.
Yeah, well, it was a vertical manoeuvre, and then that last just that layback got caught up. Oh, here's Matthew McGillivray. Now he's coming off a big result at Tweed.
He is. And he took down some big names. You know, like he's made Australia his second home during COVID, and he's been doing a lot of surfing. And nothing, just a really good move, really, to come and surf here after qualifying. You know, he qualified last year, came out of nowhere, really, and finished number 4 on the WQS ratings after a big finish at Sunset Beach. And someone who I didn't really pick out of qualifying, you know, but he's one of those really consistent surfers, really solid on his feet. He's, you know, chomping at the bit to get back on tour when it restarts next year. And he got all the way to the final at Cabarita. Took down some big names.
Yeah, he's really solid surfer from South Africa. You know, the great champion Sean Thompson told me about this young guy a few years ago. He said, hey, Bugs, there's a couple coming out of South Africa now that are world class, and this is one of them.
Nice extended air right there too. Just, you know, off the wash, and just kind of landed a bit straight and a bit kind of, his stance was a bit upright and not making that, but nice try.
Yeah, I think he's feeling under the gun a bit here because, you know, Jack and Liam have both, well, Jack came straight out of the gates with that 717. He's only got the 157 backup, but with Liam getting that 867, he only got a 3.33, so you're pretty much on the mark here. You said thought about just a low score. Yeah,
I thought it'd be more mid-range, but, you know, hence the quality in this heat. They're judging down a little bit. You know, I was thinking at the start of this heat I'm going to maybe see a 10-point ride in this heat, and the judges are probably thinking the same thing. That's what Jack is capable of, and Liam, and even Matthew. I mean, there's waves out there that would allow a 10-point ride, and Jack is one guy that can find it.
Yeah, well, look, we'll cross to a bonsai brew break right now. Well, welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro right here at South Stradbroke Island. We can see the Gold Coast in the background, so you get bit of a geographic picture of where we are located on the northern end of the Gold Coast, across the Seaway. They call it TOS, the other side, and history being made here today with the Boost Mobile Pro, the first big World Surf League event here on South Stratty, hosted by the North End Board Riders Clubs, and wow, what a great day.
What a great day. The first event ever, Rab. I mean, apart from their local board riders contest, I guess, you know, it's history in the making, and this is a world-class beach break. It's not its best day by any means, but you can get a fair idea of what this beach break will do. This swell is a short period swell, very lumpy, not even, but still producing some very good waves.
You know, it's got a combination of a whole lot of different breaks. I mean, even Tyler Wright came in and said it's a bit like France, a bit Portugal. You know, it's also a bit like off the wall, you know. It's just that you get that wedgy peak, you come in behind it. And so it's got its elements of some of the world's best breaks.
For sure, it's definitely got Hawaii power. It could be, you know, a pretty good day at Aukai. You know, an average day at off the wall with a lot of sand on it. But this, you know, is a hidden gem, really, Rab. I mean, did you ever think that you would see a major event here?
Well, I could actually. I thought that, you know, it's a real possibility. Logistically, obviously difficult to get everything across to the other side. But the WSL have done it, and, you know, it's awesome. And we saw Matt McGillivray move down the beach, and he got away from the other two guys, and it's looks like it's paid dividends, Mark.
It sure does. Nice turn too. Can he get a third one in? It's a foam climb, and nevertheless it is a third turn, and he got barreled on that wave, so he's going to throw his hat in the ring finally in this heat with 8 minutes or more, not 9 minutes to go. It's a barrel, it's a couple turns, it's definitely going to be around that 5 mark, and he's in the heat now. So this heat, you know, is living up to expectations. Good heat, good heat.
Oh, it's spiced up, and here he goes on the replay. Oh, what a clean looking wave. Yeah, he's slotted there. And
he is. It clamps a little bit. Judges would like a clean exit, but the wave wasn't allowing that. Whoa, there's someone over the falls. I'm good at that move right there. Looks like it was a Liam O'Brien just getting pitched over the falls. We'd like to see that one in slow motion. Is he okay? Has he broken a board? No, he hasn't. He ducks under the next thick one.
He was looking for that left.
He was looking to go left, it looked like.
The pig dog.
Here we go.
Jack Robbo has been absolutely selective in this heat. The master tube from WA. Geez, he loves a barrel.
He loves a barrel. He was born in the barrel, this kid, from Western Australia, surfing all those slabby waves down around his way at Margaret River. Winter time, he goes up north, chases the big long left barrels.
You know,
spent so much time in Hawaii, Rab.
Yeah.
Well.
You know, you'd imagine, here he goes on the replay.
Here he goes, let's have a look.
Arms in, both arms in.
Both arms in. He knows this wave's going to open up, which it does. And then the floater, I like it. He was patient. He was kind of, would have been a hard floater to make because he had to free fall, you know, and but it wasn't a problem for him, Rab.
Well, you know what? In that situation, you would put your house on the fact that Jack Robinson is emerging from the barrel. It's a safe bet.
It's a safe bet. He knows the barrel. I'm taking it, you know.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, here's the...
Oh, he's looking right.
Oh, he actually was looking right. But this wave's thick. It just wasn't going to let him into it at all. By any means, the wave wasn't having a bar of it. And that wave would have pushed him flat as a pancake onto the sand. And he would have rested down there for a few seconds.
Well, you know, but the thing is on these Queensland beach breaks and on the point breaks, the sand's like concrete.
The sand is hard. He might even have some grazes.
Yeah.
After that, some sandpaper. Rash. Yeah, sandpaper rash. But that was a gnarly wipeout right there.
Wow, that just shows the juice. That was a mean-looking wipeout. Like, just mean.
That was a mean wave. Tide's coming in. It's still glassy. We're lucky. The wind isn't supposed to get strong today, so that's in our favour.
Well, we have been blessed with light winds. I mean, it's not the time of year where you get light winds all day. This is kind of rare for October, so we're taking our blessings as they come.
Well, we sure are, because, you know, 90% of the time, or let's say maybe 99, it's going to howl northerly today. But it's not. I mean, it'll blow a little bit, which is going to produce some opportunity to do some big airs too. So,
well, that's the thing.
So yeah, we got a great day in store for us.
That's where surfing changed. I mean, you know, I'm so old school. I come from just, here we see a bit of action here, just in and out, but, you know, offshore. And then it was like, you know, the word was like, well, no, you know, some of the guys like it when it's on shore. And I went, what? Yeah, because you can pump. It's air time. So
it's incredible, eh? It's just like it kind of changes the air guys, you know, like the skateboard guys, you know, they don't wake up till it turns on shore. And then, you know, we're all coming in and they're out there. But, you know, it's incredible. The airs that these guys can do is just incredible. We can see out the back there, Rabba, it almost looks like Third Reef Pipeline out the back.
Yeah.
You could be confused, thinking it's a huge West Swellet pipe and it's breaking on the Third Reef and the sets will be here in about a minute.
Well, you know, beautifully, that is what actually breaks it up. That's what actually makes the A-frames here. Just that outer bank, breaking up the swell, a bit like out at D-bar.
Yep.
And it breaks it up, and so it doesn't come in a line. It comes in a series of peaks, a little bit random, but you can see the guys, they're sort of fishing, you know, they're hunting around to be in the right spot. And, you know, it pays to sometimes get up on your board and see where that outside, where the set's coming through on the outside, just like outside pipe.
Just like outside pipe, and those guys just got crunched by a wash through, but... And, you know, I've noticed, and you will notice too, because when the tide comes in, it won't break out there as much, and it'll get actually bigger where they're surfing on the inside. When the tide goes out, it gets a bit smaller on the inside because it breaks too much out the back. I think we've got a recap, Rab.
Yeah, well, this has been an astonishing heat so far. The waves are turning on, and we've got the surfers to match it. And look at Liam O'Brien just slotted in. Oh, so casual. Spat out.
That was his 8.67,
yeah.
And then, wow.
He only got a 3.33 for this, but what a nice opening manoeuvre. Didn't quite pull off the layback at the end. We get a bit of an aerial view here.
Yeah, he might have gained an extra half a point if he made this, but still gets it back up.
Well, and here he goes. That's got to be the wipeout of the day so far.
So far, haven't been out there yet, Rab.
The heritage sheet hadn't been on. Oh, 7:07, the backup for Jack Robbo.
The score comes through, so yep, he's taken over the lead.
Oh, he'll just 7 you to death and then he'll pull out a 9.
yeah, and his pocket 10 might just come out. Yeah, so actually he has got pocket 7s. It's a big score for this. For a day like today, what do we need? It looks like Liam O'Brien. With that high 8.67, he only needs a high 5, so he's still in the heat.
But the problem for Matt McGillivray is that he now needs a 7.51, and that's a very gettable score, but it is edging towards the excellent range.
It is, you know, and that's a barrel. I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, today you're not getting a 7 if you're not in the barrel. Well, I mean, unless you're doing one of those huge airs, actually. I rethought that. Jack Robinson would probably prove me wrong, doing some kind of flip or something. We had a Talo Ferreira. I'm sure he would have been licking his lips if he was out here today.
Oh, the king of the air.
He just can't get enough.
Oh, my gosh, he would just be going absolutely berserk out
Gabriel
here.
Medina, Felipe Toledo, just to name a few. John Florence.
Yep.
I mean, just imagine what the boys, those boys would do out here, and I'm sure they're very jealous. They wouldn't have been so much jealous at Cabarita last week, but I'm sure they are today. Because
oh, yeah, no. And then you got, Griffin Colapinto. You got, I mean, the 2021 tour is just so unbelievable. You know, men's and women's. It's incredible.
It's incredible. I think, you know, why it's like that now is due purely to Jack Robinson. I mean, give him a spot which he's earned in his own right, and the level is going to go up another notch, guaranteed, because especially in waves like this, Chopu, Pipeline, the boys know, you know, like a lot of guys just, you know, they think that of their bread and butter, like a John, even a Kelly, you know, they think, you know, that's us, you know, that's one of their pet events, and just to have Jack in there, it's another guy that can take their pet win away from them, because he's just so good in ways like that. So I'm sure those guys are nervous having Jack Robinson come into the picture.
Well, obviously, and just for the folks, the viewers, this is the Australian Grand Slam. So obviously, this is not the big deal with all the best surfers in the world. But this is many of the best Australians. No, Julian's not here, and some can't make it due to the borders. But we've got a good cross-section of Australian talent out here on show at South Stradbroke for the Boost Mobile Pro. But it's when they all come together, and as you said, Jack Robbo, he'll have his rookie season, and there are certainly events and locations where he will be a danger, that's for sure.
Guaranteed. I mean, and he's proving that he's even working on his, you know, his groveling, so to speak, and, you know, obviously his airs are, you know, really good. So, you know, it's just not barrels these days for Jack. So he's a total package. I'd have to say that, you know, it's only his first year, but, you know, he's definitely in world title category. We're going to have to see how he goes on his first year, because we never know. His talent's there, but we never know if he's going to get the jitters or whatever. But here we go. We got a ride.
Wow, this is interesting.
Nice too.
We're down to the last wave. This is a big effort. Does McGillivray get it? Ooh. I don't think that'll be a 7.5 one.
No, but the wave we have to look at is Liam O'Brien's. He only needed a high five, and he did, you know, do a nice turn.
Well, it looks like Jack and Liam are pretty safely through that heat.
It's true, yeah. Third's out.
Yeah,
it wasn't like
out.
that in the last event. So Matthew might be going home, not all the way to South Africa, not just yet.
He's home away from home, but we're just waiting for that. We will wait for that score. He did one really powerful manoeuvre, but you would think he needed to finish that off. It was a beautiful snap.
Yeah. We'll have to wait for the judges to make it official. But definitely we got Jack Robinson through. He does look confident.
Yep, and here's our winner. Jack Robinson takes out Heat 1 of the men's Boost Mobile Pro right here at South Stradbroke. A history-making win, really the first ever at this level. And we'll go to break right now. More action coming after the break. Heat 2 of the men's.
All the boys were surfing around Main Beach and Southport Surf Club, and they all just gravitated and formed a club, but pretty much based around the talent that is Joe Engel. Dave Rastovich obviously grew up in Southport Surf Club as well. Munga Barry was in North End for many years. Chris Ibis Bennett's icon of the Northern Gold Coast. Coming up to 50 years now as a club, that's a real achievement. People should be really proud of that, and hopefully, you know, 50 years from now, they're looking back at this event as a big part of our history as well, because it's exciting times. Here's to North End.
Well, welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro, and called the icon of the North End, Chris Ibis Bennett, is out there against Owen Wright and Stu Kennedy. A big moment for the young Gold Coaster.
Big moment. Let's see if local knowledge pays off in conditions like this. don't think local knowledge will help. He could prove me wrong because very shifty out there. For all those viewers joining us on 7 Mate, stay with us, yeah. We'll be switching soon. In about 15 minutes, you'll be switching over. But how good is it, Rab? We've got Channel 7, we've got Fox Sports, WSL. We've got it covered from all angles.
All angles coming right at you.
And how's this heat going right? Stuart Kennedy and Chris Bennett.
Yeah, well,
in a shifting lineup.
Yeah, we've got a couple of big boppers in this one. Stewie's got some big moves. He's going to want to prove a point. Owen Wright is just been one of the perennial top Australians for quite a few years now. And young Chris Bennett's, well, I know his father well, Mark, and, you know, cheers to the family. Mark was one of the great Ironmen. Before Trevor Hendy, he dominated the Ironmen here on the Gold Coast.
Well, that's what I think of about when it comes to the northern end of the Gold Coast, is all those Ironmen.
Yeah.
You know, Coolangatta Gold, they race from here to Cooley and back, and here we go. Stuart Kennedy, he wanted to hit that lip, but that was a big, thick section coming his way. If someone was going to do it, it'd be Stewie. But yeah, we've got Trevor Hendy, and all those Ironmen, they're just incredible. You know, like they do that paddle race from Molokai to Oahu or vice versa, and they all come from up this end of the coast, Rab.
Yeah, well...
Name some more for me, Ironmen, please.
Oh, well, I mean, the Bennett's family is such a waterman's family, but obviously Jamie Mitchell,
there we go.
Totally dominated... you know, in the Molokai paddle for so many years, the challenge. I mean, what an amazing event that is. And quite a few of the Aussie lifeguards, professional lifeguards, go over there, and they've got a great rapport with the North Shore lifeguard movement, who are, you know, the best in the world. And I do think that the North Shore lifeguards and the Gold Coast and Australian lifeguards are pretty much the best in the world at what they do.
Yeah, they've got to be. I mean, you know, the man, Terry Ahui, who you know, everyone's learned so much off, and you know, the North Shore, we do feel safe when we were over there. The water safety, you know, when I used to compete, just bar none the best, and make you feel real safe in the water over there.
Well, the best of the best. And talking about, we now have, welcome to 3-time world champion, another special guest, Mick Fanning. Hey, Mick.
Morning, Buds. Morning, Ock. How you
Morning,
going?
Mick. Yes, good, thank you. This is all surprises for us. It's like, what is that show? This Is Your Life or something? When all the people come on not mine, but it's yours. Congratulations. Congratulations, first of all, on the new pub. How's it going, Mick?
Thank you. Yeah, he's going great. Yeah, he's been awesome. He's, you know, I guess, as you guys know, people say it's the best thing in the world, but I think they're underplaying it a bit. It's just incredible. It's an incredible, magical experience, and yeah, just mind-blowing.
Sleeping now?
Yeah, well, here we go, Chris Bennett.
He's sleeping really well.
Oh, that's good. You got it all. That's all you want.
Yeah, so we just saw Chris Bennett's on a wave, Mick, and sorry that you can't make it up for the heritage heat, mate. Ocky was waiting for you, but you've got a bit of a knee problem, have you?
Yeah. I'm spewing it. It looks so fun up there. See, I want to tuck into a tube. Oh, that looks fun. Yeah, I did my ACL last year, and now just a slight tear in my meniscus that just wasn't healing, and it was just wasn't getting to 100%. So I just went and out of the water for a week or two, but should be back fine. It's feeling really good. I'm sort of looking at the stuff now going, should I try it or not? But I'll wait another week.
Oh, I would, mate. I did a meniscus, and I'll tell you what, you don't want to underestimate him, mate. It's better to just have that extra week off. I had an extra year off, but don't worry about that.
Hey, Mick, you're way better than us to call, you know, the conditions out here, because I know you come up here a real lot. What would you give this out of 10, and why is the conditions like this, and would you be up here on a day like today?
Yeah, look, it's, as we see Ibis right there. Go Ibis.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it looked tricky today. It's one of those days where it could turn on. It's a place where, as you see Stewie ripping into one too, for a day like today, with the east swell, it's a lot more broken up than what it is usually. You want a really clean swell for Stradbroke to get those super nice peaks. There's a sort of like a reef out the back that splits it up river. So the straighter the swell, the better for Straddy. And look, it looks good. 3.5, 5 out of 10. But as you can see there, like you could find some diamonds in the rough. So there is something out there.
So Mick, this year on the Gold Coast we had a pretty stellar autumn and winter. I saw you out there amongst it, mate. It was a pretty good season, hey?
We had an incredible season. I guess I haven't been home for a full winter for a long, long time. And how's that wave in the background? I swear every week it was just another swell after another swell. I was sort of like, when's it going to stop? When's it going to stop? And then even just to see this in October, it's like, what's happening? Have we changed? And it's been extremely lucky. It's been an incredible year, and everywhere had sand, everywhere had great waves. So I think we're all surfed out, and so like the weeks on the sidelines doesn't too bad.
Well, Mick, thanks for actually staying home this year. You brought your magic home with you.
That's what I do, Bugs. I do it all for you, mate.
Thank you.
And what else, Mick? I mean, it's the baby, and now it's the knee. It's just a little break, but what are you going to do? You're going to do some more trips with Mason Ho. I love those trips you've done. Obviously, we can't travel this year. Next year should be able to. What's the plans for Mick Fanning?
Yeah, that's definitely the plans. I guess we had some really fun trips planned this year, and we were just trying. We were sort of going to base a lot out of Australia, but unfortunately with COVID and even just state to state borders, see, I just get a great little barrel there. Couldn't even go into. I had a big plan that I wanted to drive around Australia this year, and 3 days before I was heading off, they just shut all the borders. So luckily we had waves at home, so it wasn't too. But having had some time with Mace, but I'm really looking forward to it. He's such a character, and but we did do one fun where we had Mordick and Matty McGilvray and Owen and Tyler and Big One, where we all went and surfed and had some great waves for a 10-day trip. And Borno and Nick Millett made a great postcard from Morgs from the girls. Really funny. I think some of the crew are chance up for next day.
Oh, unreal, Mick. Well, you know what? It's a magical time in your life with a new barb and retirement and perfect surf, and we're super stoked for you, and really privileged and honoured to have you on the webcast, mate. So stoker, mate.
Yeah, cheers. It's such an awesome event. I got to watch the last one down at Tweed Coast Pro, but to have an event at Straddy, it's I'm a little jealous, right? I would love to be out there chasing this with the crew, and I think WSL's done a great job getting these guys surfing again. Look at this thing Owen was in.
Wow.
Come out. Oh. Yeah,
would be a great backup event for Snapper though, wouldn't it? And that we'd never used it before.
Oh,
but
incredible!
It's possible now, I guess.
Yeah, we had some days this year that were like 10 out of 10 days. There was one day, and if that came into a world tour event, I think everyone's so. I'm sure the locals up that way probably wouldn't like it too much, but it's a top world class wave. Such a fun tube hunting sessions.
Well, thanks a lot, Mick, and we're having a ball up here, and we'll see you in the surf real soon, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
Sounds great. Yeah, you guys take care. Have fun over there and stay hydrated.
Okay.
All right, the great Mick Fanning. Wow, what a classic. We've had Islo, we've had Mick Fanning. Man,
Who's next?
The world champs are calling. It must be because of you, Ock. I
don't think so.
But look at this, Chris Bennett.
This is your life, Rab. It's not mine. But it's sensational. Chris Bennett gets a big score, Rab, I believe.
Well, he's got a 7.67. We saw it, a beautiful barrel. And he's, we'll see that wave in a replay real soon, but he is winning the heat. He is actually winning the heat.
The wildcard is taking it to the boys, especially, the top dog, really, Owen Wright, for Australia at the moment. Leads the ratings on Australian terms. Highest placed Aussie, and here we go, Chris Bennett's. Local knowledge probably is paying off. You know what, he knows the waves to take. And when I was asking the question, well, nice second turn there from Chris. He's pretty polished. The Ibis, he hasn't got the locals cheering him on, because I know they would be, Rab. Like, we have the Billabong single fin at Burleigh Heads, and those North End board riders, they know how to barrack their locals. And they're not here to do that, but he's in the lead.
Okay, well, for all our viewers joining us on 7, mate, you can continue watching coverage of the Boost Mobile Pro on 7 Plus and the WorldSurfLeague.com. So we'll now head for the Bonsai Brew Break. Cheers, we'll be back soon. Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro right here on the beautiful Gold Coast in sunny Queensland. And the action is really hotting up. Okay, Chris Bennett's leading the heat.
Yes, he is, the local. He's leading. We know he's a good surfer. I see a lot of him actually, on the Gold Coast News and stuff. He's always some clips of him on the surf report up here, surfing the Spit. Good surfer, Hasn't really attacked the qualifying series in a big way. I mean, I think he has got the talent to do that, and we've seen that, throughout this heat. And here is his 7.67. Oh, from front on angle. That's what we want to see. He got spat out of that, Rab.
Yeah, this is a really cool barrel.
Yeah, it was a bit sandy and foamy, but and this is his backup right here. I like this last turn he does. He gets a 3 for this, which is important to have a backup. Throws a lot of spray right there. He's a pretty powerful surfer, but he's leading the heat. And there's live action.
Here we are, live action. There was a little bit of a cover up there. It wasn't exactly a barrel, more of a shampoo, but he got that last manoeuvre in. Will it improve his score? He's definitely showing local knowledge, though. That's no doubt about that.
Well, he really is. He's showing that because he's staying busy, and it seems to be that Stewart and Owen seem to be a little lost in this lineup. Wouldn't be hard to do. I mean, these peaks are short, they're sharp, and they move around, never breaking in the same spot twice.
Well, I think Owen's looking for that sneaky left-hand front-side barrel. We saw him pull into one before, but he got clobbered.
I know I would be, being a fellow goofy-footed. There are lefts out there. You think there'd be more on an east swell like this, but on a good south swell, I know there's good lefts out here. I've had some. Like Mick said, there is a reef out there, and it kind of picks it up on the south swell. You can see it kind of sweeping down the beach this time in an east. So is not traditionally surfing in Eastwell, even though it's not bad. But you know, there are lefts around on this beach, and Owen would be looking for them.
Well, let's hear from the winner of the first heat. We've got Jack Robinson. Over to you, Stacey Galbraith.
I'm down here with Jack Robinson, round 1, heat 1 winner. Jack, pretty challenging, mate. Talk us through it.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot going on out there. It's I felt like that heat, the rip just started running through the whole heat, so I got a good little start, but then the rip started running through it, so I was chasing it the whole time to get a backup score, so that was good though.
Yeah, I thought you did really well to bounce back after the first exchange. Was really exciting. 7 straight into Liam's 8.67 as preparation for next year. How seriously are you taking these events? Like, did that feel pretty real for you?
Oh, for sure. People come in there saying they're having heaps of fun. It's kind of, you know, like I'm pretty focused, you know, just getting the rashy back on. Like, there's no real feeling like it, so you sort of got to treat it as, you know, like, it is a bit of fun, but also it's a good warm-up for next year, you know? So.
For sure. I mean, you've spent a lot of time surfing a lot of quality waves around the world. From a scale of Trig Beach to Pipeline, where would you put Stratty, mate?
Yeah, Stratty's probably, it's right up there, like between a French beach break and kind of like a real slabby, you know, anything that's real slabby on the sand, like it's up there with it all. So yeah, it's heavy out there.
Yeah, awesome. And I think a lot of people will be interested to know what you're riding. Just a regular shorty or a bit of extra foam today?
Yeah, just a regular shorty, but a little bit, you know, extra hold. It's kind of a little bit of a bigger wave board, you know, in a normal one. So a little longer lines in the shorty, but yeah, it's yeah, you need a real board to hold in out there. It's definitely got a bit going on. Yeah. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, for sure. I think that heat had the best barrel and the best wipeout. But mate, well done. On to the next round, and looking forward to watching you.
Cheers.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Stace, and yeah, well done, Jack. A good start to the tournament. Obviously, Occy, we don't have a losers round here at South Stratty. It's kind of makes it pretty exciting.
Yeah, I like it. I do. You know, we did have one in our first Grand Slam event, but we've taken it out here just because we want to get through a bit quicker, and it's not so much necessary. You know, obviously there's no ratings, no points, so we slipped it out of there. Just got a little bit of onshore activity wind-wise, and we want to get it finished nice and early tomorrow in offshore conditions, and I'm sure it's going to be pretty nice. So we just thought we'd take it out on this one, and you know, I think everyone will benefit from it.
Well, you know,
except for the guys that lose.
Well, I've got to be thinking, you know, a bit of old school cutthroat.
Yeah.
Loving it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's unfortunate for, you know, they're only going to have one surf. If you don't get third, you're out. But here we go, Wade Carmichael. Those big locks of his, he's powerful. We're going to see some hacks from him. No doubt about that. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, that's going to be an amazing heat. Wade Carmichael, Micah Wright, Solly Bailey. Wow, such a good heat. But this heat in the water, there is some drama unfolding here because Chris Bennett is leading the heat. He's got 11 points, a 7.67, looking to improve on that 3.33. He failed to do so on that last effort. But Stewie and both Owens have not cracked a 4-pointer yet.
They haven't, no. And just proves how tricky it is out there. You know, we had Jack making sense of the lineup. We had Liam O'Brien, who surfs up here a lot, making sense of the lineup. You know, and that's what you got to do, you know. I mean, it can just leave you in a lurch out here. It can just leave you just not finding anything. But you want to stay busy. You know, there's no rhyme, there's no reason, there's no method. But, you know, you can sit still and get waves. You can move around, get waves. You could do either and not get waves either. You know, you just got to just roll with it and see what happens.
I mean, you know, oh, look at this takeoff here.
Whoa, here we go.
Yeah. Utilising priority there, I think, is Stewie. So Stewie Kennedy looking to maintain his second spot. Oh, he hangs into that one. He holds on with by his toes.
He did by his toes, and that was pretty crucial. You know, like, you know, Owen only needs a 2.51, so he's going to better a score, you'd seem to think, and make Owen need a larger score. You know, with 7 minutes to go, it was a needed to be ride, and it'll leave Owen needing a bigger score. So. Yeah. There he is in frame now, and Owen probably realises that's just happened, and he's like thinking, I need a wave. I really need a wave.
You know, I was thinking before, like, you know, Jack Robinson, he really, here we see Owen first.
Got one.
Yeah, he'll go for a big wind up here in his backhand. So.
Ooh, uncharacteristically falling there. Oh, actually, no, hang on a sec. He did make that. We'll try and get the front on angle to see what happened there and see if he landed that clean, because it's a really important wave for Owen. He needs a 2.51. It's probably going to be needing a 3.51 or a 4 or something like that. If he made that turn cleanly, which we couldn't tell from that angle, he will get the score, I believe. But if not, he won't. So let's see if we can get that angle for you, Rab.
Well, that could have been one of those elongated laybacks where you're in the white water.
I think it might have been.
And you're just going with water and then going for the recovery at the last second.
Yeah, we might see some kind of contortion act right here, I think. We didn't quite get to see it, but if the producer could maybe wrap a straight on angle, we might be able to get that for you. We can see the tide coming in, not breaking out the back as much.
Let's get a bit of Occy backhand scrutiny on this.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Straight on angle. Thank you very much. Straight up, beautiful snap in the lip. Free falls. No, he didn't. Yeah, didn't. No contortion act. Lays back a little bit, but rides out. So you'd seem to think that he's going to get the score he needs, and let's see what it is. A 3.97. Rab, what do you think? What do you think? I think he gets it. What do you think?
Oh, it was a sensational big one-off manoeuvre. You know, it actually reminded me of a flashback to Portugal.
Yeah.
Owen in Portugal.
How good is he in Portugal? That's why I really thought that he might shine in this heat, because it's very similar to Super Tubes in Peniche, and Owen has dominated that event. So just starting a little slow. Let's see if he gets that score. It's crucial for him right now, with 5 minutes to go, and the judges are probably going to take a little time to review it too, thinking this is a crucial score to go down at this important time. So let's see what they give him. If I'm a guessing man, I think it's a 5.17.
Yeah. I'm closer with you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're a good judge, but yeah, I'm a rotten judge.
Just don't put
that mightn't be a good thing.
Just don't put me on the spot or in the box.
It's a 4.5.
Yep.
I think it's going to be around the 4.5 mark. We're getting the inside word.
Well,
and you know what? That's still.
Well, what did he get? Has the score dropped?
4.5.
Oh, because
that is his best score.
That is his best score.
But
he needs
not
a
enough.
3.97 now. Sorry, yeah, that was before the fact. My mistake. He does need a 3.97.
Stewie
Stewie hanging in there.
Yeah, Stewie just kept his nose in front there with that 4.53 and with the 3.93 backup.
Yeah, it's one of those scores for the day. I mean, if I was a competitor coming up, I'd be thinking, I want to be in that kind of 8, well, maybe not 8, but 9 or 10 heat total to not be in third spot. I mean, the winner should be streaking away with 11 or, I mean, on a day like today, you could be in the 18-point range. I mean, if you got 2 bombs, you'd be lucky, but it's possible.
Okay, so Cooper Chapman, the Boost Mobile Wave Report. What's up, mate?
Yeah, good day, guys. Boost Mobile Wave Report down here on the beach. Tide's coming in. We're almost at the top of the tide. Mikey Wright's running out in the background here. It's just talking to Wade Carmichael, and he said the wind's coming up a little bit, so barrels are a little bit trickier to find, but I think with the swell and the high tide, they're going to be hitting the bank pretty hard right now, so should still be able to find some barrels, and I wouldn't be surprised if the guys are going to start turning to turns a little bit more. So, yeah, looking forward to the next couple of heats and then quarterfinals coming up later.
Thank you, Cooper.
Thank you, Cooper. Well, as we cross back to live action, Chris Bennett's on another barrel, Occy. Wow.
Having a field day. That was the actual perfect backdoor barrel. Entered it from behind, came out, expecting a big score here.
Oh, the North End boys.
He's run away with it. I mean, the North End boys, they'd be having a party at this point if it was down on the Burleigh headland, and they're probably all in one house right now doing exactly that, beating on drums and stuff.
Well, let's hope they're social distancing.
I'm sure they are, but, they would be.
Yeah, there they are.
Actually, they're here. Hang on a second.
Of course they're here.
Well, of course it's their beach. They're allowed to be here. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Okay, well, the Harvey Norman heat recap with 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining. There's Stewie Kennedy. Nice drop by Stewie. And winds it up here. So this will be his 4.53. And Stewie was just looking for a finisher here. Yeah, kind of clean. But it's a keeper.
Yep, that's a keeper for him.
But Chris Bennett's Ibis. And the Ibis swoops.
He does. He's deep in this little barrel. Not a big wave for today, but you can tell how deep he was coming out with the spit. Owen Wright, nice backhand hanger there.
Oh, he would have loved a second manoeuvre on that one, Ock.
Well, he did need it too, didn't he? Because he's still needing a score right now. And here we go, the back door.
Oh, look at this little gem.
with a beautiful South Stradbroke gem, and I believe that wave could go into the 8-point range. Yes, there we go.
807, mate. You are spot on as usual.
There we go. He's flown away. He's flown the coop, as you would say, Rab.
Under 2 minutes to go, and he's comboed. He has comboed two of the best surfers in Australia.
He has. Look out.
This is the Ibis.
It's the Ibis, and look out. He wants to win. No doubt about it. When his name popped up, and he's thinking South Stradbroke, and he's thinking, I can win this thing.
Well, see, you know, for someone like Chris Bennett, this is the golden ticket.
Yep.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Needs a score.
Oh, and he got that double. There's a little double up. Yeah.
He could not ride up there. The wave split, and on his way up to the lip, he actually fell in a hole, and actually his board left the water. So to make that, you would have had to been some kind of Superman.
You know what I was thinking before? You know, Jack Robinson, he was out there before. When there's guys like him, the skittier it gets, the more he looks comfortable. And another guy I was thinking about who would love it out here today, John Florence.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh, he would just be loving it out here.
Well, this is conditions that he would surf in front of his house in Hawaii a lot, because you get a lot of days like this in Hawaii where it's kind of powerful, real close together, short period swell when they get their lows that are kind of close-ish, and a lot of days at Aokai are kind of like this, so yeah, he would love it.
And of course, John last year came out of the blocks, was just #1, had the big injury. He'd be keen to go again.
He has. I've been seeing some clips of him, and he has been surfing unbelievable. Look out! It's a sneaky little barrel for Owen Wright, needing a 3.97. Let's pull this up. We won't go straight to a break. Let's see if he gets it. Well, let's wait.
Well, we're definitely waiting on this one, because this was, as Ockie said, sneaky little. We're talking about that little left he was looking for. Look at this little. Oh, look at the backdoor section. It's a sand sucker. Oh,
wow. I think he gets it.
Oh, you've been spot on today, mate.
I think he'll get that. The front angle would probably be better. We need a judge's angle to really make a claim on what that score was, but yeah, it looks like he might get that.
It was a nasty looking little pocket, wasn't it?
Yeah, we'll wait for the score, but right on the buzzer.
Yeah, he got it.
He got it. There we go. Owen Wright sneaks out.
He never looked like getting through that heat, the whole heat, and then he pulled it out of the fire at the last second. Yeah,
shakes his head.
He can't believe it.
He's like, yeah, I meant that.
Oh, that was cool. Cool finish. So, yeah, it was
it looks like he's got a little stubby aboard today, which is interesting. You know, Jack Robinson was saying, you know, he wanted a bit of a bigger, kind of narrower board, but Owen, using a bit of a shorter board.
Okay, well, Chris Bennett, as we go to break, dominates the heat, and Owen Wright slips in the second. We'll be back soon.
from Coffs Harbour in northern New South Wales. Today I've been painting a body of work called Gargle, which translates into English as ocean. I think it's a really beautiful piece of body of work that fits quite well on the trophies. Combining surfing with art, for me, surfing's more of a release and the art is more of a space for me to share my connection and culture with everybody.
Well, there we're seeing live pictures from South Stradbroke, local boys lining up and giving him a hero's welcome as he walks up the beach after just winning that last heat. Absolutely smacked it. Chris Bennett's local boy that calls South Stradbroke home, and all of his mates have turned up on the beach to wish him well. Great pictures, huh?
Oh, fantastic. And it definitely feels a little bit like the ABB, the board riders event when they're doing the tunnel. So they've been a bit COVID friendly with the tunnel there today, but fantastic win for him today.
Yeah, absolutely smoked that heat. And local knowledge, as the boys basically said before, local knowledge come into play. Stewie Kennedy and Owen Wright doing their best. Owen pulling one out at the last minute and finding a little sandy left-hand drainer to clinch second spot at the dying moments. It's been a real drama-filled day. Here we go surfing with Wade Carmichael just on a jump up and a cruise down the line and a pull-off, just loosening up and enjoying what it has to offer at the moment. Kate, interesting heat.
Definitely. And, you know, watching that last heat, I think there's been some different approaches that we've seen by the CT surfers. And, you know, I think the QS surfers have probably been a little bit busier. And you could see with Chris, his approach has probably been, on the hunt a little bit more. Owen waited and it paid off for him. He read those conditions so well at the end, and that was definitely a worthy score.
I love how these three guys surf. Wade with his big, powerful hacks and you know, just those renowned big top turns. Of course, Mikey Wright, you never know what's Mikey going to throw up. I mean, he's very unpredictable, but whatever he throws up, you know it's going to be absolutely radical in the most critical part of the wave. And a Solly Bailey, just a true toiler, you know, steady, and always very consistent in what he does, but he's got his work cut out for him against Wade and Mikey today, I would think. But hey, we've seen a few upsets. Of course, Tyler Wright dipping out at the beginning in her first heat of the ladies, and of course a couple of broken boards. So it's been a bit of a drama-packed day so far, Kate.
It definitely has. And Ellie, do you think, you know, if you were about to compete in this heat, do you think it would have affected your preparation watching Chris Bennett and getting those inside barrels, what you'd be doing and looking for?
I think the guys will definitely be going for those barrels now, I reckon. Like, if they see the opportunities there. I know all three of these surfers can get, you know, barrels so easily, and they surf all so well, so it'll be cool to watch.
Yeah, I think Solly's best CT results have been Portugal and Pipe, so this is a perfect playground for him. And you know, we all know Mikey and Wade can match that up as well. So it's a fantastic heat to watch, and really excited to see how they're going to handle and what tactics they're going to use. Because, you know, it definitely can be approaching it in different ways today. And, you know, the conditions are changing. Be interesting to see what kind of boards they're riding. I think you'd think that they'd got to be on their step-ups, what kind of fins they might be using. Is it mixed up a little bit heat to heat now that it's like perhaps a little less bumpy?
Well, we saw Owen walking up the beach with something that looked a little bit more stubbier and a little bit shorter than what he normally rides, and obviously that worked well for him. And you know, well, maybe a little bit later, as Stacey, we can get down to the beach with him and find out a little bit of strategy on boards and fins and what the guys are doing. No doubt that the conditions are going to change as that tide starts to roll out as well.
Yes, I'd say that will happen. And I, you know, ended up having a bit of a heat drills with Mikey Wright the other day. He came down to surf at Kingscliff, and we had a few of the Talent ID surfers on the beach doing some heat drills with us, and he joined in. So I know he's had a little bit of heat practice lately in between the Tweed Coast Pro and this event. It was great for him to give some of his time up to help those juniors and pass on a bit of his experience and knowledge.
Well, South Stradbroke certainly come to play. I mean, conditions have really cleaned up, and there's some really nice waves coming through. Still quite solid, and I'm sure we're going to see some spectacular surfing from the boys during this heat. 22 minutes remaining. Just a low-scoring ride from Wade Carmichael at the moment. But
1.37, and then Solly has his 3.13.
So Stacey Galbraith down on the beach has caught up with Chris Bennett. Stace?
I'm down here with round 1, heat 2 winner, Chris, the Ibis Bennetts. Mate, how good does it feel to get a couple in front of the boys?
Yeah, it's pretty epic getting them in front of the Board Riders Club and just like at Straddy where I surf most of the time. So it's pretty mental, and Owen and Stuart, like obviously good mates from like doing the juniors and stuff like that. So yeah, it was sick. I knew it was going to be like a hard heat. And like if we ran that heat 10 more times, they'd probably beat me every time. Like I literally just fluked the 2 best waves of the heat.
I don't know about that, mate, but let's talk about your record against those guys. I know you're pretty good friends and you had a pretty heated junior career against them. Does it feel good to get one back on them?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Actually, the last time we had a 3-man heat was in this junior comp at Newcastle, and Stewie ended up fading me to get an interference because he was losing. It was so funny.
Well, you just rubbed the salt into the wound there a bit more, mate. Does it feel like you just won the comp? The boys, just the vibe down here is amazing.
Wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it's pretty good. I was just stoked to get some good waves. Like, I didn't want to go out there and make an idiot of myself and then get lit up on the start board.
Well, you sounded like a true professional, mate. Just heat by heat, happy to take the 2 points on to the next round.
Yeah, mate, that sounds
back
good.
to you guys in the booth.
Well, local boy Chris Bennett's just absolutely smashing that last heat, and isn't he stoked? While that was happening, Wade Carmichael just got a nice little barrel, popped in air and finished it off nicely, and no doubt when those scores drop, they'll be pretty solid.
Oh, I loved watching that. That was, yeah, a bit of fun. You can see the boys have both gone to the air. Solly just had a little pun off the end section of the foam, so interesting if that's what they're keeping in mind. Wade did so well just to tuck under that.
Even this floater, like, I reckon floaters are so underrated.
Definitely.
They're scary.
On that section as well, hey, Ellie? Look at that. Nice little tuck in from Solly. Oh.
So a nice little exchange between the 2 boys, Solly and, of course, Wade, going head-to-head there. Still waiting for scores to drop on those last couple of waves, but no doubt they'll be both solid scores.
Great start, and 2 different approaches on that end section, Ellie.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the little air, but why not?
And I guess with Wade's power and strength, he definitely pushed through that pretty heavy little section.
Yeah.
Looking very strong.
And so good that, you know, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but wildcards, local boys and girls getting a chance to surf, you know, opportunity of a lifetime, really.
Definitely. Definitely. So cool just seeing some of the girls that I compete with on the QS. Like, the field in the men's and in the women's is so, like, strong. So it's cool to see, you know, the girls have a go and the guys also get to compete against the world's best.
And I'm loving the energy of the 2-day event. I think the energy is fantastic. You know, it's in and out. It's a strike mission. There's no mucking around. There's no second chances. You've got to get out there, nail it, do what you have to do. And if you don't, you pay the price, like, unfortunately for Tyler earlier on this morning. And, you know, these guys know what's at stake. I mean, they're not playing for points. They're not surfing for points. They're not surfing for money, but they're going to give $20,000, the winner, to their favourite charity.
And this is Solly at the start.
Oh my!
Look at that.
Oh, that
was a that was a fantastic attempt. And if he'd pulled that off, we'd have some high scores on the board for him. So hopefully we can see a little more of that.
Yeah, he almost landed that. I mean, I think he had 2 feet on the board when he came down. And
just a little narrow on his landing, I think. And there's C. Wade just trying to wedge into that section. That was quite optimistic of him. I think this is such an important part of strategy to take note of. A lot of people that haven't surfed here wouldn't be aware that it does come in really hard and fast. I think it hits that bank, it accelerates, it explodes. It's not easy to surf, and these CT surfers, they've got the experience, quick reaction time, they can turn around, they've got to make those decisions on the spot, and it definitely, they make it look easy.
Absolutely, I was going to say exactly the same thing. They make it look easy. You know, you airdrop down those faces and then try to tuck in and pop out the other end. They make it look so easy, but with so much water moving up the face, water moving across the sweep running down the line, and just all the changing kind of shifting peaks that you've got to deal with that are coming to you from all different angles, it's they just make it look so easy, and that's why they are the best at what they do.
Yeah, it looks like that bit of a rip that's down the beach, maybe where the girls were sitting in a few heats ago, whether it's moved up a little bit. You can see the edge of this rip. Maybe that's where Owen caught his left that got him through that other heat. Interesting to get a wider perspective of that and see just that moving playing field that the athletes have to navigate.
Yeah, because Straddy has so many peaks along the beach, and you could be sitting, you know, north and then all of a sudden be, you know, further south, and then it just changes so frequently.
And we probably take advantage of that as surfers, that inherently we do have the ability to have a bit of a peripheral vision of what's going on and make those decisions quickly, but it isn't easy to do. And I think these boys are at the top of the world, and they're fantastic at it. It's big admiration, and it's something that, you know, I love trying to impart some of that knowledge and watching the young juniors as they're learning all these tricks of the trade.
All right, we're seeing Mikey Wright up on just jumped over the top of that one. It didn't really hold up for him, unfortunately. So Wade Carmichael just leading this heat at the moment, and of course Cooper caught up with Wade prior to the heat. So let's over to Cooper.
All right, we're down here with Wade Carmichael coming up in the next heat. What are you seeing out there, mate? Pretty tricky.
There's some peaks. There's a lot of waves, just trying to stay busy and get like my little tubes. I just get so frothed up over here, so try to calm it all down.
Yeah, well, we won't keep you too long. You go get ready, and hopefully be talking to you after the heat.
Yeah, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Cooper. These little insights that we're getting on the beach are fantastic as we see. Who was that? That was
Solly Bailey.
Solly, just getting pinched at the end there, just not making a clean exit, unfortunately.
Looked like he might have got a little bumped off the board then, whether it was the foam ball that got him or whether it's just a little bit of lump from the wave before it on the face.
It was pretty cool hearing what Wade was like going to do out there, because we hadn't really heard from the competitors what their like game plan was, but to hear that he was like, you know, frothing and just had to calm down, and because I mean it looks amazing out there, so I'm sure the boys would just want to go anything.
Yeah, well, they're all frothers, there's no doubt about that. It's something they all have in common. And, you know, when you get to surf, you know, pretty decent conditions here at South Stradbroke, it's got to be a hell of a lot of fun. They'll be pretty pumped.
Great to have that replay too. It just gave us a better perspective of inside the barrel, and yeah, just clocked him there.
Holy, ouch.
So 15 minutes remaining of this heat. We've got Wade Carmichael out in front sitting on a
5. Yes, he's got a 5 at the moment and a 0.8. Solly's got a 2.6 and a 1.73. Mikey's yet to really get a score on the board, which I'm sure he will do pretty soon.
Well, there's still plenty of time, and as we've seen, Owen on that sneaky little sandy drainer that he got that little left, managed to pull it out at the last minute. But we'll throw to a bonsai brew break. Got that one right. live at South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro on the beautiful Gold Coast. The weather's turned on, the waves have certainly turned on. We've seen some fantastic surfing so far in both the women's and the men's. Currently at the moment we've got Wade Carmichael, Solly Bailey and Mikey Wright out in Heat 3 of the men's on the first round. This is the second leg of the Australian Grand Slam of surfing. We've got the Margaret River Pro coming up as the third one, and of course the winner of the whole event will get $20,000 to donate to their charity of choice, which is a fantastic initiative.
Oh, it is incredible, and there's been, there's some great charities that the surfers have nominated. I think it's just such a powerful and a very impactful statement for them to be able to back something that's important to them outside of the water.
Yeah. Kate and Elliot, looks like that swell's pulsed a little bit as well once that tide's changed. I don't know whether it's just the shifting of the tide or not, but it seems to be a little bit more consistent, but maybe not as many gems as there was maybe in the last heat.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it's changed like a few times this morning, but I feel like the boys are adapting pretty well. I mean, Chris, with those 2 scores, that's crazy for today.
Well, he certainly
the potential out there.
Yeah, he certainly knew how to pick the eyes out of it, and as Occy and Rabs basically said, local knowledge certainly coming into play. And in the shifty peaks like this, on a beach break like this, you got to think that's got to, it's got to have its advantages.
Definitely.
And I think they've been watching the other heats, and it has probably paid off to be a little busier. Here we see Wade taking off, and he's just slotted into that one so nicely.
That was so sick.
Pops out, got nice and deep, and then manages to kind of link up a little section at the end there, but it doesn't do much for him. But I think that was quite a solid, just what he already had, and popping out the end there will, certainly give him a good, decent enough score to consolidate his position out in front at the moment.
Here we go for the replay. Just see how he's come from behind that section as well, and just, surf that so well. Just nice, neat little tuck in. Great angle from here.
Yeah, airdrop down the face, managed to hang in and just, complete that little section, which is great. So Wade certainly consolidating on these already solid scores that he has.
Solly Bailey. Nice little carve. He's chosen a little smaller wave just to get another score, and he's under his belt. Probably a smart thing to do. That first, the air that he went for, so committed. A lot of height, pretty difficult section to land on, but it'd be great to see him have another attempt at that on another wave, hopefully later in the heat. We've got 10 minutes and 33 remaining.
First and second going blow for blow. Mikey Wright still waiting to open up his account with a decent score. No doubt he will.
Definitely. As we know, he's fantastic in these kind of conditions. He's, obviously playing it a little different tactic to the other 2. He's waiting and being a little bit more patient, whether or not he's set himself for a target of, okay, it's 10 minutes to go, I probably need to get a couple now.
Yeah, I've seen Mikey do some pretty cool breathing exercises before his heats, which is, you don't really see that a lot of the time, but I'm sure he's probably doing that out there right now.
Staying focused, and, coming back to the present. And like Wade said, it's easy to get really excited and over frothing about the conditions that he's about to go and surf in, and sometimes that can affect your decision making a little bit. But these guys are experts, so I'm sure, like you said, they can. It's a good practice and good training ground for them for the next CT events.
Oh,
there he goes.
There we just see Mikey, just pulling in under the curtain there and managing to pop out the end, a little top turn off the foam ball, and finishes that wave. It's something that he needed with just sitting on a 0.77 and a 1.57 in total, so that'll go a long way to helping. Sorry, Ellie?
Oh no, Wade got a 8.6 for that one before, so I wonder if that'll be better than, or if Mikey's will come close to that.
Be interesting just comparing the sections. Be great to do a close split screen, but you can see he's really tucked under that come from behind it, and then a great carve. Grabbed his rail, which is an added addition to that wave.
Mikey's was super clean. I think Wade's was a little bit more throaty, and that airdrop down the face and then managing to tuck up in and pop out the end was a little bit more challenging. Mikey's was a lot cleaner and it looked fantastic, and certainly that view we had front on certainly showed that.
And for the judges today, I think, you know, making a standout sort of statement in the waves, those little differences are going to have an impact on their score.
For sure.
So we're just waiting for scores to drop at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how the judges see that exchange between Wade and Michael.
So that patience paid off for him. Waiting for, yeah, great score, and now he's got enough time, 8 minutes, just under 8 minutes remaining on the clock, so definitely enough time for Mikey to get it back up.
Thank you. See ya.
There's Ethan coming off a win from the Tweed Coast Pro. Great to see his performance today and backing up from the great results that he had a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's happy to be wearing the Jeep leader jersey, heading out there in yellow. So good win for him. And of course, McGilvray bombing out, unfortunately, who came runner-up in that Tweed Pro as well.
Yes, and we've got Phil working with Ethan, which is great to see. A wealth of knowledge and experience as a coach, and obviously had such great success with Mick Fanning. Yeah, great to see Ethan in a jersey again, and just such an exciting, talented surfer.
Yeah.
You can see a couple of sets coming in. Be interesting to see where the boys have positioned themselves.
Oh, Mikey got a 8-7 for that.
And here we see Solly into a closeout. But yeah, great score for Mikey. That's putting him back in the game.
He just sat out there patiently waiting for that one to come up. And obviously the boys know that there are some barrels out there to be had. You've just got to pick them. And we saw that with Chris Bennett. I mean, he had two really nice ones. Jack Robbo did the same kind of thing. Liam O'Brien. So a lot more barrels coming into play at the moment. And a nice one by Mikey, putting him back in the game.
Judges are definitely loving that commitment of coming from behind the section, making that barrel look super easy, but navigating those little sections and lumps in the face isn't easy.
Well, anyone that surfs Straddy knows how much of a difficult beach break it is. You know, these guys make it look so easy, but what they're doing out there and managing to, you know, pick off those little barrels every now and then is hats off to them, because that's what they do best.
And we have been really lucky with these conditions. That northerly hasn't picked up yet as it was expected, so keeping it nice and glassy.
Yeah, great conditions, great conditions for this event. As we mentioned earlier, the second event on the Grand Slam of Surfing, Margaret River Pro coming up towards the end of the month, which will be another fantastic 2-day strike mission. Loving these strike missions. I think the energy is fantastic.
Yes, it's a really good concept, and yeah, having the 2 days, it just keeps it really exciting. Great to have a few different events in different states too, to give the Australians the opportunity to get the jersey back on and have the Australian Grand Slam of Surfing.
And so great to have pro surfing back again. You know, we've had such a long hiatus, and now it's back, and I think the athletes are enjoying it, and I think that anyone that's tuning in around the world is going to be enjoying this action as well. So well done.
Yeah, so good to have it back.
So it'll be interesting to see. We can see that Wade's got priority, and Mikey, he's just having a little look around for a backup score so that he can position himself in a pretty secure second place. With only 4 minutes 30 remaining, that'll be quite important for him, because we know Solly's got the talent and ability to get the score. Looks like Wade's just held Mikey off on that, but
setting it up nicely for a little cover up. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was pretty strategic.
I don't know whether that'll go into his two top scores at the moment. Probably not, but he'd be pretty happy with what he's done so far.
For sure.
Just 4 minutes remaining of this heat. The next heat in the water, we'll see the current Jeep leaderboard champion Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary and Mitch Cruz. So that's a great matchup as well, ladies.
Looking forward to that one.
All these heats are so stacked.
They are. They're
crazy.
So stacked. All right, the Harvey Norman recap. Let's take a look at what's transpired throughout this heat.
This is Solly and his air attempt a lot of height. If he the angle he's landed that on made it a little bit tricky for him to bring it round. And looking at Wade, that first barrel and then this floater.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Nice start for the two boys.
And then, of course, that nice little airdrop and pulling into another one, absolutely critical in that section there. And Mikey just waiting till, 6 minutes to go to pull that one out of the bag, getting him into a nice, comfortable second spot. A nice big grab rail turn at the end there.
Just splitting the difference between, the three barrels that we saw and getting that little bit deeper, late drops, just fitting into all the criteria that the judges are looking for to get those high scores.
Every barrel we've seen so far has been completely different. It's been very different. The execution of getting into it, popping out the other end, and how they basically handle it is been interesting to watch.
And even Wade's last one, just that quick decision making that he's had to make whether or not he was going to go that one or leave it to Mikey. It is testament to how important it is to have quick reaction time, good ocean knowledge, awareness of where you are at the heat strategically, and here we see Solly.
On a rare left. Haven't seen a lot of lefts throughout this heat.
That was a very chunky section. The goofy footers will find the lefts out there like Owen did. They're always on the hunt.
Not a lot, but when they do come through, as we saw with Owen, you can get a little gem amongst the rough with just over a minute 40 remaining. Solly's chasing
not much of a score, but I think, Mikey does need to get a second score. As we see Wade get another one under his belt, he's managed to find a runner in some really tricky conditions. So,
oh my, still going.
Yeah. He's done 20 to the beach.
Yeah, little turns all the way down the line, just consolidating his position up there at the top of this heat.
A little different, as we've said at this event, it is elimination. So Solly will be going home if he isn't able to find another score. 6.44, so it's a decent score that he's chasing.
50 seconds. He needs something to just pop up and open up, and hopefully he can make the most of it. But it's looking like at this stage that Solly will be heading home, and Wade and Mikey progressing through to the quarterfinals.
He might stay on and cheer on the rest of the crew if he doesn't make it through. But like we saw with Owen, he got the score right at the end.
Yeah.
It can happen. Dimity happened in her heat. So I think, we definitely can't turn off yet. There's 28 seconds to going.
It's one of the things about these beach breaks, like a beach break like Straddy, anything can pop up at any time, and it can just turn into either one of your high scoring waves or an absolute piece of rubbish. So
and Wade's just had a great heat. Look at that for a total heat score of 14.87. He'd have to be happy with his execution.
Yeah.
So as we count it down, it looks like Wade and Mikey Wright will be progressing.
Oh, Mikey.
Mikey's just found a nice little one to slot into, but unfortunately doesn't come out. So it looks like Solly wasn't able to get another score on the board, meaning that he'll be third in that heat and eliminated. Sad to see Solly be knocked out. A great surfer, but we've got Wade and Mikey Wright.
Looks pretty happy.
Yeah. Another two amazing CT competitors.
I think I saw him say one more to the ski, but there was only a minute left, and they were like, nah.
All right, we're here live at South Stradbroke for the Boost Mobile Pro. Event 2 on the Australian Grand Slam of Surfing. A fantastic event so far, some sensational surfing, and we'll be back with the fourth heat of the men's.
when I have the moments with my son or my kids, I notice, you know, they've grown up here, and I like the fact that sometimes they do take it for granted. I love seeing them just playing around like it's an everyday life is just living here, and I'm so thankful that they get to. It's hard to describe the coast. I just see it as the best place on the planet. You just feel the atmosphere, the vibe, the beauty of it too, and it feels like home to me. It feels like our place.
We're back live at South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro event here. What a fantastic day. What a fantastic day of surfing we've had so far. A few upsets, a little bit of drama. It's been a mixed bag of everything, and we've seen some fantastic surfing as well. Wade Carmichael just taking out that last heat. In the water at the moment, we've got Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary and Mitch Cruz, which will be going head-to-head. Another jam-packed heat, Kate.
Oh, it's been an exciting day, and we've got to take off here. Looks like it might be Mitch. Just a quick in and out. Just having a little look. We see that Ethan got the 5-point ride to start the heat, and you know, great to see him getting off to a quick start. I think here's his replay of that wave. Oh, he's done well to navigate coming out of that. That was a tight little tube.
Yeah, it almost chandeliered on him and pinched him at the end there, but he managed to get out. Of course, Ethan wearing the Jeep leaderboard yellow jersey, the Jeep leader jersey, I should say, and he'd be pretty stoked to have that on, and looking forward to doing really well in this event as well.
Oh, he looked just incredible at the Tweed Coast Pro, and I can, see his tactic here is to keep a little bit busy. I'm wondering if Phil and he have spoken about that. It seems to be paying off.
There's Mitch.
And we've got Mitch taking off, another quick in and out. I like this strategy of just keeping busy, seeing what the waves are going to do. As it gets towards the end of the heat, no doubt that priority will come into play, and they'll use that a little bit more.
So we're currently looking at the Jeep leaderboard with Ethan up the top there after his fantastic win at Tweed. Yes, well, yeah, and unfortunately Matt bombing out in that first heat, he'll be looking to do really, really well if he manages to surf in any of the other events. I'm not sure whether he will be or not, but if he can, he'll be definitely giving it a bit of a crack. But yeah, Ethan Ewing out in front and opening up a good score in this first clash that these guys have had.
That was a nice snap by Connor. Quick start, I'm sure he's happy just to get his feet in the wax in this heat. And I think just getting that first turn in and surfing it section by section is paying off for those surfers that are getting through. It looks like, sometimes Straddy can have another little edge to it, hop over the section. So I think, don't think that was a bad choice for Connor, just to have a little dig at that one.
Is there any of the boys here or any of the men's that you see that has a little bit of an advantage in these conditions, Kate?
I think we've got such a high calibre of surfers that are competing today that, the one that, I think Ethan, I've been really looking forward to seeing him surf again out here, but all of them on their day, and like we saw with Chris Bennett, wildcard can come through and just know the location really well. So I think the surfers that have probably had a bit more time out of Straddy and can connect with it. I know Wade does spend a fair bit of time up here as well. So it could be anyone's game today. We've definitely seen a couple of the top seeds struggling at the start, and like with Owen, he managed to get that score right at the end, which was really exciting.
Just saw a great high shot of the playing field there, and you can really see, a lot of water moving around and some big eddies pushing through down the line as well. A lot of shifting peaks. It's challenging. I mean, it might look spectacular when we see these guys ride, but to find the right spot, pick the right wave, find that little gem, it's difficult.
I think that's what all these surfers would be loving, is a challenge at the moment. There's been a bit of a break, as we know, so getting them in the jersey, having a challenging sort of lineup, they thrive on that kind of stuff. So I reckon, like Wade said before his heat, he had to just slow himself down a little bit because he was so excited. And I'd imagine that most of the surfers are feeling similar to that. They're fellow comrades. They're all wanting to beat each other as much as they support each other. They also want the win.
beautiful shots, guys, as we watch
Connor, we've got Connor up.
O'Leary on a rare left.
Those
Three
goofy
nice
footers
turns.
once again finding the lefts. I love that wave. That was well put together.
Yeah, that first turn, he'll get some nice, a lot of power off that first turn, set him up for those other two little down the line kind of, that little section kind of didn't really hold up for him, but he managed to bounce off the foam and get around. He'll get a decent score from that, no doubt.
And I think, with this little bit of east swell, that is tad bit of north in it. Maybe it's running down the beach a little bit as this tide fills in. It might be a good opportunity, those inside ones, to just get a few points on the board.
Well, we're starting to see a few more lefts come into play at the moment.
Here we go for this replay for Connor. So he's just, he's hit that first section. Not super critical, but he's definitely making, there's a little bit of spray. He's showing a little bit of showmanship on that. I think it's definitely going to give him a pretty good start. A few points on the board. Exciting to watch him back in a jersey as well. Been seeing some great clips from during the swell, the last couple of swells we've had on the coast. So great to see everybody get a lot of time at home and surfing their local breaks.
Well, Cooper's down on the beach with Wade Carmichael. Over to you, Coop.
All right, guys, I'm down here with last heat's winner, Wade Carmichael. 8.6 on that one bomb, mate. Must have felt good to get a heat underway.
Yeah, that one just kind of came to me. I was just trying to hunt some little corners, and then they just had the perfect bowl and nice take off. They're the ones you want out here, real quick round ones.
Yeah, for sure. And equipment's obviously a big factor out there. What boards were you riding out there?
It's got like a round tail, normal shorty. Brand new actually. First surf this morning, and it's been pretty small the last few weeks, so this is rare to be getting shoot like this time of year, so felt good. I'll be riding again my next heat for sure.
Yeah, looking forward to watching you out there in the quarters, mate. I'm sure you'll be doing very fine even when the wind comes up the Savo.
Yeah, we'll give it a red hot crack. Thanks Coops.
Mate.
Good on you, Cooper. Thanks for that insight into Wade's boards, what's he's riding and what's his strategy throughout that heat a little bit. But we're back live here to great pictures, Kate, of the Gold Coast, of the setup here at South Stradbroke.
Oh, we're lucky, aren't we? It's definitely a great location. I loved watching that little segment on Joel Parkinson and how, his family enjoy where they live, and they take so much advantage of all the great locations that we have on the coast, in the water, but also up in the hinterland. I loved listening to Wade then talk about the fact that he only rode the board for the first time this morning. Obviously knows his equipment well though, and he's been riding something a little bit different. There's been a little bit of less swell the last few weeks, but now that it's picking up and he's got some chunky little barrels and he's been able to ride a round tail.
Well, yeah, he did mention that there hasn't been much size over the last couple of weeks, but we have been blessed on the Gold Coast this year. Some swell back to back as we see.
We've got
Connor on another wave here.
A couple of nice hits. Oh, that last turn, that was the money. That was a lot of commitment. He sort of, the first turn, whether the timing was just a little out, but he still managed to get enough speed to get into that section.
Just caught that rail on that first turn, but certainly made up for it on that second turn, and no doubt the points will flow for that.
A lot of impact. Be great to see a replay of that. I love watching those slow-mo and how much release you'll get off the fins. So he just, it's got a little bit of chunk, but there probably wasn't sure if that section, he wanted to make sure he got his second turn in. He really stomped it on that last section, rode out cleanly. This is the 5.37. Sorry, 5.37. So during Wade's interview, this is what happened. Great to see, Connor just staying really busy. He's giving himself a lot of opportunities. He's got a 5.57 and a 5.37 on the board. Two solid scores just with 18 minutes 22 remaining.
So Ethan jumping out of the blocks nice and early and posting a score, and then of course Connor back to back with a couple of good solid scores and picking off a couple of little lefts as well, which is nice to see. Mitch is sitting on a 1.4 5-0, I think, and certainly got his work cut out for him at the moment. Plenty of time left with 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Mitch just has 2 small scores. I'm sure, you know, he actually just has second priority, which he must have paddled for one and lost one when we went into Wade's interview. But like Wade said, you know, you've got to be hunting for those corners and staying really alert and aware. And I think it looks like Connor's been doing that. He's gotten a couple under priority. Exciting to watch. And I now know that, you know, if Ethan's got priority, he's going to wait for something that's either as good as his 5 or better.
Well, we've certainly seen the men and the women that have been busy, have been managing to scout the bank around and find those little gems that they've needed to get the scores that they've needed, whether it be at the beginning or the middle, or as we saw Owen, right at the death. So they're there. All right, we'll take a little bit of a bonsai brew break from the Harvey Norman Lounge.
Oh yeah, not falling off with that.
Well, we're back live from beautiful South Stradbroke Island on the Gold Coast in Australia. Pitches are fantastic. Everyone doing a fantastic job there as we see a nice high shot of the contest set up down on Stradbroke Island. And you don't know how hard it is to be set up, what these guys have done to get everything organised for this event, which has been fantastic. You can see they've had to trek probably about a 10-minute walk carrying stuff on their back and who knows what from the other side of the Broadwater. But beautiful pitches, guys, and a beautiful location to have an event, Kate.
Fantastic location, and here we have up and riding Mitch Cruz. He just got into that a little late. He's hanging on though. Wow, you know, the calibre of surfing of Mitch too, and he just got caught behind that one. And behind him we have Ethan. Look at that. He's chosen. He chose that one. It looked like it was going to stay open for him, but he just got pinched.
That was a shame for Mitch. I mean, that would look like such a beautiful wave that was just going to hold up for him, and it just kind of didn't do it. And that was the one that he was looking for. He really needed that score, but unfortunately not doing it for him. And then Ethan straight off the back, another one, which could have held up, but as we've seen, you know, like it's a bit of a lucky dip whether they hold up and open and let you out or not.
And Reg, hey, take a look at this. When Mitch has lost his jersey, it gives you an indication of the power at South Straddy. It's not just your average beach break. It definitely has a lot of impact. He came off on that one and it's ripped it up and over him. So it'll be, we'll have to keep an eye on. He's going to sit out the back and perhaps put that back on.
Yeah, well, they'll be lucky to find it. I'd say it'll get washed up somewhere, no doubt. Maybe way down the line, who knows, maybe even at North Straddy. Yeah, it certainly packs a punch, this beach break, as we saw 2 broken boards by Piper Harrison this morning. So
a lot of drama happening, and it's definitely shows there is a lot that goes into surfing a heat out at Straddy. It does shuffle around a lot. You might have to just make those decisions really quick and sharp, like what happened with Mitch then. He just was out of position just a little bit and got onto it a little late. So he's
I don't think we've seen the Jeep leaderboard leader bare skin.
No, well, so I think Ethan's still got his, but Mitch is going to be surfing the rest of this heat with no rashie on. I wonder if that's ever happened in the history of WSL. So, yeah, a little bit of a different, different outcome for this heat. We're going to see Mitch just with a bare-chested.
Well, I'm sure there's be quite a few of our viewers around the world would be pretty happy with that.
So it looks like Connor's holding a pretty strong lead with 2 scores, and here goes Mitch. He's having a little paddle. Maybe he's trying to sell you Ethan on that one. Didn't look like it was going to provide too much of a score.
Well, with just 12 minutes remaining in this heat.
Here we have
Here
Mitch.
we go,
He's
Mitch.
hit that section. Oh, came unstuck, just grabbed a rail. That was could have been a nice one-wave, one-turn score for him. You can see the different angles. It's almost like a little 2-tier section that comes back at the surfer on those rights. That was a heavy section that he just went under then, similar to where he lost his jersey just before. A lot of action, a lot of things for the boys to navigate.
Let's hope he can hang on to the rest of his apparel that he's got on. You just never know what can get ripped off you in the shorey here at South Stradbroke. As we've mentioned before, quite powerful.
It is definitely, and I think, you know, we can associate that with Pipeline and Portugal and France. There's a lot of powerful beach breaks around the world, but perhaps a lot of people don't realise the power and explosion that this wave does have as it hits the bank on the inside.
Well, we're just over 11 minutes remaining. We've got Connor O'Leary sitting quite comfortably out in front as we watch Ethan Ewing on a nice little top turn there and just gliding down the line, and another nice top turn to finish off that wave, Kate.
Yeah, he did make the most of that. It looked like the section might have offered him a little bit more, but just, yeah, how smooth and controlled he was at getting over that foamy section. It's not easy, and then he was able to get a nice finishing turn on that. Really, really looked great.
He'll be looking to get rid of that 2.5 and replacing that with another score, no doubt. We'll wait for those scores to drop.
I think the judges just, you know, it is an end section that he did that on, but it's still, he was able to throw the tail a little bit, get a bit of release. So as we just see, it didn't look like it maybe looked like it was going to barrel to him, but he was just able to get up and over that foam that gave him enough speed to get to this last section. So just a little finishing turn for Ethan, but still, he's a pleasure to watch his surfing.
10 minutes remaining, and the bare-chested Mitch Cruz still chasing a decent score to move up into second and progress into the next round.
Yes, he needs a 6 with 10 minutes to go. So hopefully he's able to get out the back with enough time, take a few resetting moments, and get in the position that he had planned to, I suppose, for the start of the heat. Well, it is shifting a lot, and adaptation is the name of the game, I think, today. It's a lot of moving parts happening.
Absolutely. Look, there's no shortage of waves pushing on onto this little bank that we've got here, and of course it's very it's shifting, and it's very, very peaky. The biggest challenge that these guys is picking the right one, picking the eyes out of what comes through. And as we've seen right in the dying minutes on a couple of heats, it can come through with 30 seconds to go, and you just nail a nice little thing and manage to get through to the quarterfinals.
Definitely, and you know, all these surfers have the ability to do that under pressure, which is what we all love about pro surfing. Just there's a time restraint, there's so many external conditions that they've got to navigate. So it's a big playing field. It's an exciting one to be watching once again on a WSL platform.
Absolutely. Well, just under 9 minutes remaining. Connor O'Leary sitting comfortably on an 11. Ethan Ewing looking for another. Did we get that score from Ethan on that last wave?
Looks like he has a 4.20 that he got on that. Which was pretty healthy score. Critical section through the tail, sort of change of direction on it too. I think, you know, the judges obviously like that. It got rewarded, so it was great backup score for Ethan. We've got the girls coming up next. This is saw a little flash of Macy and Steph having a giggle in the tent, and here they are walking down for their heat. They've spent a lot of time together the last few months. Macy's moved up the coast, coming from Avoca. She's loving living up in the Gold Coast, enjoying the great weather and great waves, and it's been a good group of girls hanging out and working on their performance, but also having a lot of fun during COVID. So it'd be good to see this matchup. I reckon that they once they get out in the water, there'll be no friends.
Tough conditions for the girls in those first couple of heats this morning. It had a little bit of a wobble to it, and the tide was pushing in, and it was hard to find the right spot and all the rest of it. But Macy did quite well. She got a couple of high-scoring waves, managed to get through, and so did Steph. As we see a closeout, was that Mitch then, or
that was? He found his jersey. Look at that. Maybe the Red Bull waterman went and found it for him and brought it out the back. So he's got his white jersey on, pulled into a closeout.
Now, if I was a betting man, there was no way in the world I would have thought he'd ever find his jersey anywhere near there. But obviously he has.
It's 7 minutes remaining, so yes, Mitch has got a little bit of work to do. This is an elimination heat, which is a little bit different to most of the CT events that we see around the world.
Yes, first and second progressing through to the quarterfinals, third getting knocked out, which is great. Certainly adds the energy to this event as well, and being a two-day event, pushing through.
And these boys had surfed together quite a bit, I'm sure. I'm sure Mitch wants to progress through and enjoy some of the waves the rest of the day. So he'll be on the hunt. And, he's giving himself a lot of opportunity. I think his selection probably has let him down a little bit. Connor had a really quick start on the hunt and now is patiently waiting for a better score, which is, that traditional building a house in the heat tactic.
And it was a bit unfortunate for Mitch on that wave after he lost his jersey. That nugget that he got just didn't open up for him, and he just got caught behind, and that would have been quite a high-scoring wave.
Definitely, yes. If he was able to just punch through that would have been definitely in his top two. And we've got to have a little chip in here. I love Docky talking about that chip in section from South Straddy when you get the sets roll in. Everyone was out of position for that one, however, which is, I guess part of that preparation and heat preparation, knowing how often those sets are coming through, knowing where you want to be sitting, taking the time. What part of the heat are you going to sit out there and wait for one of those? Is it worth it? Is it going to, give you that advantage and opportunity to get a couple of hits in?
But, once you paddle out there, it all changes.
It does.
You know what I mean? All the strategy in the world, you can sit and watch it forever and go, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and you get out here, and it just all of a sudden just doesn't come into play, or it does. It's
a Harvey Norman heat recap. We just see Ethan there tucking in, very comfortably slotting out of that one. And I love this.
Your second turn was the money winner? Yeah, absolutely.
Just a really nice, clean bread and butter turn for Connor, but gee, it looks great. And here we have Mitch, just, a little bit behind this one, but that was a solid wave. that was quite a big one. And it would have been great if he was just over that little bit further. Lost his jersey, bit of drama. And then we have Ethan here, getting his second score, manages to get round this sort of foamy section just so easy and effortlessly, and throwing the fins on that last section.
Gotta love
that really well.
Gotta love the Harvey Norman heat recap. But just certainly just highlights what you may have missed if you've just joined us. We're live from Stradbroke Island, a beautiful part of the Gold Coast, a beautiful part of Australia. Wonderful pictures, some fantastic waves, and some awesome surfing, Kate.
During that recap, we actually just about to view Connor's wave that he got. So he had priority. He's used it on this wave, and he perhaps shouldn't have. Could be a critical moment of the heat. Whether or not he thought it was going to produce something and perhaps give maybe Mitch an opportunity, he might have done it strategically. Interesting.
Well, Mitch has certainly got his work cut out for him, needing a 7.4, is that, to progress?
7.7.
7.7, yeah.
Yeah, he does. And you can see that Connor's broken away from the other two surfers and moved up the beach a little bit. Knowing now that he's got third priority, it's probably a smart thing to do. And, yeah, you can see, Mitch is going to be wanting a pretty good wave with 3 minutes to go. He may not have the opportunity to get two scorers, so he's probably thinking to himself, I just need yeah, good opportunity.
So what does he need to do, Kate? Does he need to paddle away from the pack? Does he need to, you know, maybe move further south to that little left that we saw that was, you know, running down the bank? Or does he, you know, I mean, what's his mindset?
Great question, Reg. Yeah, I think Ethan's not going to give him an edge at this point. He's got priority. So I think he'll probably just sit on him and, you know, keep an eye on what Mitch is paddling for, and I'd say try and hold him off if a good one comes. So that will be a little bit of strategy will have to come into play for Mitch, whether or not he tries to sell Ethan on a little average one, or whether he does try and just paddle him completely out of position and Ethan decides not to follow him.
Well, the clock is definitely ticking down with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining of this heat 4 of the men's. The final heat in round 1. Everyone that's first and second progressing through to the quarterfinals, and of course Solly Bailey and a few others are missed out, which is quite unfortunate for them. But the guys that have made it through will be pretty stoked, and these conditions are hanging in, and it looks like the wind's backing off as well, so we should see some nice conditions throughout the day, and hopefully that wind will, you know, just not blow up like it's been forecast to do.
Here we go. It looks like Mitch has paddled down the beach a little bit to get away from Ethan. This is a great tactic. Whether or not he'll be far enough down to get away from Ethan, it's looking like Ethan's on his tail,
yep,
which is a smart move, and it just goes to show, you know, that competitive instinct. This is this event's not going to count point wise, but it is still really meaningful to the boys, and I think it just shows they love competing. They're happy to have the jersey back on.
Oh yeah, they're competitors. I mean, they don't want to give an inch, regardless of whether there's points, money or what. They're out there to win.
Definitely, and they get to, you know, the Jeep leader at the end of the 3 events gets to donate $20,000 to their choice of charity, which is fantastic, and I'm sure is driving a lot of them. Here we go. Connor's just found a nice wave down the end. Oh, but it doesn't hold up. So a little bit tricky for us to see from the booth, those sections. It kind of didn't have a great line on it, but it looked like it was going to be fantastic on the takeoff.
Yeah, look, we've seen similar waves like that with Liam O'Brien got one in the first round, and it just kind of linked up to a completely different wave down the inside, and he managed to get a couple of other nice little top turns into just to finish off and got a relatively high score.
And only 34 seconds to go. You know, Connor broke away from the pack. He's in the lead with 11.4 heat total, but I think Mitch is, he's got his work cut out with him for 21 seconds remaining. He's trying to separate himself away from Ethan, but Ethan's staying inside, which is a really good tactic.
Well, sorry, Kate, as we counted down, it looks like Connor O'Leary and certainly Ethan Ewing progressing through to the quarterfinals. Mitch, unfortunately, running out of time and will be eliminated.
An exciting heat, a great performance from everyone. Looking forward to the girls coming up next in the quarterfinals.
So congratulations to Ethan Ewing and Connor O'Leary progressing through to the quarterfinals. And the girls up next.
Excited, can't wait.
Absolutely. And Rabbit Nocky will be taking you through the first of the quarterfinals. We're live here at Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro, a fantastic event, one of the first of its kind, and we're certainly enjoying all the action, beaming to the world. We'll be back.
Welcome back to South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro. I'm Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, joined by the illustrious world champion Mark Ogalupo. Oki,
That's too nice of you.
We're into the women's quarterfinals.
We are, Rab, and it's man on man, woman on woman, excuse me. That's just the way we say it in this format. But yes, Macy Callahan against Stephanie Gilmore. Big heat for the girls. It's been pumping. We saw Mitch Cruz get his Rashi ripped off his back. It's powerful out there, Rab, and now the girls have a crack.
Yeah, Macy Callahan, Steph Gilmore, India Robinson, Sophie McCulloch, Nikki Van Dyke and Dimity Stoyle, Isabella Nichols and Zali Kelly. There's 4 fantastic matchups. What a day. The sun's out. We're in sunny Queensland on the Gold Coast. The strike mission's on.
Some would say we're at the wrong end of the coast, Rab, but we're not. We're at, we are a long way from home. About a 45-minute drive without traffic. Let's say now with traffic from Snapper Rocks. We're at the northern end, South Stradbroke, which is the southern end of the island of North Stradbroke, where Ethan Ewing comes from. These 2 gorgeous girls going at it. Rabbit, yeah, I mean, it's the first time ever we've run a WSL big event at South Stradbroke. First ever event here, I guess, apart from the North End Board Riders. And how magic is it to be here on South Stradbroke?
Well, it's been a long time coming, Mark,
Yep.
and as you said earlier, what a contest site. As we see, there's Macy on her first opening wave. She had a quick inside before, but
yeah, well, Macy, that was a pretty good wave. I mean, you know, when you take the barrel out of the equation, that's a pretty solid turn wave, let's say, and you know what she wants to do. She wants to put some scores down on Stephanie and try and get Stephanie, you know, a bit uncomfortable.
Well, you know, Macy comes from Avoca Beach down there in Central Coast, New South Wales. There's a lot of good left. She's got a great all-round approach, solid back end, and of course she's grown up. It's a real hotbed of talent, Avoca Beach, and of course the home of the great Ace Buchan. And
yes, well, remember Sanger? You know, he invented the floater. Was the first one to do some legitimate floaters. Shane Powell, Ross Clark-Jones.
Ross Clark-Jones.
They've all come from there.
Yeah, what did Ross Clark invent? He invented something. We don't know.
Well, he invented just madness, just freaking mad charging, just like no one had ever done before, and maybe no one ever will, just charging the most heaviest, craziest waves ever. What else did he? And then he went on the Survivor, and he
nearly didn't survive. but then we got Micro, Glenn Hall, the super coach, absolute super coach, and all these young kids coming through as well.
Yeah, Central Coast, definitely a hotbed of talent there. And Macy comes from there. She does have a good back end. She gets a 4-5 for that. If that's not included with that other little score that we didn't see, which it could be. So, okay, yeah. Okay, so we believe that 4-5 was her first wave. We haven't seen that one yet, and she's going to get probably a similar score, Rab. So I reckon she's going to be in around that 8-point mark without Stephanie having a wave, which is exactly what you'd want to do against the world champ.
Yeah, it's a good start for Macy. And, you know, she's done a lot of surfing in this area. She's spent a lot of time on the Gold Coast. And
she does. She lives here now. I was over at her house not so long ago doing a skit for Billabong. She just lives locally in the Currumbin area, Eleanor area. So she's always in the surf. She's always out Snapper, always out D-Bar. You know, I mean, the closest beach break we have to this is obviously D-Bar. I'd have to say this is a fair bit better than Duranbar. I mean, you know, Duranbar might be playing it down a little bit, but it's more powerful up here, and it's similar, definitely similar. It's a grunty beach break, not too dissimilar to the French beach breaks or a Ayukai in Hawaii or an off the wall South Stradbroke. Wow, great venue.
Well, a lot of great surfers have relocated to the Gold Coast, mate. It's not a bad place to be shipwrecked. And of course, our strategic partner here, Tourism and Events Queensland. Thanks for your support to the Queensland government.
Well, she's found another left, has she? Yes, she has. Upside down-ish goes Macy Callahan. So she's thought, hang on, you know, I'll try my backhand as much as I can, knowing it is the strength. And she gets 3 scores. I'm not too sure if the first one was a left, but the next, you know, the last 2 were. And Stephanie just seems like she's got a little... She did open the scoring for herself, but only a 0.67 rabbit.
Well, like as soon as Macy steps off, she's got the Uber driver waiting for her. They know she's going to go left.
Yes, she does, and she's on that side of the...
Now this is a tricky get out here. You know, this takes a lot of watermanship and skill, and well, he's done it.
The heavens opened up for him, and or for Macy. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's so many times he can get stuck on that ski and he can't get out, and all you want to do is get it out there, and you have no control over the driver. If it was the surfer, they'd probably be launching over 8-foot whitewashes, but you've got to be safe.
Yeah, well, but the point being that there's only a very short distance between the impact zone and the beach, so there's no gutter, so there's still a lot of power all the way through the shore. So yeah, it's a good job for the Red Bull Jet Ski Patrol, Water Patrol, provided by Red Bull. So
yeah, they're doing a great job. Don't let me drive one of those skis in that little area. No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't do that. No, I'm not the jet ski driver. Okay. So she's up, and she gets a 4.7 for this nice backhand snap into a second little kind of bit flat snap, but gets a third in there. All the points are on the first one.
Yeah, so there you go. She had a 4. This hasn't been scored yet. She got a 4.5, then a 4.7. Oh, that's a good snap there, Mark.
Yeah, I love that.
This wave, it sort of peters out a little bit. That it was all in that first manoeuvre.
Really critical. We haven't got the score yet, but I liked it. She's kind of upside down there and right in the impact zone. I'd give her a 5 or a 6 for that if I was judging. Let's see what they do give her. And well, she's almost going another left. What's going on? Steph's going, what are you doing, girl? Is it a different scenario or still the same beach? But she just wants a left.
Or was she hoping that Steph turned around and said, I better go one?
Yeah, she was trying to sell it probably. You're right.
I mean, you know, Macy's on the beach. She's got a caddy. She's also there with Sheldon Simkus, who's a local surfer, knows the Gold Coast well, and be giving her some good tips. I was wondering if, you know, Sheldon might have seen a few lefts, the old hander.
Yeah, well, it's probably the youngest power couple now in surfing, Sheldon and Macy.
Yeah.
Been going out together for a few months now. Yeah, it's probably, well, maybe even a year. So, yep, they're happy surfing with each other, probably helping each other in a lot of ways. You know, it seems to work, you know, with back in the day, none of the boys had surfer girls as girlfriends, but now you see it's quite common. Actually have a girl that surfs myself.
You sure do, mate. What a champion.
She's a great girl.
When she's not having babies. But we've got Stacey Galbraith on the beach with Ethan Ewing.
I'm down here with Ethan Ewing, the current Jeep yellow leader. Ethan, mate, how does that jersey feel? Light or heavy?
It feels okay. Not too heavy, just having fun, but it definitely feels weird.
Mate, I think it suits you, mate. Congratulations on Cabarita. First heat back. How's your preparation leading into this one?
It was okay, yeah. It looks easy from the beach, and then you get out there and it's like a washing machine and really hard to find the good ones, but it felt good to surf a heat at South Stradbroke.
For sure. Mate, your first ride was pretty impressive. Wasn't the biggest of tubes, but talk us through that little foam ball dance.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a quick start and try and get a tube. And ended up getting a 5, and then I couldn't find one after that.
Yeah. Look, it took me back to a performance of yours at the trials at Pipeline from a few years ago where I thought you were outstanding until unfortunately you had to withdraw due to injury. We don't get to see you in conditions like this a lot. Where does it rate up there with you when you're looking to go for a surf? Would you say this is up what you're looking for, or you prefer facey big walls to rip into?
Nah, this is definitely like more exciting than say like Cabarita or something. It's just so many different options, lefts, rights, and really good waves. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, good job, mate. I know that was a hard-fought battle, but the wind's staying nice, so hopefully an opportunity for a few more barrels to serve.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Well done, Ethan. And one thing, Mark, you know, he comes from North Stradbroke, and you know Point Lookout there. You get that left coming off the rock, but those right nuggets down the beach, he would have surfed conditions like this so often.
So often. This looks like a day at Point Lookout.
Yeah.
It really does. So he knows these conditions really well. So don't think, Stace, that he doesn't know these conditions, because He does.
And big cheers out there to Specky and all the crew up there at North Straddy.
Here we go, Macy looking a little right. Just keeping busy, making sure Steph's checking her out, knowing just making sure she's not sleeping on the job. Steph's waiting for one of those waves, one of those Steph waves we want to see. Oh, here she goes. She's on. The wave splits. What's it going to do now? Oh, she's out.
Yeah, a bit reminiscent of one of Tyler's waves earlier on, where she got over to that second section, looked at it, went, nah, not interested. Still nothing in the bank at this point.
No, that was exactly like, except for Tyler did get a little top turn, and if she went for that floater, she'd been still in the event right now. And Steph, she could have went for that floater, but she decided against it. She might have got a 4 or a 5 if she went that floater. It was a critical section, but she decided against.
Well, as time slips away on our 7-time world champion, we'll cut to the Bonsai Brew break right now. See you soon.
Down here with the Boost Mobile Wave update, and it's an absolute passport shredder of a day here at South Stradbroke Island. We've been really lucky with the wind. It's stayed light and variable all morning, and there's still a few tubes on offer. However, with that tide starting to drain out now, it's going to get a lot more challenging for the competitors. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a few of these guys and girls resorting back to turns. There's still some tubes out there, but they are few and far between. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, our man at sea level, Stacey Galbraith, an expert cross there, and he's, as you said, Mark, the tide just starting to move now, and it moves quite quickly on this bank.
Oh yeah, it does, especially we've got the seaway right next door, a lot of water moving out there. And he's right, I was here yesterday afternoon, and it does change completely, because it just gets a lot more suckier, a lot more rips, and the wave size will go down a little bit. Don't worry that the swell's going away. It's not. It's just because it'll break out the back more. A lot of rips and eddies going out, and the waves will deteriorate, but they're still good. I mean, they're still really, really competitive. You know, there could be some airs, there'll be some big turns, and there will be the odd barrel. There will be the odd drainer. So it's, you know, it's still exciting, but the waves will change.
And the other thing you were mentioning earlier about how, you know, it's a mini version of sometimes at Pipeline where you just get that period where there's wash-throughs, and it's just, and Ethan pointed to it in the last seat that, you know, for a while there's rips running through it. You've got to get your scores before and after those events.
Definitely, you really got to, you know, when it all settles down, it goes still, the rips settle and everything, you go, okay, now's my time. You need a score right now, or if not 2, you need it. Definitely 1, because it might settle once only in the heat, maybe twice, but it definitely, you know, is forever changing in a beach break like this.
And another sort of trick to get on top of is that when it is doing that wash through period, and when it's a bit of a you know, all over the show, you kind of got to look for those corners, don't you, where there's just a little bit of blue water.
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you're stuck in a rip, it's wise to get out of there and look at and try and sit on the side of it. Right in the middle of 2 rips mightn't be, you know, sometimes the go, because it could be a bit straight and the waves might close out. I often think, you know, on a beach break, in any general beach break around the world, you know, you kind of want to sit just off the side of the rip, because the rip just kind of makes the wave peak up and break first. So if you can sit on the side, either side of that, it could be a left or a right, And that's what, all these surfers know how to do. It's no secret, but that's what they'll be aiming to do. And Steph, she's been slow. She hasn't got a score over 1, and we're running out of time here, Rab.
Yeah, this is pretty full on. And here's Macy having another look at her left. She pulled back on that one. It really wasn't going to offer the scoring potential. She's got that 4.7 and the 4.5. Two pretty decent scores, but still gettable. I mean, but Steph needs to get on the scorecard to be able to track it down here. And here we go, Steph Gilmore.
Whoa, Steph, just that wave. Oh, that was not the spot for that turn. She did not have a choice. She was always going to end up there. But what happens when she gets there is the wave just completely flattened out. So there was no room for a board. The board just disengaged. She was ready for a layback, but it was just not happening for her right there. So unfortunately for Steph, you can take us through that, Rab. But
well, look at this wave. It looks beautiful. But as she goes up into a signature move, it nearly looked like she had a little summer board under her feet.
Yeah, well, let's see. See, it just went flat. She hits a spot at the top here, and the lip just kind of dies out, and it's just a real flat spot at the top. You can see just after that, it steepens up again. But it wasn't her fault. The wave was always going to do that to her. And, I mean, how many times has that happened to us? It happens a lot. It wasn't her fault. It was the wave not cooperating. So that's still not a score. I know Tyler could be watching right now, and, they're not surfing for points or a lead, but I know these two girls have, whoa, here's a big wave that Macy looks at. It's a left. She pulls back.
Wow,
but,
she had priority too. And,
tit for tat, you know what I mean? Tyler's looking because she's leading this Australian Grand Slam, and if Steph gets knocked out too, it's going to open it up for some of these other girls.
Well, a mini advantage there. The only thing that's gone Steph's way in this heat is that Macy just lost priority.
Okay, yeah, she did. She definitely had a look at that left. And it seems like what we were just talking about, the rip has kind of settled right now. It looks pretty still. So
this could be a time for Steph to strike. But before we do that, we've got a Burleigh legend on the beach with Stacey Galbraith, Jay Bottle Thompson.
Thanks, Bugs. Yeah, spot on. Absolute legend. Jay Bottle Thompson, head of MAP Surf Coaching. Talk us through it, mate. You've got 2 athletes coming up in the next heat. What's your advice in a situation like that?
Give it your best effort, pretty much. It's like, it's obviously a different position when you've got 2 athletes, man or woman on the stage. But it's about getting into the right mental state. They're smart enough to work out the tactical side of things usually, so it's just more about making sure they're in their kind of their nice, calm, relaxed state before they paddle out.
Yeah, awesome. And you're obviously working with young Liam O'Brien as well. What do you think of his performance this morning?
Oh, he was bursting at the seams. He actually had to go walk over the back of the dunes because he was so frothing to get out there, and he had a 10-minute sit down and got his breath. So he got out there, he actually calmed down. It was good before his heat, and he kind of come back to centre. So no, it was good. And then he was against Matty McGilvray too. They're good mates. They spar against each other. So it was a good battle, and Jack got the W. But yeah, it was a good little bout.
Awesome. Thanks for your insight, Bots. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thanks, Bottle. And, of course, Bottle's done such a wonderful job as coaching and mentoring this young crop of Burleigh kids coming through. And Liam O'Brien is leading the pack, world-class surfer. There's a lot of Burleigh kids behind him that are ripping it up too, Ock. And I think the Burleigh board riders pretty much 2019 were #1 in Queensland.
Yep, they were. I mean, obviously it's hard for us to say that being Snapper boys, but I mean, Burleigh's coming to the party. There's no doubt about that. Liam has qualified, and fellow team rider for Billabong. We really backing Liam to have a big year. It was obviously wasn't on this year, but next year it's going to be a big year for Liam, no doubt about it. There's an outside wash through, kind of somehow a little bit of a chip shot that the girls. Well, can you just give us a bit more of a wide angle on that wave? What happened there looked pretty good. Here's a left. Big set there, Rab. Big set, solid 6 foot. The girls just got caught out of position there.
Yeah, that tide just coming off the bank now. A couple of those peaks sort of rearing up outside as we see Macy on another left. She's really honing in on the backhand. This one not offering a scoring potential. She's out of there. There's only 4 minutes remaining.
Wow.
So wow. Well, the Harvey Norman heat recap's going to show a fairly dominant performance by Macy Callan. Now, this is her opening 4.5, and it's been a building performance. She started out with that 4.5 and nicely finished off there, and this is her 4.7, so this is the high point of the heat.
Yeah, beautiful, nice, tight snap under the lip there for Macy, and and Steph just wouldn't have picked this. She's like, there hasn't been lefts pretty much all day, and she didn't expect to be losing on 2 subpar lefts.
Yeah, this is Steph's 0.67. It's a bit of a no-show. She didn't really get it going.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, in hindsight, she should probably have floated that first one. The snap there was going to be so beautiful. That's a typical beautiful snap, but the wave let it down, and the only thing I can think of is that other wave. She could have floated it and got a 4, and she'd be, you know, somewhere in it. I mean, she's still in it, but with no score, but the time is her enemy.
Yeah, at this point.
Time really is her enemy. There's a left right there. I mean, it's a big snap right there.
Well, you know, the thing is that 7-time world champion, she needs an 8.37 to advance into the first place. Well within her capability. Maybe she's not looking at left. Maybe she's looking for the Hail Mary right-hand barrel.
I want to see it. I want to see it. Yeah, but, you know, if she floated that, like I keep saying, she would probably only need a 4 right now and not an 8.
Yep.
So she's really put the pressure on herself. I know she can do it too. There's a big set outside, because the last time we saw that wide angle, there was that third reef pipe. Third reef pipe was breaking. And let's see when it comes. And is it going to be too big, or it should be approaching these girls right now? What's going on here? First one. Kind of lets it go.
Well, if Macy does win this heat with 2 minutes to go, it does mean that on the Jeep leaderboard, both Tyler and Stephanie will be eliminated. Nikki and Macy still alive in the tournament.
Yep.
And of course, Nikki will have moved through to the semi-finals.
Yes,
I mean,
Macy will be in the semis, and Macy did quite well there at Cabarita. I believe she made at least quarters or semis, so she's the girl that could take it and run, take the ball and run. If she does pull this off, 1 minute 30, it's going to be it's going to be one by the look of it. It's not going to be 2.
Well, the thing is, we saw Owen Wright get one right on the button, and he got the score, but he only needed like about a 5.
He did. Yeah, there's only one thing that can happen here, and that's a big barrel. And I'd love to see it happen. For the excitement part,
there's something coming.
And Macy, fellow team rider, probably maybe I won't like it to see it happen, but it's not me. I can't be biased. I'm in the commentary booth. I just want a good show. I want a good scrap.
Don't worry, they can't hear you.
Yes, they can. Oh, you mean the girls can't hear me? No, I was singing at the Billabong office.
Now, the thing is, with 45 seconds remaining, the one thing about South Stradbroke is that there's no you don't have lulls. There's no shortage of waves. It's just the quality. It's just being in the right spot.
Yeah,
that's the key. Look at Macy.
Oh, Macy looking at another left.
Yeah, the lefts have dominated this heat.
They really have, and Stephanie did not expect that. She got cleaned up by that set.
Yep.
She's over here looking at rights. That's all she wants. And that wave is going to, this whitewash...
It's going to really make it hard now.
It's going to make it hard, because that whitewash is not going to clear in 14 seconds.
It looks like...
I dare say this heat could be over, Rap.
It's a thick whitewash.
Frustrated look on Stephanie's face there as the time winds down. That's it. Macy Callahan into the semi-finals, Rap.
Yeah, it was a very intelligently served heat. I think she went out there looking at the lefts, and you know, it really paid off for her.
Yeah, it's just really handy having a backhand like she has, and you know, the lefts came to her and she went, may as well, and it ended up, that was the only thing that happened in the heat. So, bit of a different heat, that one. But we'll be cut into a bonsai brew break, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Welcome to the show.
All right, here we go.
Let's do it. For me, going to Chopu, I kind of say bring it on.
Billy is being treated in a hospital.
You look famous.
I look famous?
Yeah, you don't. I'm ruining my vibe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Show you guys some of the secrets.
Come check it out.
Well, welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro, the second quarterfinal of the women's, and of course Dave Pradhan, his podcast, The Lineup. It's a must-watch. Gets a lot of great athletes on there, and you know, Dave's evolved. You know, I hired Dave when he was a young kid. You know, when I was running the show, and he's really evolved into a great podcaster, amongst many other attributes.
Here we go, India Robinson and Sophie McCulloch. So the two young ones, they're going to battle it out for a spot against Macy Callahan, who won that last heat. We'll hear from her shortly. Stephanie Gilmore didn't get a run. Yeah, just didn't get her chance in that heat. So it's opened up for the leaderboard in this Grand Slam of Surfing, which is interesting.
Well, this is a really interesting matchup here because this is two of the young emerging talents in Australia. India Robinson, Sophie McCulloch, you know, just really feeling their way onto the world scene.
They are. They sure are. And you'd think, you know, I've been watching these girls for a while. They've been competing in my event, which is the Yoki Grom Comp, an event that I've had for about 14 years now. I didn't have it this year, obviously, but... And even Macy was in that, and these young girls, I can see them from a really young age, and they'll probably be next to join Macy on tour. I'm sure they've got the talent, and they're gonna showcase it for you guys out there right now in Webland, and we're in the sunny Gold Coast, Rab, and what a beautiful day. Wind hasn't gotten up too much yet.
Oh, look,
fingers crossed. Touch wood.
So amazing. It's just a very, very light onshore. It's not ruffling feathers too much out there. The tide's probably a bigger factor as it runs off the bank. But I think there'll still be some good scoring opportunities. I mean, we saw Macy in the last heat getting a couple of good lefts, and I wonder if India and Sophie have had a bit of a look at this with their coaching staff and their supporters. Of course, we don't have many crew with us over here on South Straddy. It's a bit of a solo strike mission.
Strike mission. But yeah, I've been licking my lips. There's some good sections for some big turns out there. There really is. I've been mind surfing it. Here we go. This looks like a nice little right-hander coming to the girls. Here we go. India up and riding. Nice snap there. Nice kind of half cutback snap. Like a patience right here as she kind of surfs this wave. Trying to get 3 turns out of it. She does.
Yeah.
Opens up in the last one. Lets some spray fly. So backing her up is Sophie McCulloch. Out of that wave, but good start for Indy. Nice 3-turn combo wrap.
Yeah, it really was. You know, it was just, as you said, it was a very patient ride.
Yep.
And quite calculated, and just knowing that it is tricky out there, she found a wave that she could sort of, you know, handle all the way to the beach.
Yeah, for sure. I've noticed that in her surfing since from a young age, even though these waves are short and quick, patience always kind of pays off. You know, she waits off the bottom, nice the way she waits, and gets a nice turn. Really nice kind of carving cut back into another one. And see how she just waits for it. She's not rushing. Let the wave come to her.
Yeah.
And which she does, and I think that'll be a fairly good score.
Yeah, I really liked the second turn. It was quite slick, and she opened up a bit more, and then that allowed her, and you know, you can see her confidence growing on the wave, and she just took her time on that one and just hit the points.
She did. So that'll be a good score. This heat hopefully is a bit more lively than the last heat. The last heat was very one-sided with Macy winning that heat. Let's hope these girls have an even match-up.
And there we've got the Red Bull Water Patrol trying to get her back into the lineup. Just again, they have to be patient too. This is an unforgiving break if you get caught in the impact zone.
Yeah. And just thinking, Rab, too, I mean, it feels weird being up here in general, but I mean, at this time of the day, you know, I mean, of all the times myself and you have gone to Straddy, and most other people, usually by 10 o'clock in the day, it's done. Everyone's gone, left Straddy. It's an empty beach break. Usually some random cowboys are riding it on jet skis or something. But, you know, by 10 o'clock in the morning, where usually most people are done with the beach break. So usually the wind kind of is the main, you know, decider in that. But here, we're still here. It's almost lunchtime. The wind is fine. And hopefully we'll get through these 2 sets of quarterfinals, Rab.
This is very, very much like California.
Yeah.
You know, it's glassy all morning and then that light little onshore around lunchtime. And, you know, you get those days and it just sort of stays light. Maybe around 2 o'clock gets a bit ruffled, then maybe the evening glass off.
Glass off, you never know. We could even have that this afternoon. Rare for this time of year in Australia up on the Gold Coast, but we're lucky and we'll take it. Just watched the Supergirl, I think it was last night or the night before, over in California, and it was exactly those conditions, Rab. That still kind of glass there, and I was watching the adaptive surfers rip it up, and I was watching Carissa Moore, actually, you know, must be having, I thought she was having a year off, but she was, I saw her, she was there surfing in that event. So I don't miss much, Rab, when it comes to...
You sure don't, no matter what hour it is. I mean, this could be 2 o'clock in the morning.
It kind of was.
And, you know, that's so good. Yeah.
Like, does he sleep?
Gotta love that.
Yeah, no, I can dare say I think I watch more surfing than anyone in the whole world. I probably don't, but I watch my fair share.
Well, it's a big call here on South Stratty. Mark Occhilupo, that's a great call. I mean, why not? I mean, you are the eternal grommet.
I love it. I just love watching surfing. I mean, I love watching sport in general, but
yeah,
you know, surfing is my obviously favourite. Here we go, Rab. 16 minutes left. India does get that 5.83, which is a solid score. So she's had her one big score.
Yep, and we've got Cooper Chapman now. He's out on the ski. And let's see what's happening out there, Coops.
Yeah, good day, guys. Plenty of swell out here. It's beautiful. The water's warm, low 20s, air temperatures high 20s, and we're just watching barrels spit left, right, and centre from back here. Looks like the girls are starting to get some waves too.
Yeah, and how's it out there, mate? A bit joggly, a few little wash-throughs you got to watch out for?
Definitely a couple of roller coaster rides. We've almost been cleaned up a few times. I think we're about to almost get caught one right now. But yeah, conditions are beautiful. The wind's been holding off really nicely, and hopefully we'll get a good little afternoon of waves before the flight gets too low.
Awesome, Cooper. Cheers, mate. Keep
Easy,
on it.
guys. Have fun.
Yeah, that big set might have got him. Kind of sounded like he was half underwater, didn't it? Water, 20 degrees, I'd say 19. Very cold for the Gold Coast, let me tell everyone.
Ooh.
It's as cold as it gets up here this time of year. Doesn't get much colder than that. So, yeah, it's warm for other spots, but not for here. Is that right, Rab?
No, October is generally the coldest month because we usually get the onshores. They get the upwelling of that colder water, as we see Sophie just in and out. Real, you know, that one we saw the wash-through set. That's the reminiscence. That's the end result of it.
Yeah.
Very difficult to get a manoeuvre off.
No, well, that was actually a chip shot. We haven't seen one. We've been talking about them today, but she actually, it would have been a whitewash or something that picked her up there and could have eventuated. She got in it early, but let's see what happens here. Oh no, she actually right on the top of a flat section, big long drop there. Wave was very flat. Decided to not float that section, which is a wise choice actually.
Well, look at that wave. I mean, you know, this is thick whitewater. I mean, that nearly looks like Sunset Beach style thick whitewater. You know, I mean, obviously it's not as powerful as Sunset, but the actual suds here. A lot thicker than your normal beach break.
Oh, definitely. I mean, not far from it. I mean, that wave was, you know, I don't even think the men would have went for that float. It was a thick double up. She got out of there. She does need a score, though. She needs to kind of match it. Can't let India get another score in that 5 range and put her in a combination.
Well, she will be if India gets another wave, but at the halfway mark, we'll have the bonsai brew break right now. Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro here at South Stradbroke Island. 12 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this, the second quarter final. India Robinson holding off a pretty solid lead at this point. Sophie McCulloch not quite being able to get into it, Ockie, but we're, you know, Reg Broussard just showed me that the wave buoy, the live wave buoy, I think we've got around about the peak of this swell happening now. It's 1.97 metres. So that's basically 2 metres, 6 foot of swell.
Yeah, about 6 foot of swell, it looks like that. And I'm sure the period's quite short, under 10 seconds, 8 or 9 seconds, or 10 seconds. Yeah, well, they're not too bad. Yep, 10-second period I heard, which is not that bad at all. Then we go Sophie on a little left there, Rab. She gets maybe a score.
Yeah, that first manoeuvre was pretty slick.
Yeah, pretty slick. So she's in the game. And the skis are coming. It's a wonder these guys have been opting for the ski every time. I haven't been out there myself yet, but sometimes you think they might be able to sneak out. Whoa, late drop there for India Robinson. India a bit late. She couldn't get up on the lip there after that free fall drop. But, you know, it's staying clean, Rab, and she actually, as soon as I talk about it,
yep,
she sneaks out there without the ski. There we go, like it.
And this is like, it's you know, one thing about South Strati, on a big day, it's a bit like Porto Escondido. It's a sprint. If you stay out there in that impact zone, it's a sprint paddle to get through it, or else you are done.
Well, just like the back door, you know,
Yeah.
like way worse consequences at Pipeline, but, you know, you go that backdoor wave, not that I do, but, you know, with all the boys, you know, loving their rights, you know, you see how brave they are, you know, because some of them have a look, and if they can see a set, they won't. They'll straighten out and paddle all the way around Pipeline side, but a lot of them, you can tell how game they are if they don't have a look, and on a 10-foot day, and then gun it. I mean, I'll never forget one day Andy Irons, we're all staying at the Billabong house, and it was huge. It was like 10, 15 feet. No one paddles out. You're right in front of the house on the off-the-wall side, right? But Andy that day, you know, he slept in and he woke up. It was, you know, close to midday, and I remember he's whacking up. He's like, "Ockie, come on, spot for me. I'm paddling straight out." And I'm like, "Oh, no, you're not." He's like, "Yes, I am." I remember Lindy was like, "Don't do it, Andy, don't do it." And he's like, "I'm doing it." I remember, and he is such a fast paddler.
Oh.
I gave him, he's on the beach, I gave him the green light, and he paddled so quick and dodged this hugest 10-foot closeout. And guess what? Kobe Atkinson tried to follow him and got absolutely smoked.
Oh.
And that's the kind of guy Andy was, and he was a fast paddler, and he took some big risks.
Well, I remember Andy one time at La Gravière in France, and he actually was caught inside, and it's the only person I've ever seen on a solid 8-foot day. He was making ground. He was getting pounded, duck diving and making ground, and he paddled out through a closeout set and made it out.
Oh, you know, I surfed a lot with Andy. He was like a fish, the way
Yeah.
he paddled. You know, he could paddle underwater. Yeah, just an amazing duck diver, amazing paddler, and wow.
Yeah.
We do miss him, but we got 9:28 left, and she gets a score. So Sophie gets a 4. So she's in the heat, Rab. She only needs a 2.94. That's today, you know, I mean, it's not nothing, but, you know, it's probably a nice drop and a nice turn. She could get that. It's almost a 3, so she's going to have to do something on the wave. But here we go. We've got someone spinning around, taking a look at the left. Looks nice.
Yeah, well, she got herself into the game. She got herself into the heat.
She did, and wow, that wave barreled. She just didn't get in early enough to actually pull in and grab the rail, but it was a barrel. It was a nice looking left.
Yeah. Yeah, she was a bit late for that one. She probably needed one stroke early. She might have been able to pull in nicely. And
Yeah, she knew. We'll have a look at the replay, but yeah, she just didn't get into it early enough to get into that barrel. Sure looked nice, but no harm in trying. That's what these girls are doing. They're having a good crack with testing conditions. Powerful out there.
Well, I'm wondering if that heritage heat's going to go on today. It's starting to look a bit gnarly out there. I don't think it's gnarly enough for you guys.
Oh,
yet.
thank you, Rab. But I'm glad, because I thought as soon as I saw that left, I instantly thought of having a heat, because that left looked mighty fine.
It did. It had the Ockie signature all over it.
Here we go, Sophie looking a little right. Is she going to go? She only needs a 2.94. What can she do? She comes off the bottom, takes time. Whoa, nice snap. One turn.
Wow.
2.94. Look, the wave doubles up. And she's in that whitewash, going for the ski. Wow, Rab, tell me, what do you think? Is that
one heck of a turn.
It was a heck of a turn. It really was. I mean, she could get that score.
We'll see. In slow-mo, this is going to look spectacular.
Yeah, the judges, they're not allowed to look at it in slow-mo, though, are they?
At South Stradbroke, they are.
Yeah, I just wonder. I mean, I don't actually know if they're allowed to do that because it just looks that much better in slow motion. But look at it. Whack. Throws a spray. Heavy back foot on the tail. Oh, I'm thinking that could be a 3. Low 3. She might go into the lead.
Oh, well, you made some good calls today. You've been right on the money all the way.
Let's see as the ski punches through the wave. I remembered, like, all you want to do is just get me out there. I don't care if you if something happens, just get me out there, please, as quick as possible. You know, you've got 6 minutes. You can see some free surfers out there. Ski's waiting. Still going to have to wait here. What she get? Oh, Rab, she gets a 4. No, actually, she gets a 5.57. Highest, well, not highest score of the heat, but that's a big score for one turn.
Best single manoeuvre for sure.
And here we go.
Now it's India who's in trouble.
She's in trouble.
You know, she started out so comfortably with that. You know, she had quite a good score going there, the 5.83. She started just with such a good deliberation of that wave, 3 good manoeuvres, and now she finds herself in second place. She doesn't need a big score though.
Not a big score, it's a good heat, exciting heat. These girls, the young ones, are really going at it. I'm sure they had many a heat against each other, and they're really rising to this one because it's on the big stage now, and for them, it's just everything they've been waiting for their whole career. It's happening right now. And they're having a bit of a ding-dong battle, Rap.
Yeah, and well, for one of these girls, it is the golden ticket into the semi-finals, and that's an awesome feather in their cap. As we see, oh, look out, a nice little barrel section here. So Sophie McCulloch has just come alive in this heat.
She sure has. Nice barrel. It's the second barrel I think we've seen from the women. This morning we saw
she's caught
Isabella.
now.
She's caught by a big wave. Isabella Nichols getting a barrel this morning. It was quite nice also. That one was nice and clean. Nice exit.
Yeah, she exited all right into the impact zone. But, you know, she'd be happy to do that because she's going to get the score. She's looking to improve on a 4.07. That will make the incremental increase, the required score for her opponent, India Robertson. Let's see the Harvey Norman recap here of the heat so far. Now, this wave here, I thought this really put India in the box seat. Oh.
It really did. She surfed this wave great, nice and patient, and she got that 5.83 and then backed it up. It was a nice last turn there. I like that spice there. And then Sophie, she joined in with this nice one turn and got a 5 herself for the one turn. So when it comes to this next barrel that she got, you know, the icing's on the cake, really. I mean, with a bit of time left, but she's really manufactured a nice heat towards the end of this.
Oh, this is a nice angle.
Yeah, great angle.
Oh, you know, this wave's overhead. This is a clean-looking wave. I mean, you know, that's awesome.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful midday tube.
Yeah, so
you'd be happy with that anywhere.
5.7 and a 5.57. She's in the box seat now. Now, India, because of that, she's got the 5.83, still the high single score of the heat. She only needs a 5.44.
And these girls they're paddling. They want priority. It's crucial right now, and it was a paddle.
India got it.
India got it. Okay, so they've stopped their paddling. Goes to India, and she needs a 5.54. So that was her first thing that she had to do. She had to win that priority race right there, and she's done that. So now she just needs to get the score.
Yeah, well, India has elected to paddle out on nearly after every ride she's had, except that first one, and she's really strong in the impact zone. The one thing about this is that even though it's a short paddle, a sprint paddle, it still takes it out of you.
It does take it out of you, but you know, just like when you free surf, you know, there's never a ski there to take you back out. And I feel like sometimes it'll get you a little bit out of rhythm. You know, like, I mean, if you haven't surfed a wave the whole way to the beach, I'd rather paddle back out myself because you might just paddle right out there and instantly another peak can present itself to you with, like, you know, and you just gain that rhythm. So that's what I think. That's what she's trying to do, and it's smart, even though she does need to score.
No, well, you're right about that. I mean, surfing's such a feel thing, you know. I mean, and rhythm is such a key thing to getting, you know, you're getting that zone.
Yeah.
And once you're in the zone, well, once you're in the zone, you're untouchable.
No. You know, it's a rhythm thing for sure. It's what surfing's all about. On those long point breaks, obviously, you're going to get the ski. But today, you know, I think, you know, if you're not right on the shoreline, I think it'd probably be better to paddle. But that's just everyone's, you know, got their strategies and opinions. Winding down now, Rab. It's 2 minutes left. Can she get this 5.44?
Well,
switch it around.
You identified the key paddle, and the paddle was to get that first priority. A 5.44 required. It's about what they've been scoring in that range, so it's well within her capability, and she's looking at this wave, and she'll go. India Robinson, she's putting it all on the line here, and she sort of has to fade onto that inside section.
Whoa.
Nice manoeuvre. Will she make it? No. That's a powerful white water coming from behind her. The surge just enveloped her.
Yeah, that wave just kind of made its own mind up what it was going to do, and I don't think India was kind of ready for that to happen. It kind of split, didn't it? And she had to go like the low road. She was looking at, I guess, at the high road. I mean, it was hard to tell from that drone angle, from the high shot. She's jumping on the ski. She might get another chance.
Well, she could too.
This is the time you want to be on it. You don't want to paddle with 1 minute left.
Okay, so you've changed your strategy. I love it. That's what you got to do sometimes. Throw plan A's out the window.
Plan A's out.
Now see that pipe there, Mark?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where the sand comes through. It's pumped. It's a bypass. It's pumped under the seaway, and this is what helps make the banks there.
Yeah. Do they still use that pipe wrap?
Not sure. I'm pretty sure they would at different times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm not too sure, but yeah, that's where they do. It's the same as at home. We have that, but we don't have a pump on the beach. We do. Sorry, at Froggies it comes out.
Yeah, Froggies.
Yep, we do. I mean.
But I mean, you know, going back to when Stratty was first surfed, I mean, it was guys like Tony Doris Eldington who first surfed this after it was made into the extension of the walls, the bypass, and you know, he used to surf it by himself in the early days.
Did he say it was a wave back then before the pump?
Well, it was actually, I wouldn't say a man-made wave, but it was really enhanced and improved
by that. Yeah, I believe so. It's time counting down. It's not looking good. It's looking like, wow, Sophie McCulloch, the young one, making the semi-finals. Big result for her, Rab.
It is a big result. It was actually the extension of the wall that also combined with making this you know, a world-class wave. So it's one of those happy results that happen on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, we've got a couple.
Okay, so we'll go to the Bonsai Brew break right now, bringing in the new panel, Reg and Kate.
We're back live at South Stradbroke Island, broadcasting to the world with the Boost Mobile Pro, live from the Gold Coast. It's event 2 of the Australian Grand Slam of Surfing, and a fantastic 2-day event. It's bump in, bump out, and get out and enjoy the surfing. And haven't we seen some fantastic surfing so far, girls?
It has. It has been a very action-packed day. Excited to see this heat with Nikki Van Dijk and Dimity Stoyle. It's a good matchup. I know that Dimity just scraped through that first round.
Absolutely.
In the last few seconds. She does do that a little bit on tour on the QS. I've seen her do that before, so I reckon she's heading into this heat probably with a little bit of a different tactic, maybe getting a couple of scores a little earlier. What do you think, Ellie?
Yeah, I think she'll probably change, you know, from what she did in the first heat, but it looks a little more consistent now, so I feel like the girls will be able to have, you know, a better opportunity. Maybe a few barrels, hopefully. It'd be cool to see.
That swell's kind of pulsed a little bit. The wind's come up a little bit from the north-northeast, so it's going to make conditions a little bit more challenging. Nikki, of course, coming off a nice win in her round 1 heat. She'll be buoyed by that and looking to consolidate on that, pushing through to the semi-finals.
And wow, wasn't that a great barrel by Soph McCulloch? Just she did fantastic navigating that barrel, and then the huge hook under the lip that got her a pretty good score to take the win from Indy Robinson, who also put on a fantastic performance this morning.
And a 5-point something or other for that snap under the lip. It just goes to show one big powerful manoeuvre and you can change the scenario. You can really mix it up with those manoeuvres, and I think the girls are really going to be taking something from that and going, all right, well, if I just do that one big manoeuvre, make it, nail it, own it, you've got a big chance. Doesn't matter whether there's a couple of minutes to go or whether it's 15 minutes in, you nail a couple of them and you're well and truly on your way to the semi-finals.
Committed surfing in really challenging sections. I think that's what the judges are looking for, and it's what we as spectators love seeing as well, so it aligns. And I can see here Nikki's chosen to be down the beach a little bit more. It looks like the rip that she first initially started to sit on, she's decided to move up a little bit closer to Dimity.
Yeah, that rip looks massive.
Well, as that tide starts to roll out, as anyone known that surf and Stratty, that you know that there's a lot of water moving around, as the boys mentioned. Not a lot of distance between the foam and the suds up against the sand, and it could really make that peak shift around and make it really, really challenging, as we're probably seeing that the girls are experiencing. Steph certainly knew it. Bombing out in her heat, unfortunately, and found it very, very hard to find a wave. Meanwhile, not a lot of lefts in the event, but
Macy Callahan found them, didn't she?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So a nice bit of strategy there from Macy.
Big strength for Macy going on a backhand. I do love a forehand as well. It was interesting though, the whole heat, that Steph let her got a couple of extra left, so thought she might have held her back on those, but unfortunately she did fall on that gem that she got through middle of the heat. So yes, Steph has bowed out.
Not a lot of action happening here at the moment, just the one wave from Nikki, and we're just waiting to see where the girls are in the lineup. It's kind of hard to judge whereabouts they're actually sitting, but I know they're probably drifted down the bank as we see Nikki on a nice little ride just as she milks it down the line. 2 nice top turns and finishes it off quite nicely, Kate.
Yeah, that was quite a good wave just to get under a belt with 19 minutes remaining. You know, it wasn't, Nikki's real flashy, assertive surfing, but it definitely was getting the job done. So
certainly not a lot of power in those turns, but still managed to get 2 turns on a mediocre wave and chipping away at those scores and consolidating those scores, which I think really goes to, ensuring that when it comes down to the crunch time, you've got something decent to fall back on.
And when there is a bit of bump and chop around, it's maybe taking a little less risk with some of those turns will pay off on the first couple of exchanges. Don't think that was a bad choice, actually.
Yeah, I think they've probably seen so many people fall on that end section, so they probably are just kind of playing it safe instead of, going for a big end section.
But then you see Macy, she goes out there and just nails a big hook under the lip.
Definitely pays
gets
off.
The score, and it pays off. So,
Yep.
I mean, it does pay to throw caution to the wind, especially in an event like this where realistically, you can be out there for 30 minutes and the wave just might not come to you. And if you miss that opportunity, you may not get it back.
Especially in the first, like, 5 minutes, might as well try.
I think what is tricky that probably we're not able to see because we're not in the water with the girls is some of those sections are a little bit flatter when they first take off. You know, when it does heave and hit that bank, it races really fast, and that's where they're able to get those super, like, aggressive, assertive turns with a lot of commitment in those critical sections.
Yep.
And that's going to come even more into play as this tide drains out over this bank. You know, there'll be a lot of water moving around, and those girls will be really looking at those sections and going, well, do I go and, you know, smack it here, or do I take it a little bit easier and go for the points? So, yeah, decisions.
And Ellie, you've probably had a couple of heats in the QS with both Nikki and Dimity.
Yeah, I actually remember a junior heat I had with Nikki, and I was just like admiring how focused she was. Like, I remember her being like, one more, and I was like, oh, like, just looked up to her. And then we had another heat, I think it was last year at Brooby before, and that was cool. So I haven't had too many heats with Dimity, but both the girls are like fierce competitors. So,
and so that was a bit of self-talk that Nikki was having in the heat. She was actually talking out loud while she was processing what to do.
It was kind of cool. Like, I was just happy to make the semi. I think it was like my first ever event that I've done, and I was just like watching her, and I was like, whoa.
It is a great experience to have come up against some of those, you know, more experienced surfers as a junior, and just to see how they tackle those situations. I think, you know, just even the other day when I mentioned before, Mikey Wright came down and surfed a couple of heats with a few of the Talent ID boys, and, you know, they were quite shocked at how actually serious it was. On his public holiday, he came down and he was just having, you know, going to go for a surf, and there he was putting in 100%, didn't want any of those juniors to beat him. So, yeah, they're definitely fierce competitors, and it's great for the up-and-coming surfers to be able to see that, and it helps form you as a surfer and a competitor as you grow.
And of course, Kate, in your role at Surfing Australia, you know, you've obviously spent a fair bit of time with a lot of these girls.
Yes, I feel very fortunate. You know, obviously Nikki has come close to, she's going to be a reserve for the Olympic team, and, you know, it's just such a wealth of talent and a lot of depth that we have within Australia. So with the QS camps that Dimity attends, we have like a lot of great opportunities for the girls and the guys as well to come to national camps, as we see Dimity just taking off there and just coming unstuck on that pretty heavy inside section.
It's a shame she didn't complete that, because that was not such a bad little wave to pick off mid-heat. Certainly not leaving it till the dying moments like she did before. So she's obviously looking at trying to get a couple under her belt and getting those scores that she needs, but unfortunately not completing that last turn.
It looks like Nikki must have gone left on that other wave, on the same wave. So it'll be great to see what Nikki did on that section. So she's got a 5 and a 0.77.
I think the girls definitely did their board spray design together.
They've been spending a bit of time together, the ladies of leisure.
So scores have just dropped for Dimity.
Here we go. This is Nikki's wave. So she's just, yeah, smaller left comparative to the section that Dimity got, but managed to complete it.
I think Dim only got a 2.4 for her last one.
Yes, I think she would have been disappointed with herself not being able to complete that last turn. Not a bad little turn there. A little just running down the line, but just not being able to finish that.
That was a heavy section. Yeah. She navigated that first part quite well. Like, there was a bit of a lump. You know, if she'd gone a little bit too high, or she'd gone higher on that, she would have perhaps lost the speed getting into that final turn. But yeah,
she actually
didn't leave
looked like
much
she
time.
lost a bit of the speed into that final turn.
It had a little, it had a lump above it, and I think that is a bit of the mixing swell that we're seeing today.
Yeah, and you can go through those flat sections, you know, and all of a sudden you'll just lose that power at the most critical time.
So Dimity 2.43, and Nikki's got a 5 and a 3, so heat total of 8 so far, with 13 minutes 48 remaining. Not a bad start for Nikki.
Still plenty of waves pushing in at the moment, and that wind's come up just a little bit, just making those conditions just that little bit more challenging. But how good do these pitches look? I mean, this is the Gold Coast. It's October. We've got swell. We've got sunshine. We've got an event. Everyone's competing. You've got to be stoked.
Definitely. It's a fantastic place to live, and a lot of great opportunities. Also, like you mentioned before when you asked about the high performance program, I think throughout COVID we've had just incredible swells, and we've been able to surf our local area. And here we see Nikki lost priority. That's going to be a critical mistake going halfway through the heat, and could make a bit of a difference and an opportunity for Dimity to take advantage of her priority now.
Just take the opportunity to give a big shout out to Tourism and Events Queensland, who have come on and partnered up for this event. Great to have them, and wonderful to be able to beam these wonderful pictures all around the world through Fox and of course on WSL.com.au 7 as well. But yeah, look at those pictures, the Gold Coast. You wouldn't want to live anywhere else. All right, time for a bonsai brew break. We're back live at South Stradbroke Island for the Boost Mobile Pro. Some fantastic surfing been happening here so far. We've got the girls out in the water at the moment. Nikki Van Dyke up against Dimity. And Dimity's going all right. You know, she didn't complete that last wave, but she won't want to be doing what she did in that first heat, leaving it to the dying seconds to try to get through. No, that's not a good idea. Not ideal. Great though that Dimity's adaptable enough to be able to make those choices in the dying seconds and get the score. It definitely is a tricky one, and she's a seasoned competitor. She's been a CT competitor, and I know she's hungry to get back on tour. Been spending a lot of time in the last few months with Nikki and Steph and Macy, and feeling the vibes of being back with the CT gang. So I'd say she'd be hungry to get the win over Nikki today. So yes, let's wait and see if she gets a couple of extra stores under the belt and doesn't leave it to the dying minutes. So Cooper's on the back of the ski. Cooper, tell us about those priority mistakes that have been happening.
Yeah, it's good to see. Nikki and Dim are obviously really good friends, and when Nikki paddled for that wave, Dim was like, you blew it, I got priority now, which is funny to see. And you saw Nikki's moved away from her now to give herself a bit of space to try and jag a wave without priority. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting end of the heat, a little bit of a slow start for Dim, but she spends a lot of time over here and she's hunting, so hopefully she can find a tube and make it interesting to finish the heat.
Coop, how's it looking out there?
Yeah, tide's definitely dropping out. The waves are still coming on through. The wind's held off a lot better than we were expecting, so yeah, it looks like definitely a lot more rips are starting to pop up with the low tide. Big mushroom cloud rips are coming up, but the girls are making the best of it. So yeah, looking forward to the end of the day. I'm about to get cleaned up right here.
Good on you, Coop. We'll leave you there. We'll come back to the Harvey Norman Lounge. So ladies, what does Dimity have to do? She's got 9 minutes remaining. I know it's a tough question, but Ellie, if you were out there, what would you be doing?
Oh, I don't know. It's so hard to tell from here, but I feel like probably just waiting for a wave that she can do either 2 turns or a barrel. I don't know. I think Nikki's been groveling on the inside a little bit too much. I mean, she's still got a 5 and a 3, but Dimity got like a 5 for that 1 turn earlier, so
quite a low-scoring heat at the moment, Kate.
It is, and it's challenging with you can see the short period. There is waves on top of each other. They're coming from different angles. You've got to be really aware and make those quick decisions as they pop up. I think Stratty is really tricky like that. You could be sitting out there, you think that you're sitting in the right spot, and you've just got to keep that peripheral vision going and make those last-minute choices. And I think Dimity will be alert and focused, ready for that, to make those choices. And you know, it just depends. Do you sit on the mushroom rip and hope for a little wedge, or do you go down the beach a little bit further? It's one of those, you've got to go with that gut feeling, and I think Dimity's surfed there enough, and Nikki, so I'm sure that what their choice that they're making now, they're sticking with it, backing themselves.
Well, that was an interesting shot we just saw, looking north, and you could see those big swirling eddies that were pushing through those channels, and that's going to make it even more challenging for the girls as we watch Nikki off on the left. A nice little turn as she works her way through that little white foam ball, but just the one turn.
Yeah, she made the most of that. You could see her sort of try and fade so that she could get really in the pocket, tighten the pocket. They're tapering off some of those corners, and it does make it quite a tricky navigating to get the most out of that turn. And I think she did really well. She got some nice release, and yeah, she stayed on rail as she held her speed in that bottom turn as well.
Well, with about 7 minutes remaining, Nikki Van Dijk out in front and holding a commanding lead in a very low-scoring heat at the moment. Still plenty of time, but for Dimity to spring into action. All she needs is to pick off one of those gems, maybe get a little barrel, couple of big top turns with a bit of power, and as we saw with Macy, you can get a 5 or a 6, and that's all she needs maybe to jump in. Of course, unfortunately for the loser of this heat, they're out. A winner of progressing through to the semi-finals, and straight after this heat we'll be rolling into the last of our quarterfinals with Isabella Nichols and Zali Kelly.
You've surfed with both Isabel and Zali Ellie a bit.
Yeah. Bella and I have matched each other a few times, which is funny. So I had a good heat with her in Berube as well. And then we've travelled to Japan together and had a few heats, and it's always nice competing against, your friends. It's always like a good battle, but you always, you come in and best buds again, so.
Yeah, once the rashie comes off, you're back to being friends.
Well, there's no love with the rashie on, is there?
No. We've got a paddle, and that was Nikki having a little look at that one. And I can see Dimity on the corner there. She just had a sneaky look at that one. Perhaps she was thinking that Nikki might have taken off and she wanted to hold her on from getting a score.
I think Dim got a couple of bombs on the head there before we saw her, and I think she got a bunch, which would have been a bit unfortunate.
So that'll be a great matchup, this next one. I know that Zali only missed out on qualifying by 1 place last year, and Bella the year before only by 1 place. So it's, those girls have gone head-to-head for the last couple of years at Berube, the last event, WSL event of the year. It's a very exciting one, and they put on a great show. It's exciting to watch.
Definitely.
All right, let's have a bit of a recap and have a look at the Harvey Norman recap with Nikki's first wave, at which she got her high score from. It was a 5, I think, that she got. And here's Dimity's.
There's that lump, the 2 little lump section that she had to navigate, but she just couldn't get up there early enough. Bit of commitment though. And then we have Nikki just getting that little hook, give her an extra attempt at improving that 3-point ride. She ended up getting a 3.5 and increasing her lead. So she has a heat total of 8.5. And Dimity is 2.43 still.
Certainly not a high-scoring heat at the moment. The girls really struggling to find any form of form as far as the waves go. Ones that are holding up, no barrels at the moment. And what I see is the ones on the inside, the smaller ones, seem to be running better at the moment, as opposed to the sets which are pushing through and seem to be either washing through or closing out.
Yes, I think you do need to have a really clear plan when you start your heat as to whether you want to be on that inside, cop a couple of the sets on the head perhaps, and just make sure that you can get a few hits in before it closes out. Otherwise, waiting for the sets, there is a longer wait, and it does seem like a bit of a risk. But perhaps if you've timed those sets and you can see that there's been a bit of a lull, you might want to wait out there.
All right, over to Cooper. You're out in the water with Isabella Nichols waiting for her heat, mate.
Yeah, Bella's paddled out a little bit early to get the vibe out in the water, and she's paddled up to me to sit on the ski. How you feeling going into this next heat?
Yeah, good. I always underestimate my paddling, and I feel like I need like 15 minutes to get out, but I'm sitting out here for like 10 minutes just waiting for the heat to start, so yeah, just cruising.
Yeah, she's out here ready to go. The other two girls are sitting out here having a bit of a chat, waiting for the end of the heat to wind down, and yeah, hopefully you can find a few tubes in this next one. Where's the spot this time?
I think it's kind of all over the place. Like ideally, I'd like to get a barrel, but I mean, if it comes to it, I'll just bang a couple turns off. But I mean, it looks fun. I'm frothing. I'm just, yeah, amped.
Yeah, good to be back in the rushy, and yeah, hopefully the waves stick around for the afternoon.
Cooper, has she changed her equipment at all for this heat?
Have you changed your equipment? The guys in the booth are asking.
Nah, same equipment. I felt like it went pretty well in the first heat, so I just may as well not change something that's working for me. So got my trusty DNA round tail 5.9, and it works a treat.
Yeah, you stand out in round one, so hopefully you can carry that on to the quarterfinals and see you in finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll see. It should be fun tomorrow. It looks like the forecast is going to be epic, so yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, too easy. Thanks, Bella, and yeah, good luck in the next heat.
All right, we're back in the Harvey Norman Lounge. Good stuff, Cooper. Thanks very much for that insight. With 2 minutes 20 remaining, it looks like Nikki's kind of got it in the bag at the moment. But as we've seen in past heats, ladies, anything can happen with 2 minutes to go.
And we have seen Dimity do that. That was a fantastic interview. I love listening to Bella. She had a lot of energy, really excited about the heat that's about to happen. And she's got a little bit of time. She's got a couple of minutes, so perhaps she's just wanting to sit out there, check out conditions. And here we go with Dimity. She's found a nice corner here. We'll see a big Dimity hack. She's so well known for. We love seeing that at Snapper, but unfortunately the wave just didn't allow very much more after that.
Well, for Dimity, that was probably her best wave that she's had. She hasn't had a lot, and while that top turn will be scoring, it won't probably be enough at the moment, I wouldn't thought.
She does need a 6.07, so...
It's a big call.
Yeah, that is a big call. I love the turn, I love the section, but yeah, might have needed a little bit more to be getting to that kind of a score for one turn.
A little bit more spray, a little bit more power, maybe, but I think she's still got it ahead of her with 1:15 to go.
She might drop the 2.4 and then need just another wave, maybe.
Here we go, we're watching that. She's just held the rail and holding her speed so well. Being able to bring that tail around, a little tiny bit of drift. A lot of spray. I love the colour on the boards, added a bit of flashiness to it.
A very similar top turn
like
that
she's
she
got a
did
4.4.
to Steph. Had Steph caught that rail, because the wave didn't do it for Steph, but that wave kind of held up for Dim, but just didn't have the power to just, to chuck enough spray, to get enough energy to get those points that she needs.
Apologies, she got a 4.17.
She only needs a 4.3 now. But I mean,
30 seconds to go with a 4.3. Can she do it?
Wow, it's down to the wire again. Dimity stall. She loves this last minute.
Last
minute 8-point ride she's going to be hunting for, no doubt. But yes, it will be exciting just to see whether she can snag something here. There's a little corner over there that Nikki has found. Those lefts are really providing a little bit of opportunity. No, that one didn't. It had that warble to it again.
Decided to pull out on that one rather than continue. And that wraps up that heat as she bails under a little wash through, and we see Nikki Van Dijk progressing through to the semi-final. Unfortunately for Dimity, she is out. She'll pack up and head home or watch the rest of the guys. And we'll be back shortly after the break.
My full name is Otis Hope Carey and I'm from Coffs Harbour in northern New South Wales. Today I've been painting a body of work called Gargle, which translates into English as ocean. I think it's a really beautiful piece of body of work that fits quite well on the trophies. Combining surfing with art, for me surfing's more of a release and the art is more of a space for me to share my connection and culture with everybody.
Oh, great stuff from Otis there, designing those wonderful trophies, and it's great to see local talent like that. He's such a talented artist, and to be able to express that through something like trophies just adds a whole nother dimension to this wonderful event that we've got here at South Stradbroke Island.
Fantastic. I definitely think the girls will be wanting one of those trophies on their wall, and it looks like Nikki Van Dyke might be in the running for one of them. Very close heat. The girls, you know, Dimity did leave it a little late, but she put in a good effort, and I know she'll be a bit disappointed not to have got through, but great surfing by Nikki. She played that heat really well.
Well, this event thrown wide open now with Tyler and Steph both out. It really opens the door for the likes of Nikki and such to really stamp their authority on this Grand Slam of Australian surfing, and maybe take out that $20,000 and give it to their charity of choice. Be interesting to find out what her charity is.
Be a fantastic question we can ask down at the beach. Here we have Zali Kelly taking off on her first wave of the heat. Nice carve, just a little section, but she's managing to get it through to the inside here and making the most of that, maximising the score for that.
Those glassy, buttery conditions we had around about 2 heats have kind of disappeared now, and a little bit more challenging for the girls. They're really going to have to pick their waves, what they want. Ones that are going to hold up, ones are going to run down the bank, and of course there's a few little lefts, sneaky little lefts that are on offer, but it's really hard to find the right position.
And some of those lefts might be a little cleaner as it starts to puff up with a bit of north, so less bump possibly. It just depends on the angle of those lefts that they choose that are coming in. I wonder if Stace, being Zali's coach on the beach and also a commentator, whether he's had some insights on given Zali a few pointers as to where she wants to sit for this heat as we watch this recap of her wave.
It looks like the girls are sitting maybe pretty far apart from each other compared to the other heats.
Great insight. So after this wave is finished from Zali, it'd be good to see a bit of a pan out. As we can see on the screen now, looks like Zali's just come off the ski, and she's a little bit further south, obviously, as she gets dropped off. It's like a specific area where they can't pass and put wake onto the waves for the next surfer, and we can see that Isabella's on that north, a little further north.
First wave for Zali, not a massive scoring wave, but enough to open up her account and give her, as we've seen in previous heats, you know, a 2.83 or whatever can make the difference at the back end. So good to get one of those under your belt straight off the top, especially when things are getting a little bit more challenging. Hard to find those ones that are going to be high with the high scoring potential.
And Ellie, do you think if you were in this heat, which I know that you were next in line to before you were injured, would you be thinking, what are my strengths in my surfing and what can I bring to this wave?
I mean, like we've seen in other heats, one big turn can be a score. So I guess on the rights, I would probably be looking for like a one big turn, and if I could link it, but it doesn't. I mean, Nikki got all the lefts out there, but they weren't barreling, so I'd definitely try and find a right if it was me out there. But I know Stratty can change every 10 minutes, so.
And I suppose if you've identified, you know, that you've got a strength of a big closeout turn, you've got that impact in that part of your surfing, or maybe it's a big carve or a big hook or layback cutty. It's something that I think is really important to consider when you're going out to waves like this. Yeah. There's certain sections, certain things that you're going to be looking for, bumps and lumps, that it's important to identify that before you head out. Do you agree?
Definitely, yeah. I think Dimity, like, she didn't have too many opportunities, but when she got that one wave, she did a big carve. Unfortunate that she didn't get another chance, and then I guess Nikki stuck to her backhand, which looked really nice. Same as Macy against Steph, like, she was really busy and got every left, and yeah.
Well, we've got a celebrity interviewer down on the beach with Nikki Van Dyke, and Connor O'Leary is down there with Nikki. Hey, Connor, what's going on?
All right, we have heat winner, Nikki Van Dyke. How'd you go there? It's pretty tricky. What did you think of it?
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. Dim and I were just cracking up the whole heat. Yeah, gosh, that was really rough. At one point, I was kind of like, where am I? We were kind of talking about surfing down the end there, but we're out of the comp zone.
I mean, apart from a little bit of onshore wind, there's still some opportunities out there. You found some. Well done. Do you got any fans at home that you want to say hello to?
Absolutely. I'd love to say hello to my family and friends. Hang in there. COVID's going to pass soon.
Hopefully tomorrow we get some more opportunities for you to get some barrels. And yeah, well done. On to the semis.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, Connor, while she's still there, just ask her about the design on her board. Did they get together and design together? Oh, okay.
Oh, she's gone.
That was a great interview. I think it's a challenge when you actually get the mic in your hand and you realise, hang on, I haven't done an interview of an athlete before. No, you're a natural, Connor.
Yeah, no, good on you, Connor. Thanks very much for doing that. We've got 17 minutes remaining.
That was a great wave that Dali just got.
Yeah.
Then. That I think is going to her strengths. Her closeout turn is, she throws a bit of tail. She has got a lot of impact, a lot of strength, a lot of power in her surfing. I love it when she's got a section coming towards her and watching what she's going to do to it. So she set herself up there and then just slammed it, threw the tail a little bit and just made sure she held on to it.
Yeah.
Very bumpy and lumpy.
Yeah, not an easy manoeuvre to execute in that kind of, a lot of suds on the face, a lot of water moving around, and easy to bog a rail if you haven't got enough speed. So well done to her, and we're still waiting for Isabella to. She's got a wave already. It's only a 0.5. Is that correct?
And here we have a paddle now from Bella.
Oh, pull in.
This is a great looking wave. Jams it. And then...
nice drop down the face initially. It really stood up nicely and managed to get that one turn in.
I think Zali got a 5, 6, 7 on her second wave.
You can see how it hits the bank and it runs so fast and explodes. Got to get that turning quickly and make it have an impact.
And as this tide rolls out, you're going to find more chop across the face, more white water moving along. Oh, it's a really, really nice drop that.
And you could see the little bit of spit come out of that barrel as she went to do that turn. I think it shows it is a really hard paddle. You've got to get on so early if you want to try and knife into one of those, which we saw Piper Harrison do in an earlier heat.
Yeah.
She did break 2 boards, but she gave it a good dig.
She did have a go.
Getting down the face is obviously key. Nice and early.
Zali Kelly up and riding.
Oh.
Just caught a rail at the top there.
Actually, maybe in 2 minds, perhaps, just whether she wanted to go a little foam climb or whether she's just going to float it.
I suppose this type of wave kind of puts you in 2 frames of mind as well. I mean, it's not so clean cut as, when you're riding a point break or something like that. You know what's coming up down the line. With a beach break, it's kind of that uncertainty of what's going to be in front of you.
I think it's, this is why it's such a great training round, and seeing the athletes back in the jersey, switching back into that fast decision making is crucial, and they all do it so well. It's a challenging wave, and it'll allow them to practice those skills in a real scenario. So yeah, it does. There are always a lot of options. I think as a surfer, you process about 100,000 different thoughts at one time, and you've got to come back to what feels right and surf that section, just section by section, trying not to look too far ahead.
Ladies, being both in the competitive arena as you have been, what goes through your mind when you're thinking about doing one manoeuvre and you change your mind halfway through it, you don't complete it, or you do? Like, what's the mindset there?
Oh, I mean, I feel like heats can be so blurry when you think back, but if you're just doing your turn, and not thinking too much about it, I think that's the best way to be. But if you're thinking about the next section, or you usually fall or do a turn that's not usually your best surfing, So I feel like, you know, just being in the moment is probably the best thing.
And I suppose if you're behind and the pressure's on, that even adds to that. It compounds that pressure for you to make that decision at the last minute. Not always necessarily the right one.
Yes, definitely.
And it's a skill that you're always developing in your career, and the CT athletes are still doing it, and it's not like you're going to have a perfect heat every time. And that's when we feel that feeling, and you're in that moment of not thinking about overthinking it, and you're in the present, that's where the gold comes from. And I think that's the addictive feeling that we have as competitors.
I think Bella just got a 7.5 for that one turn.
Fantastic.
Wow. Yeah.
Judges are loving that. Commitment. She definitely didn't hold back in that section.
Well, as we've been saying right throughout this event, you know, it's not you're going to get rewarded for linking a whole lot of turns together, for the barrels, to getting pitted, but
here we see the replay again.
Beautiful drop
Such
down
a
the face.
late drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good solid wave too.
And you can see her eyeing off this section. Let's look where she's got her eye on just you can see she's looking up at the lip, and it's tapering off, so it does become a little bit tricky. She doesn't want to go too high, and she's had to really jam that. And yeah, she's been working hard in the gym. I know with the team down at Surfing Australia, Joe Parsonage works with Bella, and at off-season trainings paying off.
Well, a lot of power in that turn, chucking a lot of spray, and obviously rewarded for it with a 7.5.
I know there's a lot of great coaches down on the beach today, Stace included, with giving Zali a lot of input, I'm sure, into her heat strategy for today. I think we saw Bottle earlier for an interview. Jay Thompson, he was on the Rivals episode not long ago. That was an exciting one. And B. Durbridge was on that as well. We've got, some great surfing that's on those shows. And then we saw Phil McNamara down there earlier. I'm sure there's a few other coaches down on the beach helping our amazing Australian athletes.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, we've got Cooper on the back of the ski. Coops, what's going on?
Yeah, mate, just watching the girls getting a little bit closer together out there now. And I was just going to run off the back of what you guys were chatting about then on the mindset and stuff. I've seen Bella spending a lot of time with Jason Patchell, the Surfing Australia sports psychologist, and really dialing in that mindset and making sure she's primed to go for these events. So yeah, it looks like everything's going to plan for her. Last year's qualifying series champion, absolute domination on there. And yeah, she's carrying that form in here. Hopefully she can pick up another wave to finish, or hopefully Zali can smash something too. It's awesome watching the girls go head-to-head. Live surfing's back and I'm pumped.
It's so good, Cooper, and you're only one spot of getting into the event yourself, so I can imagine that you'd be feeling it's a good opportunity to work on that mental side of your surfing when you're in a heat like this. Like you said, working with Jason, it does give you an opportunity to practice some of those skills in the off-season.
We've just seen Isabella gesturing to the beach for some unknown reason. Whether she was asking for time or not.
Coop, you got any insight into the waving to the beach? Is it a score she's after?
Yeah, I think she just wants the scores. That's usually what the hands waving in the air means from us surfers out. It's just getting a bit of a score update from the beach commentary. Sometimes when the waves are like this and there's a bit of wind, it can be hard to hear, and your waves go over and you don't really hear anything. So probably just a score update. I don't think equipment's any problem, so yeah.
Well, she's probably after a score with just under 10 minutes remaining. Zali hanging on to a narrow lead. Isabella certainly after that last score nipping at her heels and looking for another one to consolidate. It's anyone's match at the moment, ladies.
It is. They both have a score that they'd like to drop.
I think after she heard that she got a 7.5 for one turn, that'd be, you'd feel pretty good knowing that you can get a 7.5 for a snap like that. So
well, it just goes to show that the judges are going to reward powerful top turns, or any turns of that matter, which are going to chuck a lot of spray in critical sections, and you will get the score. I mean, basically you can take out a heat with one big turn.
Yeah.
And we've seen that happen, and no doubt it'll happen again throughout this event.
It got the attention of the judges, like you said, with that spray and just the commitment that she put into the turn. It is easy that with the bump that we do see on the face, that you can play it safe, and she definitely didn't do that.
All right, we'll go to a bonsai brew break and then be back with you shortly.
The Australian Grand Slam of Surfing introduces the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, presented by Boost Mobile, the official telecommunications partner of the World Surf League Australia. Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. Tourism and Events Queensland and the City of Gold Coast, the official strategic partners of the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast. Bonsoy, the official soy milk of the World Surf League Australia. Harvey Norman, the official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia.
We're back live from South Stradbroke Island on the beautiful Gold Coast, beaming these beautiful pictures to the world through WSL.com.au, Fox Sport, and a various lot of other channels as well. Great conditions, guys, great surfing, and we've seen Isabella Nichols hanging on to a very slim lead at the moment with around about just over 6 minutes to go.
Looks like she got a 5 in our break. Looking forward to seeing that one. And it has put Zali in a position where she'll need a decent 6. Looking at the replays coming up now, looking forward to seeing what this wave does for Bella. She's found a little inside runner. It's allowing a couple of turns, just getting the job done. She's, been able to pick off something, and here's Zali matching wave for wave. Both tenacious competitors.
And being able to finish the waves has really gone a lot to getting the score as well. We've seen quite a few of the surfers have gone for big turns but haven't been able to complete the waves, and unfortunately haven't been rewarded with the score. So I think caution might be something that the girls are actually looking at the moment and going, well, maybe I don't go for something as big, but I'm going to complete it, finish the wave, and hopefully get the score I need.
You can see that in the paddle back out that Bella got priority, and now we're sitting here. Zali's had a little look, but Bella said, no way, I'm going this one.
That looks like a nice wave.
So she really just kept her off it. Maybe it was a bit of a sell by Zali.
Just an up and off. Absolutely.
On that last exchange, Zali didn't get the better of the waves, and didn't allow her to get 2 turns in. So Bella was able to finish that off. The section just held up a little more. Tricky to know whether that's going to happen as
Under 5 minutes remaining of the last of the girls' quarterfinals. Will be followed by the men's quarters straight after this. The first quarter straight after this.
First quarter of the men's, we're going to see Jack and Owen. Wow, that's going to be an absolute cracker of a heat.
We're starting to see that wind starting to kick up just a little bit offshore. All right, let's throw to the Harvey Norman recap and see what's happened throughout this heat so far.
Zali Kelly gets a quick start. Just a foamy section, but she just navigated it enough to get that closeout turn, which then we saw Bella take off on a bigger, cleaner section and really jam in that pocket, which paid off for her. She got a decent score. And then we see her with this backup of a 5, able to do 2 turns. The section holding up a little bit more than it did for Zali on her wave behind that. That was a pretty, critical moment, I think, for Zali.
Guys are finding it very hard to get out. I know the Red Bull Water Patrol are doing a fantastic job, but as this tide drains out, hard to pick a spot to kind of get the guys on the back and get a clean exit out the back, and getting it happening quick enough for the girls with time, ticking down. They'll want to get out there as quick as they can.
It is a challenge to get picked up as well as the waves breaking. It can be a little dangerous as you jump onto the back of the sled. So they'll be making sure that Bella gets on there in enough time before they hit this section. Nope, Bella decided that wasn't going to be safe. And she has had a bit of time on a ski lately, which I know she did a license not long ago, and she's been getting the hours up, so she would know what it feels like when it's time to jump off and bail, and when it's time to jump on.
And of course, while this is all unfolding, Zali's out there by herself, and a great opportunity for her to cash in on, you know, the time she's got in the lineup to pick the eyes out of what comes through.
Exactly, and Bella no doubt has lost a bit of breath. She'd be puffing and panting, and maybe got the wind knocked out of her on a couple of the sets that she got on the head. So, yeah, no doubt. You can see that mix in swell there. It's really evident when we get that drone picture. It's a great example of how it is quite tricky, as you see when you're taking off on a wave, whether or not the lump from either the north or the east is going to affect the wave.
Definitely.
We saw in a lot of the earlier heats, you know, a few of the boys taking the opportunity just to take the risk and see what the wave provided, and some others have decided to choose and wait for a set and make sure that they get the pick of the bunch.
With just 2 minutes remaining, Zali needs a
6.24.
6.84.
A big call in the current conditions.
Yeah.
But then, as we saw with Bella, one big radical snap off the top, and you can get a 7, and you're there.
Oh, I've seen Zali do some incredible snaps, backhand and forehand. She's got the ability, and she's got the power and strength in these bumpy conditions to do that. So
she's just got to hold her nerve at the moment.
A minute 30 to go, Reg. Are we going to see it?
Crazy.
Well, let's hope for her sake. Otherwise, it's elimination. Thanks very much for coming. Bye-bye.
Wow, yeah, it's a cruel game, isn't it? But I know she'd be focused right to the end and then let it process once that hooter goes. She's going to be putting every bit of effort into it.
So many like heats I've surfed, it's like down to like the 10-second mark, and it's still like, you know, anyone's game.
Well, in the past, I mean, how many times have we seen the men pull something, you know, radical? It's so incredibly awesome in the last seconds of a heat to progress or to win. So it can happen, but in the current situation that we're in at the moment, looking at the conditions, it's incredibly, absolutely incredibly difficult to get a high-scoring wave with pressure on you, and 40 seconds left and the clock kicking down.
So much water moving out there.
And we're seeing it more and more as this tide starts to really drain off the bank, and it'll be interesting to see how the boys go.
It will be. And we've got the first quarter final coming up in just 24 seconds with Jack Robinson and Owen Wright. I am looking forward to this matchup.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Well, Owen pulling it out of the bag with that little left in heat seat to get through, and of course Jack Robinson with a couple of lovely barrels early in heat seat. So they'll be really looking forward to picking the eyes out of what's on offer.
Oh, here we go. We've got a paddle. It's 2 seconds to go, and she's not going to get up in time. Oh, my goodness. How unfortunate for Zali not to have that opportunity right at the end. Couple of seconds. I don't know if that wave would have done it for her, but yes, gee, that was a great battle.
Good heat.
Always good to watch the girls go man or woman on woman, I should say.
Yeah,
and
well,
Bella got that win.
A great heat from the girls, and Bella progressing through to the semi-finals. Unfortunately for Zali, she'll be heading home. A very, very difficult heat, but we'll go to break now. We'll be back with the men shortly.
I've been on the Gold Coast now for a couple of months, and yeah, just settling in surfing, training, just getting ready for the season at the end of the year and these events right now. Yeah, been cruising with the missus a bit, surfing, been a good couple of months. Yeah, it's different to West Oz, like coming from there, you sort of used to, you know, growing up with not that much around, just sort of a lot more open space. Yeah, it's good fun though, you know, it's nice, the weather's good, the waves are always fun, so it's good to be surfing with everyone. It's like probably my favourite city, suburban place like in the world because you just got waves everywhere.
Well, welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro. I'm Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, joined by the illustrious Mark Occhilupo, calling in the action in the men's quarterfinals.
Thank you, Rab, and it's a beautiful afternoon. The wind is just getting up, but handling. Be a good air wind for these guys on the right-handers, though.
Yeah, well, look at that. Owen Wright and Jack Robinson. What a matchup.
What a matchup. And we saw Jack take that sneaky little left then. Didn't look like a score eventuated, though, 1.13. So he hands over priority to Owen. Let's see if Owen starts off a bit quicker. He was awfully slow in his first heat. He got that buzzer beater right at the end to get through to the quarters. Let's see his tactics now. There's more lefts. And you know he loves those lefts, so let's see how he attacks his heat, Rab.
Yeah, well, this is nearly like, you know, Owen's now the established order against the young lion, Jack Robinson. So Jack will be coming into his rookie year in 2021.
He sure will be. Yeah, we're all excited for that. I'm sure there's a few nervous guys on the top end of the scale of the CT that are a bit nervous about that. Drawing Jack in heats such as Chopu, Pipeline and waves like that is going to be a hard task for anyone.
And of course, I remember well when Owen was in his rookie year and he'd come through with an incredible junior career and you know, he cut through the QS like butter. And it was the same vibe, like people going, well, I don't know if I want to draw this guy.
No, exactly. You know, Jack has just prided himself on surfing good waves his whole career. He's had a career since he's been so young, you know. He was similar, well, kind of similar age to Taj Burrow, you know, back in the day, way back, you know, and Jack really went the free surfing route and then just decided to buckle down and tackle that QS. And, you know, it didn't take him too long to crack the big time, which he has done. I can't wait to see what he brings to the table next year, Rab.
Well, he certainly did it in fine style at Sunset Beach last year. But, Mark, one thing I was thinking about before was you mentioned a few spots. I'm thinking 8-foot North Point, wow, he'd be hard to beat.
That is almost untouchable. Like, you know, if it was a, you know, they do set a market for surfing these days on the big league, and he'd probably be paying $1.04 or something to win that event if it was pumping North Point. So, yeah, I forgot about that. You know, he's really good at Big Market River too, and not to mention the box. You know, the box in North Point, he's untouchable. So, you know, there's events like that, Rab, and then you've got Chopu and Pipeline that they're going to be, you know, events where he's going to be really hard to beat. So, you know, world title is going to be on the cards for this boy as he's up and riding, backdooring a little nice peak there, looking for the section, finds it. Nice snap out of the top. Can he get to the air? I know he wants to, but it didn't allow him to, but he gets a nice extended hit out of the lip there, Rab. So nice start for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, it's just a nifty start there, but you know, let's if you look at analyse the world situation, of course, you know, we've got John Florence, who had to pull out last year, two-time world champion, you know, after a commanding start, bit of a cruel year for him. But it's the big three from Brazil. You know, Italo Ferreira, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, they are the big three.
Well, they really are, you know, and it's just crazy how, look, we had a lot going on this wave, you know, a little backdoor stall made it onto the next section, nice snap. I mean, there was a lot of variety in this wave, and I dare say it's going to hit the 6 range. But you're right, I mean, how was Italo? He was, you know, not considered at a Pipeline or a Chopu or anything like that, but he went to Hawaii last year, stayed there for 2 months, and in 2 months' time, he was a pipe surfer. You know, he was smart. He stayed with a guy like Jamie O'Brien, who is the master, one of the masters out there, and taught Italo so much, and he ended up winning the event in pretty good pipeline against Gabriel Medina, who is no slouch there at all. So it's crazy how these Brazilians just, they haven't got it, and then they'll just, okay, I need to be that, and they turn themselves into that.
Well, he had a couple of pipe masters. He had Jamie O'Brien, he had Johnny Boy Gomes in his, in his corner. It's a pretty solid team. And right now, Ockie, we've got another treat as we see Owen up and riding here first.
Yeah, well, it's a chip shot from Owen. He got that wave out the back, nice backhand turn, comes back into the power saws, waits, nice under the lip, and is it a 3-turn wave? Yes, it is. So, no barrel, but 3 turns, and finally we've got an even matchup to start.
Well, now we'll welcome another prime goofy footer who's just is one of Australia's best, Ryan Callanan. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hello, Ryan. Wow, where did you pop up from? Just made a quick telephone call? I want to be on.
Yeah, I know. Tuning in to watch the action.
Oh, nice. Where are you? Back in Newey?
Back in Newey, yeah. Unfortunately, I wish I could be up and able to cross the border. This event would have been so fun to be a part of, and Stratty's such an amazing wave. But yeah, it wasn't to be. But it's nice to be joining you guys.
Yeah, well, it's a good taste of things to come in the future. Maybe the Billabong Corona Pro could be at Stratty next year. Who knows? I mean, it could be one of the venues we use. And boy, oh boy, you sure would love this wave, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone knows the potential and how good this wave can get. Even now it's onshore, but it just looks so fun and rippable, and I think, yeah, like we're seeing right now, we'll see some really good surfing.
We sure will. How's the waves down there in Newcastle? It looked good yesterday. I think I saw something online. Was it Julian or something? Good waves? Or
there's been some moments. We've had a lot of swell this year, and I think it's kind of, today it's a bit junky and northeast wind swelly, but there's something around. Newcastle's pretty consistent. There's always kind of something to surf, but it doesn't look as fun as what's happening here.
Well, talk about fun. What about this last wave of Owen, mate? Did you check that one? Here's the flashback.
Talk us through it, Ryan.
Yeah, he's just so poised off the bottom, isn't he? He looks so nice on a wave, and his backside's one of the best in the world. His timing's just impeccable. So I think that one was maybe going to be a touch higher than Jack Robbo's. I haven't seen the score yet, but it looked really good for a start.
Yeah.
It's a 6, yes, you're right. It's actually a 6.9. Maybe he added a little intricate score with that, but yeah, 5.96 for Jack, and yeah, so fellow goofy footed to you, Ryan. So what's happened since Cabarete have gone home? You've been back in training?
Yeah, back in training. I obviously didn't have the result I would have liked in Cabba. It was quite hard waves, but yeah, I guess just kind of like the rest of this year, just keep on surfing and training and keeping busy in a way. But we've had such a good run as well. It's been so nice to have that opportunity to surf some good waves.
And what's your vibe for 2021, mate? How's the prep, and is that the countdown? Is it all about the countdown?
Yeah, it's feeling like that. It's this big looming thing on the horizon, isn't it? But I think everyone's excited to get the tour back underway and just to have these events. Like, I know, speaking to Owen, here he goes again, but he was very excited to get the tour back going, no matter what that looks like in 2021. And I'm exactly the same. Jack Robbo on an absolute bomb.
Absolute bomb, Ryan. Looking, and wow, he nearly done a reverse 360. I mean, well, I don't even know what that was, but he nearly done a carving 360 going left. But that was a barrel that we're going to have to do a replay and have a scrutinise on that, because it looked pretty critical.
But this heat really is starting to shape up now, Ryan. I mean, it's living up to its potential, that's for sure. Here's Owen again. Talk us through this one, mate.
Yeah, I think just trying to differentiate between the good waves and getting scores on the board. And Owen looked like he was just trying to force that one through. Yeah. Got a bit sticky, and the wave behind was obviously the one. Jack Robbo is just so phenomenal in the barrel, isn't he?
So phenomenal. And there he goes into it would have been cool if he made that and went left. And that would have looked really cool. I love stuff like that. But yeah, so well, I know we're not exactly sure if Pipeline's on, but I'm sure you're expecting that it is, and you would be heading there soon. I mean, have you booked tickets yet, or are you just playing it as it comes?
I think I'm just kind of playing it as it comes, but I feel like everyone is probably thinking the same, but you got to think best case scenario it's going to be on and preparing for that for when, if it is called on. You can't be kind of waiting and going, I'll just prepare when it kind of gets called on, because that might be too late. So I'm hoping, I'm optimistic, and I think the WSL are too, and it sounds pretty positive that hopefully we can get the ball rolling in December.
Well, Ryan, we got Jack up and right again, but that last wave, he got a 9.67. What do you make of this young guy?
Yeah, wow. It's he's so in good waves. He's just, sorry, there's my dog going crazy.
Oh, welcome.
My dog liked the wave. Yeah.
Seems like he likes a camera.
He's just so good in good waves, isn't he? Like, put him in a barreling wave and you know what's going to happen. He just seems to have a knack for finding the best waves of the day too, and always being on them, and that just showed exactly right there.
You're so right. I mean,
that's awesome to have you here, mate. I think your dog was saying he saw that wave of Jack's went, I think you better get down and do a bit more training the Savo.
yeah, exactly.
Unreal, man. So good to have you here, man, and all the best for your preparation. Can't wait to see you 2021. It's such an awesome top tier.
Good to see you, Ryan.
Oh, isn't it? Thanks, guys.
Cheers, mate.
See you.
And here we are back with Jack, and Jack is just cutting loose now. I mean, that 9.67, the highlight of the day so far, Mark. I mean, near perfection. He just took off way behind the wave, chandelier. We both knew, like, he was 100% coming out.
100%. This kid definitely, he read it perfectly, faded off the bottom. I'd love to see a replay of it, and he just backdoored it. The judges love to see that. Here we go. We asking you shall receive. Look, beautiful late takeoff. Total backdoor, and come flying out into nearly a carving 360 going left. Yeah, epic. Best positioning, I guess, we've seen today, Rab.
Yeah, and here's Owen now. Now, Owen's got to really come back with a big answer here. He's sticking to his backhand. He's got the amazing backhand.
Ooh.
And he's going to have to really probably get up. Oh, man, he had to push the envelope.
He did. And here goes Jack. He's probably looking for an air now.
He's winding the feet.
And there it is. Just not connecting quite right with the lip there, but he's freed up. He's had his 9.67 and a 4.83, so it's only going to be exciting things, I think, come out from this boy in the latter part of this heat.
And the thing is, even with aerial surfing, we haven't seen a lot of boosts today. I mean, it is such a powerful wave. Your timing's really got to be spot on.
It really does. And we saw Solly Bailey do a huge air and come down in an awkward position. It's true. When you've got that much speed, obviously I'm no aerial expert, but so much speed matched with so much power, it's dangerous. Obviously dangerous. There's probably not a whole lot of soft landings out there. If anyone can do it, Jack Robertson would be the one. So look out for him to do it in this later part of this heat. But you're right, it's difficult aerial conditions. The wind's right, don't get me wrong, but it's some pretty scary, huge punt sections out there. I'm sure the aerial guys around the world are going, what are you saying? That is just right up my alley, and it'd be good to see an expression session with aerial guys out there.
Sure would. Well, we'll take a bonsai brew break right now, mate. We'll be back with 10 minutes to go. Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro. We've got 8 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal. Jack Robertson holding, well, it's a commanding lead, Ockie, but, you know, the 8.68 required is well within Owen's range of score.
Well, it's doable in this, excuse me, it's doable in this lineup for sure, because you can get one of those rogue bombs that comes through and just meets and barrels, and he's got to backdoor it, and it's got to be, you know, a 10-point ride, I mean, or, you know, a high 8, low 9. I mean, it's virtually a 10-point ride in my books. It's possible. It's out there. The wind's not too strong yet. The wave is out there. I mean, will it come together for him, and will he be in the right position is the hard part.
Well, that's right, yeah. And the thing is that Jack just edged out a little bit further. He got that 5-point backup ride to increase his score a bit and make it a bit harder for Owen. And what's he going to do here?
Yeah, he's looking to close the gate right here. Look at that. It was inverted. It was a beautiful looking air. And that's all he wants to do now. I know Jack. I surf a lot with Jack and have done. He gets it in his head that he wants to stick one of these, and he won't stop till he does. And watch him. He probably will get a few more goes, hopefully, and we're going to see him land one of that. That was inverted. Let's see a replay of that. It would have been a big score. It was just really a technical air. I think he got the grab with his backhand. So it was wow, in surf in terms of sick air. Let's have a look at this in slow motion. He eyes off the lip. The perfect lip for him to hit. Gets a lot of height. Yep, gets the back. The grab, indie grab, I guess. And he just left his board there for that split second. Just left his board, and that was the only reason he didn't make it.
Well, the board made it.
The board made it. He wasn't on it, but exciting. Jeez, this ease is so exciting. I just can't wait to... He's just going to bring another element to the tour that's just going to make it even better than it is. And look, he's going for a backdoor section. Look out. He's coming flying out into an air, into the flats. Guess what, Rab? It's combination time for Owen Wright. So now he's got a straight jacket on. He needs to get out of it, and he's got 5 minutes to do it. I mean, it's possible, but the combination has been laid down as we have some big sets out the back, some big roll-throughs. I believe he said that the soil had peaked a little while ago, and I don't know about that because that's big.
Yeah,
we're still going to have plenty of swell tomorrow, Rab. I believe we're going to start off nice and early, actually with the heritage heat, which I'm happy about, and then we're going to have these two semis in the final. We'll be finished, you know, late morning. It's going to be an awesome day, just like today.
It'll be a high tide finish. That's going to be awesome. And look at Jack Robbo here, just improvising beautifully, and he gets in this unbelievable zone. Like he's just incredible. Like last year, here we see Owen now. Owen needs to do something special. No, not this time, but like at Sunset last year, heat after heat after heat, he'd just get into this zone, and he would get so busy, but he always seemed to be in the right spot. It's incredible.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Ryan was kind of talking, you know, that he just seems to find those extra special waves, which reminds me a little bit of Tom Curran back in the day. You know, like, you know, he'd paddle out and all of a sudden it'd glass off and the best set of the day would come through, and everything just seemed to be working for him. You know, the whole energy and the everything worked for Tom Curran, and every time he touched the water. And Jack Robinson does have a little bit of that.
Well, I mean, Kelly was the master at that too. Yeah, I mean, you know, if they had him in heat 8 in the middle of the day, it would just turn on like unbelievable. Yeah. It was like magic would happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially at Backdoor Pipeline, you know, like somehow, you know, you haven't seen a backdoor wave for 3 or 4 heats, and Kelly gets out there and he gets 5 of them. It's like, I don't know what happens, or if, you know, you just can't see what he sees, you know, but he is definitely a freak, but Jack's got that. He's got that, and he's showing it right now. It's going to be, like I say, such an exciting year next year to have him on tour.
But Tom Curran was sort of different too, because he'd sometimes go into a part of the break that hadn't even been breaking.
You're so right.
And he'd get out there in the first 10-15 minutes, you'd go, what is this guy doing?
Yep.
And then suddenly, like, oh, bang, he'd reel off 3 unbelievable ones.
Yep, he did do that.
And you and him had some all-time classics.
We did. We had some classic battles, but he'd done that kind of stuff to me a lot. He'd paddle into a really weird spot, and you'd think, okay, sweet, he's cracked, I've got him. And then he'd just turn on there. You'd paddle over there, and It's gone. It's gone. But yeah, he was uncanny, Tom Curran, and what a marvellous man. And hope he's doing well out there in America. Speaking of America, we had a very nice message earlier on from Joey Trappell. Everyone must miss that man's voice, and he said that you guys are sounding great, Rab.
Oh, yeah, look,
It must be getting a bit late over there now. He might be sleeping, but great to hear from Joey.
Yeah, I don't think Joey will be sleeping.
Here we go, the Harvey Norman recap. Owen started off good, solid, thinking, this is what he needed to do. He kind of jagged 2 nice 5s, and not enough, though, against this kid. Beautiful barrel. Yeah, not enough. Jack.
Oh, I love this one.
Yeah.
Just made something out of nothing. It was a near closeout.
Yeah, but not for him. He saw something, and didn't he? He saw the light at the end of the tunnel on that wave and just threaded the needle.
Well, you know what's amazing is, you and I know this is a pretty average day here. The highlight reel is going to be sensational.
Oh, well, it will be sensational. I mean, we had Nick Fanning online, and I asked him, what do you rate it? And he gave it a 3 to 5 out of 10. So you can only imagine how good this beach break gets. It's no secret. We know the locals up here probably, don't know if they like us having the event or not. I mean, it gets very crowded on its good day, so it's no secret at all. The North End board riders would be the most local guys up here, I take it. But it's fair game, I'm sure, for everyone. If you want to get barrel, this is the spot to come. In the winter months, Rab. We were talking about it earlier. Hey, we're like, do you come up much? And I'm sure we've come up together in the past, and you kind of, once you have a really good sesh, you kind of come up for a little while, and then it kind of fades away. And I haven't actually surfed up here for, well, I'm talking years. What about yourself, Rab?
Yeah, look, Owen's called it. He's done it, this one. He's conceded defeat to a young guy who's just on the money. Looked at it, 9.67 and 8.93.
Highest score of the day.
Highest combo of the day by far, and he's not finished yet. Jack Robinson putting on a masterclass up here at South Stradbroke Island. And look, he did pretty good in the Tweed one. I think he got 3rd, and now he's in the semis again. So let's see if that puts a bit of a rocket under Ethan, who's the Jeep leader at this stage. But yeah, those 2 guys at the moment are really doing it.
Yes, they are. Great heat for Jack Robinson. That was so good to watch. Owen surfed great too. Love those backhand, bottom hand turns. Those backhand snaps were nice. Owen will be looking forward to the Olympics next year, I'm sure. Hopefully that'll go ahead, and Jack's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, great heat by Jack Robinson. He was having fun. He could tell he got that 9.67, and then the floodgates open. Okay, so we'll take a break now, and we're back real soon.
when I have the moments with my son or my kids, I notice, you know, they've grown up here, and I like the fact that sometimes they do take it for granted. I love seeing them just playing around like it's an everyday life is just living here, and so thankful that they get to. It's hard to describe the coast. I just see it as the best place on the planet. You just feel the atmosphere, the vibe, the beauty of it too, and it feels like home to me. It feels like our place.
Well, welcome back to the South Stradbroke Island, the Boost Mobile Pro. We just saw a beautiful little thing on Parko. Loving life in retirement and
isn't he?
Loving life on the Gold Coast. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Perfect one day. What do they say again?
Queensland. Perfect one day, Queensland the next. Now, these two guys here, Liam O'Brien and Chris Bennett, you know what, they would have met, maybe not in professional surfing so much. This is a club on club. This is North End board riders against the Burleigh board riders. This is a local stoush, and there's a lot on the line here. Club surfing is such an institution here in Queensland on the Gold Coast. These guys would have met against each other in the Stradbroke Assault. They here we go with wow, that's a pretty good opening ride there. One big turn for Liam.
Yeah, they would have had so many battles since they were.
Yeah, I mean like the Kira team's shown the Stradbroke Assault, the Australian board riders battle.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot of club events up here, and I love that. This is a local derby.
I remember seeing these guys in my Oki Grom comp at like 10 years old.
Oh, there you go.
Competing against each other in the final. So, yeah, that's how long it's been. I mean, both of these guys have got a lot of local knowledge. Chris Bennett's maybe a little more, but I know Liam comes up here a whole bunch.
Oh, yeah.
So one of these guys is obviously getting through and maybe could go all the way to the final. I mean, one of them's going to make the semi. One of them's going to be actually against Jack Robinson next heat, so that's going to be
awesome.
That's going to be awesome. There's no doubt about that. But we can see Ibis on his board, putting his feet in his wax, looking, scoping out where these sets are coming. You can see some sea spray there coming from your left to right of screen. That means northeast wind is starting to pick up. We're just going to be able to finish these quarters just in time. Look at that big left out the back. Wow.
Yeah, the face is still glassy though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this is not bad for this time of the day. It's actually a miracle.
Well, it is. You know, we were saying that earlier on the program that it's in this month, Rab, you know, better than anyone, the northerly can blow for 1 week, 2 weeks straight. We haven't had that this month. We've been really lucky. We've had very, benign conditions.
Yeah. Yeah.
And such a good season, and it's still going. I mean, we've got this east swell running, and I believe it's at 2 metres at 11 seconds. It's getting kind of a bigger, we thought it had peaked already, but can you tell us where this swell's coming from?
Well, this swell's coming from out in the Tasman Sea. I mean, it's really off a high pressure system, not a low pressure system. Yep. And that's why it hasn't got the line to it, but it's broken up into peaks. But the one thing about it is it's super consistent, you know, and it's gone to 11 or 12 seconds, so it's powerful. It's 2.03 metres. It's up from 1.97. It's not much, but that incremental increase is in the right direction. That means it will hold overnight. We're going to have overhead waves for the Heritage Heat in the morning, mate.
Thank you. It's going to be really good in the morning, as long as this wind doesn't get too strong, and it shouldn't. You know, the land will get cold tonight, and it should be offshore in the morning. We've got a great finish for everyone. You got to tune in, because you know we're going to have these semis, the Heritage Heat, and then the semis, more importantly, and some A-grade surfers. It's going to be all time. And here we go. We have Liam O'Brien on his first strike, off the bottom, out of the lip. Just didn't get it quite right there. Can he lay back? Oh, he throws a lot of spray. Spray was still falling down when he was already back to the bottom of the wave. The judges like that. Me too. I love watching that spray, and he threw a lot of it. So 2 turns there.
Yeah, he likes it's a building performance. You can just see a lot of bottle in this strategy.
You really can, yeah.
Here we go. Look at this replay. He's really got a lot in his game bag, this kid.
He does. Look at that. Boom.
Yeah.
So quick.
So slick. Now, just to update on that before, like, this light nor'easter is off a high pressure, but just to the northeast of us, there is something spinning out up there.
Yeah, there is. I saw that on the news last night. There is a bit of a low, which is, for this time of year, quite rare. Like, there's been a fair bit of monsoon activity up there that I've noticed, which is very early in the season for that to happen. Like you were saying earlier, the El Nina.
La Nina.
La Nina, is that El Nino's sister or something?
Yeah.
Yep. And so it's a boy and a girl, and so that will produce wet weather for us and tropical lows, I believe.
Well, that'll be good for this summer. Like, it'd be good for Australia to have a wet summer, I'll tell you that, after last summer.
So true. We had ravaging fires, and a wet summer would be very welcomed, as we have a big cloud break out the back, and it's probably going to mess this line up out for a little while, and the boys will have to duck dive, and we're going to have to wait for this set to settle. It's a big set to be breaking out there top to bottom. It's probably maybe nearly touching the 8-foot range. We've got some swell.
Yeah, we sure do.
And then the tide has gone out too, so that's why obviously it's breaking out there more. Maybe not 8 foot. I got a bit excited.
Oh, you might have to strap your gun on the roof the way this is going, mate.
I'll get my big wave leash out. Don't worry.
And a backup board, heritage heat, very important.
Backup board, very important. I didn't bring one today. I'm going to get that going tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Backup board, I believe Piper Harrison, which is my neighbour. She broke 2 boards this morning. She'll be telling me off. Take 3 boards. Yeah, so exciting. Very, very exciting. One of these new kids are going to draw. Just waiting. Jack Robinson's waiting for one of these kids to come up against him and show him who's boss. Let's see who it's going to be.
Well,
Liam O'Brien's got the upper hand with that 5.83 wrap.
Well, he has got the upper hand. I mean, the thing about the Ibis, Chris Bennett's, is that he's got an air game as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite a solid air game. Liam has as well, but Chris, I've seen him do some pretty good stuff at D-Bar and on the beach breaks, and he knows his place inside out. So there's still plenty of time in this match.
Plenty of time, and you're right. I mean, I'm sure these guys are thinking, you know, let's get a couple 5s on the board before we go to the air, but I want that to happen sooner than later, so they get those scores on and so they can go to the air. That's what we all want to see. And exactly halfway through the heat, and we've had the 1-5. High 5, may it be.
Yeah, it was a good time for Liam to get that 5.83, because then we had the big wash through. And it's only just starting to clean up now. This, you know, it's pretty decent now. The one good thing about it now, it'll be super glassy on the face for a little while.
Yeah, exactly. After that big wash through, the next couple sets are going to be clean as, and like this little nugget is right now. No one was there for that, but it was a good wave.
Okay, well, Cooper Chapman, we're going to throw to you. I believe you got the man of the moment, Jack Robinson, with you.
All right, we're down here with Jackie Robbo. Put on an absolute clinic in that last heat, mate. Conditions are getting a lot tougher, but you seem to be able to find the barrels whenever they're out there.
Yeah, just trying to keep the eye on the target, like when it's kind of the wind's coming in and it's getting tricky, and like, yeah, it was that first one I got the big double up, I was like, the board felt too small, and I was like holy crap, I'm actually dropping in on a bong here, like, and then yeah, then the next one, Owen was just a bit far out, snuck underneath, snaking around, so yeah, just got to be like quick to pounce on them out there.
You're definitely a quick to pounce. The waves that you found just then are like nothing else anyone else caught today. So bring that form in tomorrow, and I think you're going to be very hard to beat. What are you thinking for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully the size stays, you know, as is. Like, even if it was a little bit smaller, it'd probably be good, just because it would be on the bank a little bit more. But yeah, just keeping that energy high. Yeah.
I'm sure Bemmy will get you all fired up for tomorrow. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you on finals day.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Good.
Yeah, Cooper, that was a cool, man, and well done, Jack Robinson. We'll be seeing you tomorrow at South Stradbroke Island. Mark, you know, it's interesting when he made the point about snaffling that second wave under the priority of Owen Wright.
He did.
As we see...
Oh, we can see the coffin ride.
Wow. That could make the highlight reel too.
Yep, that was funny.
The theme parks are open for business.
Yeah, right. I don't think he meant that. There is a little theme park
SeaWorld
on the road,
yeah,
SeaWorld,
yeah.
and he was at the wrong place. But that was just for entertainment value. You can see that nor'easter getting up now
Time is ticking down. Ibis had that wave. It was a 1.83 just during the interview, and he got the nice snap and decided to flick out. And I've kind of criticised a couple of athletes this morning for not finishing it off, because there's not a whole lot of opportunity. And if we see a replay of that wave, he probably could have tagged it and got maybe a 4 or a 5 just to stay in it, you know. I mean, that time just goes so quick, even though it's 30-minute heats. You just want to have that 5 just as, you know, as your backup.
Well, that's right. Well, we'll go right now to the Bonsai Brew Break, and we'll see you real soon, guys. Well, welcome back, and look who this is, the man himself, Mark Occhilupo. This winter on the Gold Coast, surfing one of Queensland's finest point breaks, and I tell you what, I saw a lot of Occy surfing, him and his sons, and he was in incredibly good form this winter. I think he's found a second win.
I wasn't expecting this. Thank you to the team. I don't know where it came from. Or
well, this came from the family. They went, look, Jack Robinson's getting all the...
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, this Heritage Heat tomorrow. There's me and my little son Jonah. The Heritage Heat tomorrow. We're gonna have some good friends in there, particularly Brendan Margeson, who Margot. A lot of people, the older crew would have seen a lot of Margot, an unbelievable surfer, and he has been in red hot form lately. If you've been following his Instagram, Brendan Margeson, and doing some incredible surfing. So it was funny the other day, I was talking to Nick Vasicek, and one of the best goofy footer in the lineup at Snapper Rocks, and he was like, they should put you and Margot in a heat. Like, I think he was talking bells, but then I saw him the next day and I'm like, guess what? They must have listened to you, because Margot's in this Heritage Heat up at Straddy. And he's like, really? And I said, who did you talk to? And he said, no one. But, you know, it's going to be so great to have Margot in the water. We've got Dean Morrison, Pete Durbridge, who everyone probably knows, you know, both guys on tour, long time. But Margot, everyone wants to see Margot. I want to see him. I mean, I'm going to be in the water with him. I'd kind of rather be on the beach watching him. Hopefully I'll get to see some replay of it. But Margot, you know Margot well, Rab. He's a very quiet, shy guy, but he lets his surfing do the talking, and an amazing surfer.
Well, I personally think the best free surfer for 2 decades.
Yeah.
You know, just tomorrow, just don't tell him he's in a heat.
Yeah, exactly. Don't put the rashy on him. Hey?
Then you'll see the best of him.
Yeah, he can get the nerves get to him a little bit, but it's a Heritage Heat. I'm sure that won't happen, and I'll be out there with him, making sure that doesn't happen. Just get him in a really relaxed mood and let him surf, and wow. Yeah. It's going to be good.
And of course, Dino and Bede, they've had a couple of beautiful battles too in the day. I mean, great surfers.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, stoked to see that one.
So we've still got the same situation. Chris hasn't got any score to speak of on the board yet, and he really needs to do that. Otherwise, you know, another 5, it's just going to be pretty much lights out. You know, he really needs to just get it right on the board, Rab.
See, this is the thing about with the board riding clubs. Like Chris right now, even though they love him to death to the match, but sometimes if you look into the tent, you see 6 guys pointing in different directions.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not looking that way, but I mean, you know, he just wants to hear those drums starting to beat, you know, and everything that he normally hears when he's
get in one of those rides in one of the club events or in the single event at Burleigh. He wants to hear the noise. He wants to hear his crowd, and they are on the beach, but he's given them nothing yet.
Well, if he wins his heat, he'll get the tunnel of love for sure.
Yeah.
Where he runs through the tunnel. That's an old board riding special, that one.
Yeah, it is.
And of course, Liam is there to make sure that doesn't happen.
No. It's just gone a little bit riffy, hasn't it? You know, that tide's coming out. He's having a look at this wedge right here. His opponent's having a good look though, Liam.
Little airdrop there. Oh, he's just got such a good snap on him. What's this? Oh! Wow.
That thing was huge. The left came out of him. It came out of nowhere. It was like 3 times his height. It's ripped his shirt right off his back.
See, that's a bit of power, you know. I mean, that was on the... Now he's on the Dream World roller coaster ride, you know.
Well, yeah, actually, that was his vest and he's got a double whammy going there.
I think he's still got his shorts on, though.
Hopefully. I mean, my goodness. It's not the first time today it's happened. It happened to Mitch Cruz.
Look out. What's happening here? I reckon this is looking pretty sketchy, too. I know. It's all right. Oh, the skins tournament's back on.
Yeah, second time today. It just goes to show how powerful this wave is. I'd love to see the replay. He just needed to get another turn in. You know, he's all just looking for that next turn. He gets a 3.17. The score comes out pretty quick. But if he made this last turn, which was virtually impossible, I mean, it was like a steam train coming towards him.
Yeah, well, look, if Al Hunt was here, you know, he'd be going, $200 fine for that man.
Find him. Here we go, first turn, nice and tight off the lip, and then he goes, oh, hang on, I've got a left coming my way. Can I hit it? Oh, jeez.
That's awesome.
It was like a tidal wave. Just mowed him down.
Yeah. Wow, that was spectacular.
It gave him the big don't argue there and ripped his shirt right off his back. So, Chris Bennett still waiting. 7.17 now.
I think he sees something.
He sees something. Water's gone kind of cleanish. Is this his time?
Okay,
Ooh,
well, I'll tell you, let's hear from Renato, the tour manager, the deputy commissioner. Commissioner Renato, what's happening, mate?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's exactly right. I got the commissioner down here. Renato, did you want to fill us in, mate? What's the deal?
Yeah, we're gonna call it off after this heat. This is the last heat of the day. Main quarterfinals too. Wind got a little too strong and the tide a little too low. We'll try. We tried, but we're gonna try tomorrow. Better conditions tomorrow as well, with a better period and a really, really good winds for the morning. So 7 a.m. start on the dot tomorrow, probably with the heritage heat. Oki, Mago, Dingo, and hopefully Beat will be in the water, followed by quarterfinals 3 and 4, semis and finals, both men and women.
Awesome. And overall, mate, how do you think today went?
Incredible day, you know, great surfing, challenging conditions, punchy beach break, that Ironman stuff, and really good barrels, you know, especially the second last heat when Jack Robbo got the 2 best waves, I think with the 2 best scores of the day. So fingers crossed we're going to have more tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Renato. And if it's something that these boys do well, they know when to call it off a heat before it gets too bad. So I back that decision, and we'll be coming back tomorrow, and I think it's going to be pretty good.
Wow, that's awesome. And we just see, we heard from Renato, the man, the commissioner for the day, and this is the last heat of the day when we'll do the wrap up. Oki, Reg,
yep. We'll do the post show, but Rab, that used to be your job, the commissioner, back in the day.
Well, yeah, it was something like that.
Used to work for WSL. You used to run the show, remember?
Yeah, like Renato, I hired Renato.
You did?
He's, you know, I tell you what, it was a captain's call. It was a captain's pick, and he's still there today. So me and Pete Whitaker got the right guy.
Yeah, and wasn't Pete Whitaker a fantastic man?
Well,
God bless him.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. The Dream Tour would not have happened without Pete Whitaker. I mean,
yourself.
I was the architect of it, and Pete Whitaker made it happen. He was my COO, and eventually was the CEO. And what a good man. And yeah, I miss you a lot, Pete.
Yeah, well, you guys just done just a miracle. I mean, I left the tour, and it was not the Dream Tour. I had all that hiatus off, and when I came back, the main reason was it was a Dream Tour.
Yep.
You know, we used to
compete every single weekend in very marginal conditions, and then you guys changed it completely. Fiji, Tahiti,
yeah.
Mundaka, Pipeline, I mean, that was always there, but I mean, just structured the tour to go to pristine events, make it a webcasted thing, and it's just never the best thing that ever happened to surfing. I take my hat off to you guys. Well done. Great call by Ronaldo calling it off. I'm happy about that. We've got 2 quarters left for tomorrow morning. This heat still is alive, but the only problem is for Chris Bennett's. He's in a combination situation.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get out of that one. But look, the North End border, I'm still very proud of their man. I mean, to get through any round of this calibre is a real feather in his cap. And Chris has done his club proud.
I think he has. He really has. It'll be hard to wriggle out of this one with 2 minutes, 40 seconds left.
Which it's going to be a tantalising semi-final with Jack Robinson and Liam O'Brien if it pans out like that.
Here
because
we go.
he's also, he's got priority, and no, he didn't have priority on this one, but he got the wave. Let's see how that Conner singlet fared this time.
He dare say it might have went again. But he stuffed himself in there and waited for the wave to open up, kind of a la Jack Robinson style. The wave did open up, but when he came out, he was on the lip line.
Yeah.
He was right on that line where the lip was coming down, so he didn't give himself much of a chance there. Obviously, he probably couldn't see all the water in his face. I know the feeling when you come out and you're in that lip line, wearing the head on the lip. Unfortunate, even though he is in the lead quite comfortably. Last heat of the day, Rab, we have been lucky. I hate to gloat, but in all I've seen so far with all this countdown series, we've had the best of it. I know Europe, you know, they had the Conestado and Glet, the waves weren't great. Ericeira wasn't great, Ericeira. Cabarita was a great event. Ethan Ewing surfed unbelievable, but this is the pick of the bunch. Today has been exceptional. World-class waves, that's what we want. You know, big, solid, chunky waves. You know, with these surfers just making it look sensational.
Well, you're the one who'd know, because I mean, you get up at 1 o'clock in the morning, watch a Manahuni contest in Japan.
I do know that we've had the best of it, and I'm happy to say it. It's not finished yet. We got more tomorrow. It's going to be an epic finish. But hats off to the WSL if they're bringing this over to South Australia, because I believe that this would be a great backup venue for Snapper Rocks when it comes around next time.
Yeah, good call.
Hopefully that's what they're thinking, and obviously they probably are, because that's why we're here.
Well, best surfers, best waves, and this is one of them.
Yeah, there you go.
42 seconds remaining, and well, it's going to be too hard for Chris to now get you know, he needs 2 waves. It's just pretty much an impossibility. So Liam O'Brien cruising into the semi-finals. He'll be on show in finals day. He'll be against Jack Robinson. That is something to tune into, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever you are around the world, set your watches. 7 a.m. Australian Eastern.
And that quarterfinal 3 is a doozy too. Wade Carmichael against Ethan Ewing.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow morning. Don't forget about that one.
Well, we'll be talking about all that in the post-show, so you know, that's coming up soon. Liam O'Brien pretty much cruising into the semi-finals, and the Burley boy comes good.
Yep.
And he's certainly the biggest potential on the Gold Coast right now so stick around, folks. The post show coming up next is Liam and the Ibis. Bring it back to shore.
Well, welcome back to the Boost Mobile post-show, the WSL post-show, and our experts are sitting here, Oki and Kate. Guys, what do you make of the first day of action?
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, first time ever a contest has been at South Stradbroke, and I've been looking forward to the day. WSL has bought it for us, and it delivered. It really did. It was punchy. It was powerful. There was some really good barrels go down, girls and guys. You know, the girls got barreled, a couple girls, Kate, and it was great. What did you think?
Oh, it was just great to see all the athletes back with their jerseys on. I really enjoyed watching the Tweed Coast Pro, and then to have another event not, a few weeks later, it's been really exciting. It was a lot of talent in the water, and yeah, some close calls as well, like a lot of drama that happened earlier on in the event.
Yeah, there was drama. There was shirts getting ripped off people's back.
Broken boards and
broken boards
and a whole lot of stuff. Let's have a look at the Boost Mobile wave of the day. It was a 9.67 by Jack Robbo.
Yeah, who else? I could have figured that was it. Wow, and look at that empty wave spitting out. Wave of the day. That was probably the wave of the morning. But let's see the wave that was actually ridden. It was from this man, Jack Robinson. Nice entry into this. Really late, backdoored it. Wow, just didn't quite spit, but it was because of a chandelier that happened. Nearly made a carving 360, but Kate, what do you think of that one?
Oh, look how he's got to, come behind that section. He just pulled up nice and tight. Definitely had a bit of impact for the judges.
Couldn't have been deeper. Yeah, double thumbs up from Jack. 9.67. If he made that carving 360, could have been a 10.
It's hard to find those waves out there this morning as well, and all day. We did see a couple other barrels, but that was a clincher.
Well, Jack Robbo, obviously one of the standouts of the day with a couple of deep barrels, but also, you had Owen Wright that picked off a nice little one at the end, and Liam O'Brien. I mean, the kid's just on fire.
Yeah, I thought Chris Bennett surfed really good. He went down to Liam, and Liam surfed great. He must surf up here a fair bit, being from Burleigh, not too far. Not as far as us, coming from Coolangatta, but... I think it was exciting all round. Isabella Nichols, that barrel that she got, that was really nice. And
Soph McCulloch got a nice barrel as well.
The girls had a good dig, yeah, for sure.
Well, speaking of the girls, and we mentioned that it was been a drama-filled day with broken boards, but Tyler Wright, Jeep leader, and Steph Gilmore gone.
They were gone. Yeah, they're out, which was really surprising. Tyler had an opportunity there on one of the waves. She could have floated to get a score and might have made it. But Stephanie just out of sorts. No wave came her way. We had a good interview from Tyler. We didn't hear from Steph, but Tyler was very positive, said she learnt something today and she's really looking forward to the future. But Tyler's had a big break, and you must be excited about that, Kate. She's back in full force.
Oh, it's just, it is fantastic to see both the men and the women in their jerseys, and I know that this time off has given them an opportunity to all work on some different things. Some people have taken it a little slow and had a break, and other people have just kept going the whole way through, and we've had some wonderful waves all around Australia for them to be able to work on those individual things. But a great performance from all the competitors today, and like we said, a little bit of a shock with losing Tyler and Steph earlier on, but some great performances from some of the QS surfers.
Now, Oki, you're such a frother, you just can't wait for that Heritage Heat tomorrow, can you?
Oh, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. The main thing I'm looking forward to is surfing with Margot. I haven't had a lot of... I've had, over the years, so many trips, up to the Northwest Desert and to the Mentawais, boat trips with Margot, and he's just such a happy guy to surf with, and and I know he's been ripping, so looking forward to surfing with Margot, and and of course Dean Morrison, and who I surf with a lot, every day. I'm always surfing with Dean. That will be no different. And B. Durbridge, everyone will be looking forward to see him. He's no slouch.
They won't give you an inch, mate.
Oh, no, but they might actually, because I'm going to look at the lefts and they won't look at them probably. So there's my, getaway.
Don't give away your tactics yet,
what am I doing?
And those two have been on the Rivals episodes, and they've been, matching it out on those heats, and that's been a really exciting one to watch.
What's up with that? No one gave me no rival heat to do. I was actually in the water with Mick, Fanning and Joel, and I think they were doing one. They were riding 20s. Joel was absolutely ripping on it on a really good day at Snapper, and I haven't got to see a lot of it, but I'm really interested. I know it was on one of the TV stations, and
My Surf TV, I think, had
was
it.
Yeah, and I think I saw Nathan Hedges one, and Big Narrabeen. But yeah, I thought that was a really good idea during COVID. I mean, we've just been screaming out for content during COVID, and thanks to WSL for bringing us this countdown series. I've been lapping it up. I'm sure a lot of people around the world have too. And hats off to WSL.
Absolutely. Great to see competitive surfing back, and especially on the Gold Coast in a superb wave like South Stradbroke. Let's take a look at the top 5, starting off with Tyler Wright.
This was a missed opportunity, like you said. It was a bit of a grindy heat, and I think the girls, being early up in the day, it was quite tricky. Sophie McCulloch did get an early start, which was to an advantage for her.
It definitely was.
Kind of had that early morning sickness, didn't it? And it was hard to pick off those gems, and Tyler really struggled, and as we just saw there, you know, like just dipping the nose under that one and not completing her wave. She really struggled.
Yeah, this was the wave where she decided not to float. She'd already done one nice turn and could have made the heat there, but
she still looked outstanding, and I think her transition between the turns and her flow is just so great to watch. And you saw Macy on a wave there as well, and it was just an action-packed morning watching this heat.
And not a lot of barrels for the girls, quite a few for the boys, but Isabella Nichols' barrel that she got was a bit of a standout.
It was, definitely. And I think she was on the hunt for one, and you could see just here, she could see it lining up down the line, and she tucked in, nice and composed. Came out with a bit of style too, Ockie.
Yeah, it was a pretty little barrel. She soul arched out the end of it. She was happy, like everyone is when you get barreled. I mean, it's the best feeling in the world, isn't it?
Oh, and especially on those days, it was one of the first barrels of the day.
Yeah, so here we go.
At number 3, of course, we had the Ibis taking out Owen, and wasn't he stoked? I mean, he basically got chaired up the beach, tunnelled up the beach from the rest of the North End board riders, and he deserved that win.
He put on a clinic, didn't he? He was showing everyone where to sit, and he definitely looked at like he was just going to zoom through the whole day.
Yeah, well, I was thinking he might, make the final the way he was surfed that heat. But here we go,
Number 2.
Carmichael.
Yeah, Wade Carmichael with a nice little barrel there, and big power turns, and another one of the standouts from today, I thought.
This wave here was the high, could have been the high score of the day, right up there with Jack's. You know, there was such a critical drop, and even though the wave went whitewatery, that was a very critical wave ridden.
He held on to his edge so well, didn't he?
And of course, Jack Robinson, masterclass. I mean, boy, wasn't he a standout today? A couple of really sick barrels. Ockie, talk us through it.
Yeah, well, it's just a typical Jack. It was a late drop, and this was his backup, actually, right there. And he got a high 7 for that. But the big 9.67, that was just all Jack, He'll do that all day long, and he's going to do it again tomorrow, and it's going to take one very good man to beat him.
Well, a couple of big...
It's going to take a man that's on his day, on his game, in rhythm with the ocean to beat that boy tomorrow.
Well, a couple of big matchups kicking off tomorrow morning. Of course, we've got Wade Carmichael against Ethan Ewing. Ethan, the current Jeep leader, and then followed by... who we got in the 4th heat?
Connor O'Leary and Mikey Wright.
And Mikey Wright. And anything can happen with those guys. So a really nice way to kick off our wonderful event here at Stradbroke Island.
We should have some good conditions as well.
Well, it looks like the swell's going to hang in. Wind should be light. Let's hope there's not as much morning sickness as there was this morning. A little bit cleaner, but no doubt the boys will go out there and absolutely tear it apart.
They will. It should be clean, and the swell's going to be good. We know that, so it's going to be a sensational day. Reg, what about yourself going for a surf down at Rainbow this afternoon?
No, I'm actually going to go for a surf out here, I think,
nice.
and might just cop 100 on the head and see if they can rip my jersey off.
I'm sure it can. What about you, Kate? What are you up to this afternoon?
I think the little bit of wind on the face, it might be nice on the spit. Just by the side of the rock wall there. It's always a good one in the northerly.
Well, a big thank you to Wade Rabbit Bartholomew, Mark Ocalupo, Kate Wilkins, and the rest of the team, Ellie Brooks, who brought you all of the wonderful commentary today. We'll be back here first thing tomorrow morning for day 2 of our Boost Mobile Pro live from Stradbroke Island here on the Gold Coast, one of the best places in the world you could want to broadcast. Well done, guys. We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
It's challenging, and that's what we're here for.
I think that's the one having the most fun out of anyone, just hooting people into waves.
A lot going on out there. Anything that's real slabby on the sand, like it's up there with it all. So yeah, it's heavy out there.
It
looks easy from the beach, and then you get out there and it's like a washing machine and really hard to find really good ones. But felt good to serve a heat at South Straddy.
If we ran that heat 10 more times, they'd probably beat me every time. Like, I literally just fluked the 2 best waves of the heat.
I don't really know how I went up, gets the heart rate up when you're not used to these conditions.